Beep, beep, boop. Check it out. There's a deer outside. You gotta do this trick, then you can see it. It's just standing there. I don't know. It's funny with these blinds. They don't block that much, especially if it's light in here and dark outside. So at night, if the light's on, it's like there's no blinds at all almost. No privacy, but that's okay. It means I spy on the neighborhood, mostly just the neighborhood cat. The cat hangs out with deer, which is sweet. But what it comes over and always explores my porch, and then I open the door to say hi, and it runs away. It's very like timid or whatever. And there's two other orange cats, and they sort of are friends. I think I might have heard a cat fight once one night. Dear man, what's up, man? Caleb Reynolds, what's up? Yeah, you know what I want is like paper. I don't know if paper curtains are a thing. I think that would be cool. Like Japanese style. Because it lets light through, kind of fun. I like stuff that would let light through, but still block some visibility, maybe. And you can raise them and lower them or whatever. Because I'd keep them raised for well, the problem is actually I was keeping them raised because it's kind of fun. You get a lot of light in, but then it's actually too much light to work because I'll be working on my computer right here, and then the window right behind it is like so bright, and I'm like, oh, it's only at certain times of the day. I've been drawing a little more traditional, and from the hours of like 9 to noon to even 1, the light hits over here on this desk, and it's like through the blinds, so it's these lasers of light across the desk, and it makes it impossible to ink because you're like, oh my god, I can't see anything. So it's funny, if I'll be working on some traditional stuff early in the morning, I have to stop at 9. I have to switch to like digital stuff on this desk. The two desks are really close to each other. Chad, what's up, man? Yeah, what's up? 16 people watching. How's it going, everyone? The stream might be relatively long. We'll see. It's 5 hours till the campaign closes. I don't know if I'll stream 5 hours, but it might be relatively. Maromi, let's close this thing down for reals. Thanks, Maromi. 18 people watching. It's prime time. I don't know who else is streaming. Maybe nobody. Maybe we'll get some people. Laughing Man. I've been so overwhelmed with work and life, I almost missed the campaign. Just got my order in. Nice, Laughing Man. Thanks, dude. Laughing Man's been a backer since way back in the day. Way back in the day. Did some commissions way back in the day. Went back when I did those. 22. Look at all the people coming in. Some of you are bots, though. I know it. I know some of you are bots. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You guys are just feeding me with dopamine of likes, so I do what the algorithm wants. I got to do what the people want. What do the people want? What the people want, the people get. Yeah, we're getting some backers coming in. First order of business is sending out the link a little bit here. So 1 second while I do that. Bow. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, the linketh has been senteth to several. Maybe Gnarl was trying to get Sean Gordon Murphy. Yeah, wait, scroll down. I was negging him. But see, that's why it was too obvious. He could make fun of me. He'd be like, bro, you freaking have hit me up on my blog email and sent me a nice email like a year ago. I know, but I did the interview with Perch, and then Sean Gordon Murphy commented, and he said, nice interview. It's nice that he's grounded and realistic or something like that. I was like, bitch, you trying to manipulate me? Why are you complimenting weird aspects of the interview? That's like an algorithm style. It's like, do more of this. What? Do more of this. These are the things I like. I compliment this of what you do, so you can do more of it. I'm like, knock it off. Bots is Staub backwards. Caleb Reynolds, burr, beep. Caleb, are you a bot? How dare you? So the plan is I'm waiting for the last little sip of, I got one more cup of Joe heating up, reheating. Once it's hot again, I pour that in the mug, and then I'm gonna chug that, and then I don't know. I might draw a little bit because so yeah, because the stream it's gonna be kind of long and we're just hanging out. What should I do? Let's look at the campaign though. So 1 second while we do this. This morning we had the bigger kind of bigger smash because I read the Sean Gordon Murphy open letter to Sean Gordon Murphy. To this, hold on, present, share screen. It might have already updated. Let me see if it. Oh yeah, look at that. 90 backers, 4,979. If we get to 5,000, I'll chop my big toenail. I'll snip my toenails. I don't know. If we get to 5,000, I will cut off one lock of hair. No. I will grow a big beard over winter. You're going to do that anyway, Narwhal. Nuh-uh. 90 backers. 10 backers, we get to 100. I wonder if we can do that. 32 people watching. Alex Vera Beast. I'll snip my toenail. Refunded. One lock it is. Like Van Gogh. Yeah, the toenail tier. Who wants it? Some narwhal DNA. How dare... Don't clone me. Don't clone me. I've already been cloned. I got cloned by Amazon. I applied for a job there to work in their like backyard factory because they have a weird thing in Seattle where it's a grocery center where you don't actually shop. People shop for you. So you put in your order. Then there's this huge grocery store just with people back there shopping. They put the bags in. The bags go to the front. People get in line, go to the front and pick up their bags. So I applied to be one of those guys. And I had to meet in this hotel meeting room in Seattle. And this lady comes in. We all sat around this big table, like 50 people. And they handed out these baggies with these like weird devices in them. And this lady came up like an airline attendant. And she's like, remove the bag like so. And everyone at the table's like, and we're kind of looking around. And I'm looking around like, what's going on? They're like, remove the swab from the bag. And everyone goes, whew. And I'm like, whoa. And they're like, place the swab under the tongue and stroke several times. You have to go, whew, whew. I look around, everyone's doing it. So I'm like, I guess. That's like where I have much shame because I'm like, oh, I definitely like fell for that one. Like if I would have had my wits about me, because this is years ago. I don't know how if I was super red pilled or whatever. But yeah, I would have just got up and walked out. I would have been like, no, I'm not doing this. There's just some mass hysteria just here in this room that everyone's actually doing what they say supposedly for like a drug test to get a job to be a shopper at Amazon.com weird warehouse thing that they probably have robots do immediately the second they could get robots to do it. You'd be replaced by robots, but they need humans for this one little section of history. So they're hiring people getting drug tests, which is actually a DNA test. They're like, put the swab back in the container, put the container into the bag, zip the bag, and someone will come along to collect the bag. So everyone turned in their bag. They all got DNA tests from all of us. We're all on record at Amazon.com. They all have our DNA. And it's like they got it, like they stole it. Like that's some valuable information, or will be sooner or later. And they just have it. I'm like, somewhere out there, there's a freaking narwhal clone just shopping for people. I'm like, that's not a fate for my clone that I would have wanted. I wish my clone would have lived a better life. I'm like, sorry, buddy. Sorry that I did that. I fell for that bullshit. Alex VRB, I'd be like, I mean, I guess I can stroke, but I need to switch the swab to my left hand. Is that okay? Yeah. I watched too many World War II Germany documentaries to fall for any of it. See, that's good stuff. You know what's up. Crisis in Comics. You know what's up. Alex Witherow. I haven't seen any narwhal bots walking around working for Amazon, but I'll keep my eyes peeled. Do you work for Amazon, Alex, or you don't have to dox yourself, but do you are you in, I don't know, do you have a, what is it? An opinion that can be trusted because of an insider scoop? Love the bearded. Sounds like a movie idea. Amazon is like, we can make him better. Yeah, I think so. What do we got? We got 44. That's nice. And if anyone didn't back or wasn't watching earlier today, now's the time. We got a few hours. We're gonna be hanging out. Probably be drawing here in a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna pull up. Alex Witherow. I fear to step foot inside an Amazon warehouse. You know what that reminds me of randomly is the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark is do you guys remember the ending? It's where Indy's kind of mad. He cuts back and he's talking to the CIA people and he's like, "Where is the Ark?" Kelsey, what's up, Kelsey?
Hey, Jesus.
Sorry.
Scared the hell out of me. Oh, what's going on?
Hold on, I'm switching my audio. What does that sound?
See, Chad's in the chat.
Do I sound different or better now, or the same?
Oh, you sound a lot better. Holy smokes!
Nice, that's good. It works.
Whoa. What was that?
I plugged in my mic. I kind of forgot that it was.
That would help.
Yeah.
Hello, Spike and Madness. I see Spike there. What's up, Alex? What is it? VRB. I always want to say RVB. What's happening? Hey, Narwhals, what are you doing? You're closing out. What was the stream earlier today?
That was just like part one closeout, I guess.
Heads up, motherfuckers! I'm about to close this bitch out.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll just be streaming a lot today. It ended up being just 2 streams. I mean, this is the second, and I'm gonna go maybe not till midnight, but yeah, like at least a couple hours.
Man, so how many more books in this saga that you're telling? This is number 3, right?
Yeah. So there was part 1, part 2. This is like part 3/part 4. Each arc is like 2 parts, but then those 2 parts for this release, they're split into double issues. They're actually floppies released. So this is the first floppy. So it's the first 1/6. It's 1/3 of part 3.
It's 1/3 minus 1/4 of part 3.2.
Yeah, so that's why I try to avoid having to answer that question. I think on the campaign, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just Earthbound Grand Prix. They're like, yeah, but what is it? I'm like, I don't know. Don't make me say.
It's a comic book. Enjoy.
Yeah. Right before you popped in, I had one thing that you might find interesting, and I was reminiscing about Raiders of the Lost Ark, the ending where Indy's mad at the CIA because he wants the Ark and it should be in a museum, but they're like,
be in a museum.
Yeah, and they're like, it's in safekeeping, and he's like, well, what's happening to it? And they're like, our top people are working on it and looking into it, and he's like, I need to know, I need to be part of that, and they're like, we have top people working on it, and then it cuts and they're just putting it away forever in a giant warehouse, you know?
Yeah.
There are no top people. That view is like very refreshing, very, I don't know, it's not nihilist. It's what's the
Cynical.
word?
It's a little
Yeah,
cynical.
it's cynical.
Yeah.
It's cynical. That level of cynicism is very charming and funny, and it's kind of gone now. Like nowadays, if you did that, they'd call it a right-wing movie or whatever.
Well,
If you make fun of the
there's a lot of cynicism I disagree with, and like I think that's a very good point. I never really thought about that. I mean, I get really mad at cynicism where Superman can't be, you know, the young man raised by a simple farming folk. It has to be something that, you know, because they think people can't accept that charming, simple lifestyle or whatever. So they get cynical with it. He's actually a hip kid in school, you know, or whatever. And it's like, no. Just, we like that classic, simple kind of guy. And there's like cynicism in their approach to it.
yeah.
I've never really thought about with that.
Yeah, they're like, don't worry, he'll get enlightened once he goes to the big city.
Yeah,
learn.
Yeah, Superman, Clark in college. You know, Clark Kent, the college years, where he learns everything he's doing back on his farmland in Iowa was wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of written by like, I don't know, like liberals.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, right?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you need a little based farmer worldview is a good writer's worldview, I think, is the based farmer.
Well, it immediately makes him it makes the rest of the world and the problems that the rest of the world are facing that he is going to help with seem much larger than him. Whereas if he's going into it well handled, I mean, it's a little, not quite a fish out of water, but you know, it is kind of, I mean, not only is he an alien, but he's coming from this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, and he goes to the big city. So, I mean, yeah, it's I can't imagine it the other way. You know, what if Clark came from the city? Would he give a shit? I don't know.
Yeah, you know what I was trying to think of. Let me ask you this, you tell me like if it's true or not even. But like the early Superman stories, and some Star Trek episodes are like this. But I'm like, it's like the trolley problem is the story. So Superman is like, it's like a short story. So Superman, there's a train with a bunch of people and a baby, and he can save the baby, but then the train might die, or he can save the baby, but then save the train, but then the baby might die.
Right.
And then that's the story. It's like, how does he do it? Well, they're like, he can do both somehow because he's Superman in a way you didn't see coming. He was able to solve the problem.
That's the trick, right? I love that.
Yeah, and they can do that like 100 times and just tell Superman stories that way. And that's like kind of fun. You could just do that over and over again. Kind of.
Turns out he saved neither because he was in an argument with Lois at the time. And
see, that would be cynical.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what's so fun about story. It's like such minor changes can change everything. You know, these are relatively minor character changes, and it really kind of changes the outlook of how they would approach situations and stuff. Really interesting.
Yeah.
Which you explore a lot of the human nuance, which I find fascinating. You know, it's the little interactions that matter a lot. You know, I think I don't know. I see a lot of people that are very, not people, but writers who, including myself, it's hard to kind of get out of this, but very plot based. You know, it's like the characters just kind of flow through a plot that's very engineered, instead of the other way where you got characters and then they find themselves in situations and like, how do they get out of that? You know, or how do they deal with these situations? And I don't know. I don't feel like your stuff is very plot based in that cynical way.
I can kind of struggle with that too. I do have some like plot, and I'm like, I need to get more character, but I do prioritize it, and then I'll end up like kind of accidentally zooming in more and more, and I usually think that's okay. Like, and then that will inevitably make it more like character / nuanced. Where if it's in the plot, you got to outline it. It's like, dude goes to get coffee, and I'll be like, yeah, but he goes to get his keys, and his car is like, the keys are broken and the car won't open, so he has to walk, and then blah blah blah. While he's walking, he meets a dog bites him. Like a bunch of
Yeah.
shit just randomly happens.
Well, like in movies, like you got a set time period, usually about anywhere from 90 minutes to 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like that. And you got your 3-act structure, you got time to introduction, you got time to meet all the characters, and then they get involved in the situation. You got a flow, a progression, you got time to kind of accomplish all these things well. But and in a comic, if it's like 6 issues, you got a lot of time. I did a screenplay adaptation where I took a normal size screenplay, and the guy that wanted to do it was like, oh, this is just going to be 40 pages or something. I'm like, oh no, it's going to be more than that.
Yeah.
So I broke it all down exactly as it would be as a movie, visually on paper in comic form, and it was 200 pages long.
Totally. Yeah. I always
So,
think it's like about double whatever the script is. So it's like
yeah,
100
if you
pages.
really want to get the nuance of all the characters like you get in a movie, it's going to be a lot of pages. So that's kind of one of the downfalls I see about. I mean, you could do anything you want to in crowdfunding. I could fund a 200-page book, but it'll be expensive to make, expensive to ship. It's going to raise the cost of everything up. So this is where the benefit of having, individual issues really pays off. But it still takes longer for a story to roll out. So like, I feel like you almost got to do TV shows, where it's a shorter than a movie. It's a shorter book. You're getting a lot, but you're not getting enough. So you have to build up the characters over time through multiple storylines. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
It's like 2 skill sets. I'll see like what like Chuck Dixon can do with 20 pages.
Oh,
and I'm like, that's so impressive and so masterful and awesome.
And it seems so simple too, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I'm not as good at that. And then I can do, and my art style is a little more minimalist, and I can do higher page comics. And I noticed like, oh, if you have higher pages, you have more access to a potential emotional response from the reader. But Chuck Dixon's way is like, but if you read 10 issues, it's similar. That's longer. You can still hit those beats and get the emotional response. But the thing that I've been a little more focused on is, like it's almost more like a movie or whatever, where it's just trying to build. And it is interesting structurally. It's a little bit different if it's a movie. If sometimes if you take a movie and you chop it up, then it doesn't work. Like 20 pages, you're like, shit, it needs to be at least 40 or at least 50 to get to like a nice act break or whatever.
Look at Paulus Art says, weird, I didn't get a wrench for crashing a stream while I was drunk and telling meth stories. Man, high bar here. And then Alex says, if anything, you got negative wrench points. I never thought about negative wrench points. I like that. I want to think.
Well, see, if I give Paulus Arts a wrench, it means everyone commenting will have a wrench, and that's just too much.
Yeah. Does everybody have a wrench?
I can't give the impression that everyone has wrenches on my channel.
Well, that makes Paulus the special one. He's the only one that doesn't have a wrench.
Yeah, Paulus, you are special. And Paulus, by the way, we're just hanging. I'll send you the link if you want, but I forget what you are on Twitter. Are you just Paulus Arts on Twitter? If you feel like hanging out.
But we'll get deep in some story up in here.
Paulus did come on once before, and it was kind of epic. It was fun. He was pretty drunk, and he was talking about the one time he did meth and how sketchy it was.
The only time I ever heard meth stories was from Ed Brubaker, a writer.
Oh yeah,
I think it was meth. It might have been heroin. He was like addicted to something. That's kind of a well-known story. He's pretty open about it. So, but that was. I think we talked about that before somehow. But
it just came up quickly, but I don't know the deets. But that's interesting, though.
Well, all I remember is we had this suite. It was Ivan Brandon's suite, I believe, at San Diego. We had like a normal room, but they messed it up, so they upgraded him to a suite. So then it became like the hangout for everybody. So we ended up like I'm hanging out with freaking like Alex Maleev and guys like that, and I look over and like Brubaker's holding court, telling stories about being addicted to meth or something.
See, he's perpetuating his own legend.
I'm sure there's definitely
he like went like this once and went, "Oh, I'm scared," and then he ran away. And then,
but I just remembered. having to get on the plane, and I didn't sleep the night before, and I was still drunk basically because we had a big bash kind of on the way out, and he saw me at the convention, and or at the airport, and I didn't really talk to him much, so I was kind of surprised. He was like, hey Kelsey, I just wanted to say it was nice to meet you. And I was like, hey man, and I just gave him this like big sloppy hug.
Yeah.
And he stood there like a board. You didn't know what to make of it. But I always think about that. I'm like, what does he think about that? Does he even remember that?
Yeah. See, that's what you got, that experience, and it's amazing. And
good story.
That's what we got at Tampa. Tampa, it's so cool. I missed it, and then I got it. Can you guys see this, by the way? 1 second. Is it, if I go like that?
Is that the bars on your cell? What is that?
Yeah. I have to move it so you can see through.
Oh,
but
yeah.
there's a cat out there. Oh, there's a deer out there too. You can see the deer just barely. I'll make my screen bigger.
Do you live in a zoo? I mean, like, what? You always got these animals going on.
I don't know. Yeah. It's weird. The deer are like, they're everywhere.
I don't see anything, but I think I'm going to throw up. How you enjoying your house, man? You getting all settled in?
Yeah, it's funny. I haven't been upstairs in like a month, and I'm like, I should go up there. And now I'm like, it's been so long.
Is that where you keep the bodies? Like, why? What?
Yeah, there is some like, there's one asbestos room up there, and they're like, yeah, just don't scratch it and sniff it. I'm like, oh, okay.
How much is left? Yeah, I see the walls. I remember when you moved in, you had no walls, and now it looks nice in there.
Yeah, no, everything looks. I mean, yeah, just like some siding on this wall will eventually be done. Some like shiplap siding, and then finishing that porthole. You can barely see, but that octagon is going to be like a porthole kind of thing.
For and what? Then, to what? Just the next room? I mean, like,
yeah, like an elbow rest, or you can poke your head.
Oh, okay.
You know what it does?
You should put that in the bathroom.
Yeah. You know what?
Talk to people while they pee. You know?
Yeah, I would. Actually, dude, I've seen more old naked men in the last like week than I have my whole life up until this point. Oh, and it's because I got a YMCA subscription. So I've been going in and shooting hoops in the morning and then pumping some iron. And because I got inspired by Tampa, because there's so many bodybuilders at Tampa.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been drinking a lot of water. I've been trying to drink less sugar.
Nice. Yeah. It's fun. It is like a good influence. But then I did notice, like, yeah, I'm like, I don't want to shower with old men. I'm sorry, they're everywhere. And I always look at them and I feel like they're looking at me like, why aren't you showering, son? And I'm like, hey, I live real close. I'm going to shower at my place.
They actually ask you this. Why aren't you naked, son?
Yeah. Hey, son, the rest of us is naked. Why ain't you?
Starting to wonder about you, kid.
Yeah. Look at that kid. He's scared of showering with us.
You eyeballing me, boy.
Yeah.
Well, do it harder. My dick's down here.
Yeah. I had one time happen, just like a small interaction, but the lady who like was there to help people, she just like runs the workout room. I passed her and kind of smiled, and then I paused and turned because I was like, actually, I think I want a sip of water. And she noticed my body language was weird, so she turned and she's like, can I help you with anything? Because I looked like I was kind of turning to follow her for no reason. And I was like, oh, I just changed my mind right in the middle of walking that I decided I actually do want to get some water. And she cut me off. She's like, oh, okay. And she like walked away. And I was like,
do you have a spare set of underwear?
Yeah, what just happened there?
Yeah, Cecil just told a story about being in the same situation, and like he was talking about how this guy just like came up. I can't remember the deets, but he was like, I think he just like put his leg up on the table, let his balls hang out about head level to him, and he's got his headphones on and he's trying not to. He's like, yeah, and the guy kept trying to get his attention, and I was like, how awkward is that?
Yeah, that is.
He's like,
crazy.
Put some pants on. What the hell, dude?
Yeah. Now we know how women feel with a dude in the locker room with them or whatever.
No, I mean, that's Seinfeld covered this, where it was like there's good naked and bad naked,
Yeah.
Any guy naked's bad naked, I think. But women can have bad naked too. I think the example they had was like he had this woman that loved to hang out with him naked. It was like his girlfriend at the time, and he had something wrong with his chain came off of his bike. So she like squats down and like, oh, you just need to do this. And he's just like, oh my God, like,
Yeah.
he's like, there's muscles popping out in places they shouldn't be. It's weird.
I remember that. That's awesome. Do you see, it's not Seinfeld, but it's Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm.
There's one where Larry David, it's his black buddy, who I forget that character's name, but he has to break up with his girlfriend because she walked into a sliding door thinking it was open. And like that keeps happening to people. But what's a bummer is that happened to me once, and I was like, shit, damn it, man. So embarrassing. For the rest of your life, you're like,
the guy in his room says he's a never nude, basically. I guess I've never thought about it, but I'm like, I don't know, I wear underwear to bed. I don't walk around my house naked. It feels weird. So
yeah, you take off your shirt, sponge bath the top half of you, then you
Yeah.
put on your shirt so you're like Winnie the Pooh.
I have one of those.
Bath the bottom.
I have one of those Mormon sheets with the holes in it for sex.
Yeah.
You ever seen those? Yeah. No touching. You can't see me.
Just a portable glory hole.
Portable glory hole. Exactly. Oh man, crazy world, crazy. No, I stay out of what is it? Truck stop bathrooms, rest stops, YMCA locker rooms. There's various places you don't want to be because there's probably going to be naked men with their balls out or something.
Yeah, that's the line from There's Something About Mary. He's like, rest stops were the bathhouses for many gay men.
Yeah. Yeah. I just like to limit my exposure to these things. If I have to pee on the road, I do it in a can and throw it out the window like normal people.
Yeah.
So what's next on the agenda? I know Narwhal's a guy that's always got something on the fire.
I'm fulfilling this one kind of fast because then the next one is a collaboration with Jared Jewell, and it's another like bigger graphic novel. I think that one will be 120 pages, part 1 of 2. When you put them together, it's like watching a movie kind of. It's like a big movie arc. And some of those, we were talking about that earlier, but sometimes the movie arc style, it does get split into 2 pretty nicely. And I don't know exactly why that happens, but it like splitting into 3, you'd think would work because you'd be like act 1 and act 2 and then act 3. But actually it splits even better usually in 2. Like that's what Kill Bill did with Tarantino. Because right in the middle, you end up having like a table turning like structural point that you can usually split. What's up, Chad?
Yo, how are you guys?
Good.
Our fellow Tampa buddy.
I had a really bad, awkward, naked moment story.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Let's reel this back a little bit. Let's get some balls story.
It's like really brain damaging for me, like even to this day. Like, so the weekend of my wedding,
oh my God. Was it your father-in-law? No, wait. I'll wait for the story.
Yes, are you fucking kidding me? Like, so we're all sharing a room. A lot of the groomsmen and my father-in-law. We had this big old suite, and my father-in-law gets out of the shower and dries off, and he just decides he's gonna prop himself like on the bed, with his knees wide apart, and just sit back with his hands back, like having this whole conversation with us. And I'm like thinking, is this necessary? Like, what are you trying to show me here? Like,
it's a test.
Like, what's going on? Why are you leaning back with your? Oh man, it's like forever burned in my head. And I told my wife about it, and she just like,
your wife came from these lawns, young man. I just want you to see them and appreciate what they've done for you.
What the hell? Anyway, yeah, that's like my really bad moment I've
Just
had.
haunted for life. The
Dude,
father-in-law.
Yeah, I'm triggered.
I forgot to read this super chat, by the way. Sorry, DJ. Love this series. Also pinned the link in the chat. Yeah,
Oh,
DJ
yeah.
did one of the original nice glowing reviews of Earthbound back in the day, and I really appreciate
Yeah.
it. He's been around the whole time.
Yeah, pin the link to the chat. That's a good idea. I think it goes to the top of the chat, right?
I did, yeah. And by the
okay.
way, we got 115 people. That's really high for my channel. We got celebrity status.
Word.
Kelsey helping us out. Chad, we got like a lot of good stuff happening, and then I think it's like prime time and not too many other streams right now. I think
No, we're taking over.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's the Narwhal show. Narwhal Tuesdays. Oh wait,
Yeah.
Cecil comes on later tonight, so yeah, but you're safe.
yeah.
I think he goes on Tuesdays.
Is he on with Alex Stein now or something? Or?
Yeah, he's in Dallas.
Probably. Yeah, he's big time. Oh shit, is he gonna do a show live doing some crazy stuff?
He did today. He was on Ben Stein's, or not Ben
Oh,
Stein, but
Alex
Primetime 99.
Yeah,
Primetime 99.
What did they do?
Alex Stein.
I looked him up on YouTube. I didn't see it though, so I don't know what
okay.
channel it was on.
I saw pictures of him hanging out at the Blaze today. So
nice. The Narwhal nudge. I'm nudging myself tonight, you guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Nudge.
And then
I nudge myself at least once a night. All right, I'll be right back. Hang on.
How awkward. Like says that and then leaves. That's
yeah.
I've got 9 days left on my campaign.
Nice. So. Yeah. Actually, let's take a little second and pull that up.
No, you don't have to. But a narwhal nudge.
Yeah, a little narwhal nudge, and then everyone like chat knows the mods know the link. Let's post some links for Chads too, everyone.
I appreciate it.
If you're back in 2 tonight, back me and Chad. If you're back in just 1, maybe just back me because
I'm gonna have to like hit you up on where you're getting your books printed because Kelsey and I've been passing them back and forth like different places and calculating and I'm finding shipping is where they get you.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, that Kelsey posted that one China and it was like such a good deal. But,
I checked it out and the shipping's insane off of that great deal.
Okay, so then that actually sort of makes me feel better because I was like, oh, I don't want to like it to be so good that I feel tempted to just.
I'm dealing with a guy directly with them, and he quoted me the shipping, and it was like 5-6 times more than what it cost to print the book. So it's like, what?
Yeah.
On.
And that ends up being about the same. Like I know Mixum, their shipping is not insane. A lot of people aren't too happy with them. That's usually who I use those. Just Mixum.
I like Mixum fine. And then I've got a local printer that they do comic printing too, and they cost a little more, but the convenience for me is I could drive 5 minutes and pick up my books. I don't have to spend a lot on waiting. Like I could get my books in like 1 to 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's cool.
So where are you at in your campaign?
Let me share. We'll update it.
Oh,
is that Kelsey?
Don't hurt yourself sitting down.
All I gotta do is move and I make noises. I've done that when as a kid. My grandfather used to yell at me. He's like, don't make those grunt noises when you sit down. I'm like, why? He's like, because you're gonna do it later when you're old and you're not gonna be able to help it.
No. Yeah, enjoy it now without it.
Yeah, exactly. Where are we?
Past 5K, 94 backers. I want to get to 100 ASAP. I mean, maybe it'll take all night, but let's get to 100 at least.
That?
Let's get, because those digits, it's the digits ticking up that gives me that sweet dopamine that I need to get.
This was a really short campaign, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, this one was like 2 weeks, and then the Fund My Comic is 2 weeks. So combined, it's a month.
Interesting.
And there's no in demand because it's already completely done, and the second one's getting well into production too. I'm going to launch it kind of early 2024, and people will have a chance to get this again if they miss it this time with that one.
Interesting. Richard C. Meyer, his campaign was 48 hours.
Yeah, but then it goes in demand. He does that on purpose. I don't know if it's necessarily the best call because I think Indiegogo takes a higher percentage if you're in demand, but that's worth it to
Oh,
him.
really?
Yeah, to get the money because they give you the money right away and then they give it to you like weekly or whatever if you're in demand. Whereas if you're just funding, they don't give you any money until the campaign ends.
See,
So
I'm not sure I even said it correctly because I haven't gotten any money yet from the campaign. So
yeah, are you in demand now or are you not?
no, I will be in 9 days.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't think you'll get any no matter what until it leaves until
Hmm.
it goes to in demand. And then they'll be weird about that too. It can take like a couple weeks. Sometimes it takes a day. And sometimes it's like, are they messing with us? It's like they're holding it because they know you're CG or
I think
something.
Fund My Comic, I think, takes 5 days. I think tops is
I'm
what I have to wait through.
At first, and then it goes really nice.
Yeah.
I'm considering not even doing in demand, but I'll see.
Well, you could do, save it for the next round. When you get number 2 going, you add a bundle, and bundles do really well because a lot of people are like, I want to see if he's committed to this.
Right.
Is he going to do a number 2 and a number 3 and a number 4? Or should I invest? So when you come out with number 2 or 3, you're going to get some people who are like, okay, now I'll give this a shot.
Well, I'm definitely going as soon as the campaign ends. I'm definitely going to print. I've been researching, as you know, like
Oh yeah,
and yeah, it's very nerve-wracking.
I kind of like it. I'm like one. I want to pit them to against each other in a fight to the death. Like who's going to give me the best deal, printers?
Well, the one you found was like finding buried treasure, in my opinion. And then when I got the shipping amount, I just was like, oh man, I was so let down.
Well, the one you found, I mean, it's in your town, so you can go and get stuff.
Right.
If it's the one you end up going with, but the ones that I've seen, the other ones that I've looked at, I'm like the cost of the printing is so low, but the shipping is so high, but it still evens out to be a little less than what I get from like say Print Ninja or something like that,
Right.
But you have a
8 weeks.
3-month wait in customs,
Yeah. I would like to have my first campaign get to people before Christmas.
Yeah. So I'm considering the guys you found is that in Houston?
It is.
Yeah.
They can do. I'm not sure they can do square bound or not. I have to look. They can do manga size in that. So I can ask. I can even give you the direct contact.
Yeah. I might inquire about that. But you did make me think about looking at some printers here. I actually have one right down the street from me, and when I went in to ask him about stuff, he spent the whole time talking about how Hillary Clinton was a crook, and I was like, okay. How about these printing jobs? And it was
yeah. You've got that face, Kelsey. People just want to pour their guts out.
I think so. I just listened politely, but I'm like, I don't know,
Backer
like
95, Caleb.
Thanks, Caleb. I don't even have to cyberbully you, Caleb.
Yeah, you're like 5 away from.
Yeah, Kelsey. Yeah, it's like your demeanor and your voice is like a little bit. Like you could be a priest that people would whatever.
I hold on to a lot of secrets, believe me. I'm like, I don't know why you're telling me this right now.
Yeah. You're a secret container. That's what it is.
I think in the old days it was called a sin eater.
Ah.
Oh yeah.
Tell me all their sins, and then I'd keep them for them so they can go to heaven.
That's your archetype. It's kind of a tragic archetype a little bit.
But yeah, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it's like it's a servant.
It's I'm definitely a servant. I'll be a servant of you people. Give me your sins. I'll take them with me.
I was thinking more like Grizzly Shannon. Well,
that's my icon.
Yeah.
Hey, well read.
I'll send you the link in case you want to hop in if you're.
Hi, Mr. Red.
Yeah, I like Well Read. I'm looking forward to hanging out with him. He was sending me pictures of shrimp the other day, and I was like, "Oh man, that looks
Really?
good. That looks so good."
I know I'm going to be hanging out with Diaz Biggins and Nick Patera and Simon Bisley and who
Oh,
else?
nice. Oh, that's right, in Austin.
Yeah. Who? How about you? You coming?
Man, I'd love to, but I have got to get this work done if I'm going to keep to my schedule of getting Shank out early next year. So I got to get through all this stuff and Nexus. I got an issue and a half to finish of Nexus
Oh yeah.
before the fall. We're going to launch it in the fall, and then I'm going to take a nice little break and then get jamming. I can't wait. It's going to be great.
You can handle a weekend.
This one messed me up. I'm still trying to like catch up for everything because I had the book. That was a big part of it. So it's like trying to get that fixed up and cleared and settled and then get these different books squared away. It's just a lot, and I'm not engineered for a lot of stuff. I can handle like 2 things at a time tops.
Yeah, I understand.
I heard that multitasking was actually not
Bad.
real. Yeah.
No, it's
not
terrible for you.
Yeah.
That's why I was telling you the other day, like people really only have like 2 to 4 hours of real energy to produce.
I loved hearing that, by the way.
Especially art per day. So if you can find your sweet spot during the day, then just turn all distractions off and then go and game it and see how much you can knock out in that shorter period of time. You'll be shocked. Like
I'm trying to get to that point. I'm working on it right now, but it's really hard because I'll stretch out that 4 hours across the entire day.
Yeah, I do that too. And
Yeah.
it's kind of a bad habit.
Yeah, if you can seriously though, if you can like really contain it in one burst during the day, then the rest of your time you could spend doing other stuff.
See, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Wait, stop trying to get Kelsey to have to draw to not draw yet.
No.
No, I can't help it. It's like a compulsion. So
no, I like to spend my time drawing on a lot of different things. Like when I was working in animation for so long, I just discovered, working in the studio, there's too many distractions. What would take me 8 to 12 hours in a studio, when I went and got home, I figured out that I was doing all that same amount of work in 2 to 4 hours. And then I figured out how to condense it to a certain period of time during the day, and I gamify it too.
Who's that Russian dude who does the great interviews? He's like an AI scientist. He hangs out with that podcaster guy that moved to Austin. Oh man,
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of it. He's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy. He hangs out with Zuckerberg.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Lex Friedman.
Yeah, Friedman. Thank you. That guy went over his schedule one day, and it's fascinating. Every minute is accounted for. Where he does 3 or actually 2 really intense 4-hour work periods, I think. And then he has and in between those, he has lunch, working out, things like that. And then he does one more 4-hour, I think, 4-hour session at the end. But on that one, he's allowed to have music playing and things like that. It's more relaxed, so he can kind of wind down the end of the day. But it's still a 4-hour work period. So he's doing 4, 8, 12 hours. So he's doing a long day. Maybe it's less than that. Yeah, Lex Friedman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's way too much. Like your body needs to be distracted and do dumb stuff. But if you can, that's how I look at it. Like I need to be able to goof off at some point during the day. So if I can figure out how to condense it down into a time period where I can do my most productive work, and then that rest of that time I could doodle and draw whatever I want, play with Lego or whatever, don't
Yeah.
anything silly. Like,
What does
Play with my
Narwhal
dog.
do? Silly. He goes out and like lifts logs for exercise. What do
Well,
you do? What's
he's
your
a
play?
Marine.
Are you
Yeah.
really
Am I what? No.
a Marine?
No,
Yeah,
the
I-
Marines
You
lifted
had me
logs.
going for a second. I was like,
No.
Narwhal's a Marine?
No, I did not mean to say yes to that. I'm not. No, still.
You went with it, so
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say a marine biologist or something.
No.
Yeah, I swim in the river. I like study that shit.
naked.
But yeah,
Yeah.
but it's only the last week I've been doing the schedule of I work out first thing in the morning, go to the Y early, like at 6 a.m., get back at like 7. Then I have to take a nap later in the day. But then I feel really good the rest of the day if I work out early. And so I have my 4 hours because I do I'm like that too. My 4 hours that's really good work is from 7 to 11.
There
And
you
then
go.
I'll eat lunch, I'll take a nap, I might read some comics. I might, if I have something to do, some errands or whatever. And then I kind of start winding back into some work, but a little more chill in the evening. And I'll see how much
Yeah.
I can even do. But
That's
it's
pretty much the same as I do. My evening's not nearly as productive as my morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, kind of the same schedule, honestly.
Your morning hours are, for me too. My morning hours are the most productive.
Why is that? You think that would be the wrong? I mean, when I had a job where I had to go and do tech support at Microsoft in the morning, that was like the worst.
You have the mental capacity and energy, from sleeping. So
Well, no, what I'm saying is like I can get up and I'm drawing and everything, real creative. But then like when I had a job at a movie theater, it was like getting going in the morning was like the worst thing. It was so difficult to do anything.
Yeah, it's like you got to pick one or the other. You can make night work. And I've interviewed other people, like Rini works at night and a few others. I think Phil works in
most
the
artists work at
shower.
night. It's really weird. What?
Yeah.
Who works in the shower?
Phil notoriously takes like 2-hour showers, and that's his work day.
If he did 2 of those a day, that's just 4 hours.
He does that's where he does all his thinking.
Yeah, he's like that meme,
I
like
could see
numbers.
I could see it. Like he uses his bathtub or wall as a whiteboard. So he's like sitting there sketching out his story while he's in the shower. Like,
Yeah.
What are you saying, Paul Sartre? I should be drawing? Oh, what? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Statistical 0. What do you got?
I get most done in the mornings, though some days a later night is best because everything else is quiet.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, that's
Boom, Dan, what's up?
Boom, Dan.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
How's it?
Lego.
Did I jump in at the last minute? That's my usual MO.
Yeah, we're about to leave, dude. Sorry. No.
See you later.
Yeah. I'm always curious when you pop in any updates on the old battle with cancer. Do you feel like talking about
Oh
it?
my God. How did I know you were going to bring that up?
What?
He's down to your last.
We don't have to talk about it.
Is
yeah.
this boot
That's all right.
cancer?
No.
Oh.
Give us the
It's
short version.
It's a colon.
Oh.
Yeah, colon rectal. It's yeah, it's not great. I usually have this week off where I feel pretty good, and I have to say I think they say the chemo builds as you go through the process, and I think it's finally at the point where it's going to be all the time the suck, because right now like I've got lots of like aches and pains, and I'm super tired still, even though it's my week off, so which sucks. And I still have I'm getting kind of like ended up getting problems with my feet this past week and my hands, so it's I don't know, it's been a struggle, but
Yeah.
and I go for another injection of chemo on Thursday, so and I'll be down and out for like 4 days. What's hilarious is well, they said I probably had the cancer probably for a while, maybe even like 4 years, but it slowly built. Like I was having bathroom problems basically, and it slowly built over like I would say 2 years to where by December I was having a hard time like just sitting in a chair streaming for more than like 10 minutes because I would constantly feel like I had to go use the bathroom,
Mm.
and I just didn't. I was always feeling sick and like worn out and all kinds of stuff all the time. And then I got in a car accident when I was off work one day, just randomly, and my health insurance had just gotten changed to a better health insurance, so I went and got checked out, which based on the numbers on colon cancer, especially in men, they're finding it as young as down into late 20s, early 30s, so everybody should go get checked.
Good grief.
Yeah,
Well, what do you
it
mean?
said
You
it's
got
an
into a
epidemic.
car accident, and then
I got in a car accident. I was off work. I got in a car accident. It was real bad. Totaled out my dad's car. I was driving my dad's old Jeep Cherokee, and it was like I wasn't even going that fast, but this guy like in a sports car like made a illegal left turn in front of me, and like I couldn't even stop in time. I slid right into him, and so I had to go to the hospital just to go get checked out because my legs were banged up and I had back pain. And so when I was doing that, I said, "Hey, can I get a colonoscopy because I know there's something bad going on, and I need this looked at." And so they set it up and they kind of fast tracked it at the hospital I was at the time, and then they found it. And at first they were like, "Oh, we don't think it's anything." The colorectal doctor was like, "Yeah, it's like." It's probably just hemorrhoids or something at your age because you're almost 50, like blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I was like, possibly, but I'm telling you, it's like things are not working down there right.
I thought you were going to say they checked you out and you're like, turns out you were fine in the car wreck, but
yeah, but now,
yeah,
no, it was not that at all. And unfortunately, I woke up from the anesthesia and she's like, I'm sorry. She's like, I was really off. She's like, it's real bad. And I'm like, yeah.
Oh,
and I was just like devastated.
That's interesting. The problem of how to break the news to someone.
Yeah. Well, she was really good about it. And my wife was there when it happened. Oh, she wasn't my wife at the time, but she's now. But she was there when it happened, when she gave me the news. And I was like, I just had a baby. Like, we're just starting this life. Like, I did this. I've got this new thing to get me out of like towing that I'm trying to do, which is the comic thing, like it was just like everything just collapsed in like that period of time, and it was just like, I'm probably gonna die, like this sucks. And but eventually, after a bunch of other crazy stuff happened with like oddly enough with that hospital and stuff, like weird medical shit went sideways, I ended up at this hospital called the City of Hope, which is a major cancer research hospital chain. And the one that I went to has the number one. Well, I don't know if he's the number one. He's up there with like 5 guys that are like the best guys in the country for my particular cancer. So I'm like with the best people possible. Like things just happened and it worked out the way they did. So yeah, we're just we're doing the program, we're doing the chemo. We've got 3 more rounds, which is 3 weeks each for each round, and then we do radiation where they zap the cancer tumors, and then they see where it's at then, and they decide what they're gonna scoop out. So, and then hopefully, what's that?
You mentioned your hands. I mean, I could live without my ass, but my hands.
Okay, so the situation is there's side effects from chemo. One of the major ones is like cold. So when you
low sensitivity to that stuff, right?
Yeah,
cold
it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's like Mr. Freeze, like type powers or something. It's like
wicked.
Evil. I'll drink a glass of like room temperature water that most people will be like, this is kind of like tepid. It's almost like warm. It'll go on. When I drink it, when it basically hits my tongue and it's in my mouth, it'll be the room temperature. But then when it goes to my throat, it'll instantly like freeze. Like it'll taste like I'm drinking glass. Like it's so cold.
Whoa, crazy.
Yeah. And then my feet and my hands become real sensitive to touching or walking on anything that is like not heated, basically.
Wow.
And yeah, so
that's even different than I thought. It makes it cold.
It does.
Weird.
It's really weird. But the problem is the symptoms usually only lasted like the first 4 or 5 days. Luckily, the drinking element has not lingered because I really like cold water or like ice. You know, like
Yeah.
you know, it's especially right now. It's like 1,000 degrees here in California.
Yeah.
But the temperature thing with my hands and my feet has seemed to have lingered longer. Like I still have some problems with my hands and feet, and now they're kind of becoming the sensations almost numbing on my hands and feet now. And then I ended up getting some like blisters on my feet because I walked around with these sort of like soft slipper things or whatever for a while just to like.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you should wear gloves, maybe. Like some artists wear gloves anyway.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna get you some gloves," and I was like, "I don't need gloves yet." You know, I'm kind of one of these people. It's like, "Nah, I don't need a wheelchair. I don't need gloves. I could do this." You know.
You could get a Michael Jackson glove or something.
Yeah, exactly. I'll get me some David Lopan like fingerless gloves.
Yeah.
Shit, man, I'd be like, what do you got? Give me what you got. Give me everything free. This is gonna cost me an arm and a leg. I want everything. You got some gauze in there? I'll take that.
Yeah, and that's actually right now. That's the crazy thing is I gotta start contacting unemployment and the hospital again because like a bunch of the financial aid stuff or whatever is like messed up right now, and they're like, yeah, here's your bill for your medical expenses. I was like, wait a minute, I thought we were getting this. They're like, oh no, we tried calling and couldn't get a hold of you, so we canceled that thing. And I was like, oh great, so now I gotta, so now our bill, which was $0, is now like $6,000 for all the chemo I've had for like last month.
Oof.
So been trying to do that during the day when I have energy, but I'm like I said, I'm also watching the 1-year-old who is the size of a 2.5-month-old because he's a giant. And my wife's like, those are your genes, they're not mine. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, whatever makes you feel better.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't know. He's got your feet.
Yeah,
big giant feet.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, he's huge. So I don't know. So that's what I've been doing. I don't know. I've been trying not to. I feel weird, like even talking about it a little bit. That's why I was like, I hope Narwhal just wants to talk about comics again on there. And he's like, first thing he's like, so where are we at with the cancer?
The first thing I asked.
Narwhal gets to the meat of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, great. The audience does not want to hear Dan's sad story about cancer again. They want to hear about the cool comic stuff you guys are talking about.
Now we want to hear the awesome story of you overcoming cancer. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, well, we're fighting it. I'm thinking about doing kind of like a vlog thing here pretty soon. Just talking about it because everybody's like, because I haven't really been able to draw either because it's kind of, it's also messed up my brain a little bit. Where like normally when I look at a piece of paper, I can just think of a million different things and I could see a million different things on that page to draw and I can just do it and it'll look exactly how I see it in my head. It'll just go to the paper. But now I look at everything and it's a blank page all day long. And if I try to draw something, like it looks wonky and bad proportions. It's like it's really weird.
A little out of, you were doing it like every day for a long time, right? And then suddenly there's
I mean, I was doing like
what?
I was saying I was doing like it was a boop?
Yeah, I just heard a boop, I think.
Oh,
okay. But yeah, I was drawing like 14 pages in a day. Like that was like for me, like feeling good.
Holy
and now
smokes.
I'm like, I'm lucky if I could get like a panel out or something, like or a head.
Him saying that makes me sick. Kelsey.
Did you say 14 pages a day?
Yeah, I did Goblin Girl, the 80-page book. I did that in like 2.5 weeks.
That's so epic.
So
yeah, it is.
Like,
I can't even wrap my brain around that.
It's frustrating. So can you imagine going from that to not only being able to maybe draw a head right? Like it is. I don't know, man. It's crippling.
Wait a minute. Okay, so that's like a page every half an hour or something, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. It takes. I'll do all the line art stuff in about that amount of time, and then I can I can do, depending on the complexity of the panels, I can do somewhere between 6 to maybe 8 pages of gray toning of all the pages.
It's like a brilliant mind, Kelsey.
It's
Yeah. Are you doing? I mean, are you doing anything else? Do you stop to eat? I mean,
yeah, I'll eat and stuff, and I'll be live streaming and the whole deal.
that's insane. I
Yeah,
mean, I've
that's
heard
why I was
that-
like, you guys earlier were like, yeah, 4 hours is your peak, and I was like, damn, like fucking, I can go for like 12 hours sometimes. Like Leah usually has to go, babe, are you gonna join the rest of the family soon? And I'm just like, yeah, babe, just one more panel.
Well, I mean, I used to be like that in my 20s. I mean, the most I did was probably 7 pages in a day. I think that might be my height. But that's like color and everything, but still, I mean, that's super simple animation kind of looking stuff. So, I just can't imagine doing your stuff. 14 pages a day.
Yeah, my stuff is kind of animation looking. It's not real. I don't think it's really complex.
He's a
Your
unicorn.
color is though. What, Chad?
He's a unicorn.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, not even Japanese guys do like 5 pages a day, and not many more than that.
What? They do 5 a day?
Yeah.
A lot of them do. Yeah.
But you got to understand, they got somebody drawing the backgrounds and doing the effects.
Oh, somebody
Well, like-
suggested that I should hire an assistant to just draw backgrounds instead of a colorist, just for like an experiment. I was like,
You
I would
could.
do that, but you got to find the right person. But I'm like, I will totally do that. That'd be
You gotta
fun.
pay.
Like Gerhard
Yeah.
for Dave Sim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, he was so
But
good.
that's kind of
Dude.
different too.
Yeah. Val Schnitzel says, when will Earthbound be available in digital form? Those in Europe need it. Yeah, I hear you. I maybe should have even done that this time, but I didn't. But
So-
I will do it next time.
I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
We were talking on my show today about digital, and I get this question a lot, and the thought popped into my head that, like, what if you offered the digital, but you didn't release it until after
I'll be
you
right back.
fulfilled? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
or is it just a problem overall? It's like they're going to get it, pirated at all, or maybe, I think it was like about spoilers, about early advanced copies or whatever. So like if you waited until you fulfilled everything else and then you unlock the digital,
Do you do
is that
digital
an option?
novel?
Yeah,
I did it on Cerberus, and it didn't sell as much as I thought. I was like, maybe it's not even worth doing digital because it got maybe 20 backers. But I mean, those are 20 backers that they want to read it and they don't want to pay a lot of shipping. So that's still worth offering. But I'm like, that is not a big part of our business, really. We kind of sell to people who want the books in their hand. It feels like that's like a Comics Gate kind of thing.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
You said our business. Who else in your business, Narwhal?
When I say our, I mean I was kind of like us.
the
Oh,
royal
okay.
we. Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah, I was
Amazing.
speaking for you.
Okay. No, yeah, nobody's pirated Cyberfrog yet.
Yeah.
But
Have they
You know-
done digital?
You know what happened to Eric July? Like they were pirating it so they could say it sucked. They read it
Right.
and say it sucks
yeah,
or whatever.
they were doing it to be jerks.
Yeah, I remembered that happened to Earthbound 1 randomly, just one guy, but it like that happens, and I remember it happened to me of all people. I'm nowhere near that level of Eric July, but I had one guy pirate it and give like an annoying review, like when he even said it was okay, but I was like, fuck you, dude, it's good, fuck you. But he's like, it's okay, it's a little perverted, and I'm like, you freaking stole it so you could just talk shit or whatever, and it made me mad. So I relate to Eric July.
Well, there's some interesting comments. Moromi says digital doesn't make sense for crowdfunding. It's like taking a cut in production costs.
Yeah.
My homie Ellie Munoz says my plan is releasing digital, so is to watermark it. Can barely see with the software.
Well, there is one.
Fine.
Gosh, I can't remember the name of it. There's and I've sold stuff digitally through them, and I can't even remember their name all of a sudden. But they watermark every PDF they sell of your book is watermarked as a unique user, so you can see exactly who bought it and downloaded it.
Yeah, that's cool.
And pirated it, put it out for pirating. See,
Well, I know a lot of people have a problem with digital. I'm seeing a lot of people, but this is specifically for people that have a hard time getting the books. So I mean, people overseas, people don't like books. I don't know. There's got to be people out there just beyond, just want to read a story.
Gumroad is who I was talking about. But
so
Cyberfrog hasn't been pirated. But if you look at it, every time Pete Sametti's put his books up digitally on his site, they've been pirated as well. And yes, they've dropped onto Russian pirate sites. Anytime somebody would do Comixology, they're up that very day on pirate sites. Every time Brian Pulido fulfilled his digital perk to his backers on Lady Death and all his other books, they're always on the pirate sites that day. So somebody is buying them and just sharing it with everybody.
How do they do that? I mean, there's so much stuff. You wouldn't believe. I mean, I go look because sometimes I can't get a book. A lot of times you get stuff from other countries. I'll go look for that stuff. What did it say, Narwhal? I relate to Eric.
Do you guys know the Canadian guy? What's his name? Starts with M. The president.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, the president.
Dale Keown.
No.
Dale Keown.
Yeah. Shoot, I just thought it and I lost it. Everyone
President
knows
Keown.
What's his name?
This new guy that's now saying he's gay now, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah. I almost said Macron, but that's the.
No, that's French, and they're gay together. But what's the Canadian guy's name?
They're gay. He's gay with the French president.
And chat, help me out. Anyway,
I can't believe chat hasn't picked this up yet.
I can't believe I forgot. I had it and I forgot. What's
I keep wanting to say Moscone, but that's the
Trudeau.
That's the
Trudeau. Thank you, the guy in his room. Thank you.
Anyway, thanks, the guy in his room. Trudeau has that picture where he's in blackface, and I'm like, that's me.
Oh.
Wait, what? Why? Because you're what?
Because I relate to Eric July.
Oh, I see.
Trudeau also has pictures of him in Nazi SS uniforms as well.
Oh yeah,
Trudeau, as somebody else mentioned.
Quite a character.
Yeah, real quick, Jim Crocs, tell me about Grand Prix. Can I ignore it until you do a collected version? Yeah, it'll be more like how the first one was released after 3 editions. They're all double issues. Those will make one trade, and campaign will be like next spring, next summer. And that's definitely one, like a big one you want to pick up. So then the floppy is kind of fun to get if you want to get the story early. They're printed a little bigger with full bleed and stuff like that. They're in the different covers, and so it's just for that reason, really.
Hey, fellers, I hate to do this, but I got a jet. I got a few things I got to finish.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I gotta go to bed.
No problem, Kelsey. I'm glad you popped in. I was going to say.
I'm glad I finally got to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man. I hope you get better, man.
Thank you.
Listening for your what is it called? A video blog that you're going to do. I think that'd be great, honestly, because there's probably people that need to hear this stuff. Go get checked out.
Yes.
Is there such thing as a posthumous N-word pass? Because I went through a phase as a early teenager.
Never. They'll dig up and desecrate your grave. That's
oh my God.
You went through a phase, Narwhal, where you said it all the time?
Where I thought it was funny.
Were you one of those kids on the video games that just says it like when you're trying to like enjoy your video game and you're driving backwards on the racetrack saying the N-word over and over?
Yeah, all my friends were.
Just being a troll.
I don't know if I ever did that too bad.
I went through a phase where I would always say, "What's up, Mahonky?"
Yeah.
And I also want to mention for Kelsey Leaves, that Visions cover that I did for Visions 2.
Oh yeah.
You were the fire under my ass to get that piece to look the way it did, because I was this has got to be as good as Kelsey's piece from the last book. I was like, it's got to be better than that, because that was like one of my favorite pieces of that book.
I made my boobs extra big in this new one just because of you in there. So
wow.
I had to compete. I still don't think I got anywhere close, but
I've destroyed you and Irene now, evidently.
Now, if we could just get the Jimmy Reyes.
Oh my God.
Get him to draw his boobs bigger.
Exactly.
He's pretty good. Let's just let him do his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jane. I'm gonna take off.
All
Great
right, good
seeing
night,
you.
Jesse. Thank
See
you
ya.
so much for popping in.
No problem. Later.
See ya. Oh, you guys, I was hanging with my buddy, and he was playing. He has a family, and they just had modern music playing from like iPad or whatever. And this
Mhm.
song came on. I was like, "This song is jamming. What's this? This song's sweet." And they're like, "It's Travis Scott." And I'm like, "Oh, he's the guy who had the concert that was like the satanic ritual that a bunch of people got trampled and sacrificed."
Right.
And so I listened to it again. And I was like, "Yep, that's a freaking great song." So he's good, makes good music, but I don't know. He's got the deal with the devil going on.
I'm digging that new guy, Nathan Oliver.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's cool too. He did the
Yep.
country song "Richmond from Richmond." Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Jose Garcia. Jose popped in the chat real quick, maybe, or maybe I just saw his name. But I do want to stream with him, and I've been meaning to. We'll get it done soon.
Get him in here.
Yeah, I'll send the link if he's around. Yeah. 1 second while I do that. Irene should pop in pretty soon here too, I think.
Oh,
'cause we got
good.
some people.
Where's she at?
I don't know. She's just around, or will be around. I think she's just working.
She's just getting her day started.
Yeah.
She's just waking up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Getting her hoo-hoo on her face.
Oh my
I always
God.
call it hoo-hoo when I was a kid.
That's funny.
Well, the reason being is like I always called lipstick hoo-hoo when I was little, and everybody went, "Well, why do you call it that?" And I would say, "Well, because when a girl waves at you and goes hoo-hoo, like yoo-hoo."
My God.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say it sounds the album I heard, this new one, Utopia, it sounds like the new Kanye West, the extension. It's like
So
it's so good.
he's the anti of Kanye then.
Yeah, who, Travis Scott?
Yeah, if Kanye is like about heaven and angels, you know.
Yeah, the new, that is funny that they're both like the devil and angel on your shoulder.
Yeah. Maybe they planned it that way.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna like have like an Armageddon, like, and it's an album. And
Sorry.
Yeah. If they're on TV, they're mostly satanic. I've started calling the satanic system. I don't know if other people do this, but it's whatever is like the way they anoint it to get it in front of more people than it would naturally. Because we can kind of see the natural spread of information is a little bit more like you might get like a million, even that's like high end, even like 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and people are watching you and you're making some good money and you have your audience, but you don't get 100 million or 1 billion people watching you. And the only way that happens is with the satanic system, it seems like. But
thank you to whoever backed me just now. I appreciate
nice. Chad Townsend in the house.
Weird.
Narwhal
it. I
nudge.
got that narwhal bump already.
Double nudge. we're double nudging Boob Dan right now.
Yeah. We're punching those boob bags.
They call that the Eiffel Tower. You guys ever heard of that?
Oh my God.
Is that a Diaz and Cecil thing?
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Malin, what's up? Malin's in the chat. What's he saying finally about?
Finally.
I'll send
Finally, it happened to me.
Finally.
Yeah.
Feeling emotion.
Yeah.
And
Man, and anybody wants that Goblin Girl cover or that Variant Dale Keown cover, they should get out there because Malin may shut that stuff down in a couple days.
Yeah.
The godlike Variant campaign, Brad.
He's got 3 days on his campaign.
Oh yeah, we can promote that.
So is he going in demand or is he gonna just
Don't know.
shut it down?
My communications with Malin is like most people's communications with your boy Zach. Occasionally, he will retweet something that I tweet positively about the book, but other than that, I don't know. Like, I don't even know if I get a comp copy, so I'm probably gonna buy my own.
I would have liked to have done a piece for it because he did mention me doing
Have you-
one, but But I
I
don't
mean, there
have.
was room left.
That's true, but I don't have a female character like in my lineup that's worthy of anything right now. And I asked Malin, I'm like, "You got one?" He goes, "I wish." I'm like, "Well, damn it, I would have done yours, you know."
Well, why don't you? I don't know. I was gonna say you could make a new character that's female and
I
premiere her
might,
in the book.
I might make her look like Witchblade and put it up.
There you go. And just have the Phantom in the background there.
Yeah, he's just like off. He's like really tiny in the behind me or the behind her.
Because I have all kinds of characters in mind.
Heck yeah, you do. Like you went all out.
Yeah, I was like, it was my mission to impress John, and then, like I said, I had to do something that was to the level of something Kelsey would have done, or better. And then it became like, I need to make this the best thing possible that could ever be in this book. And then Billy colored it, and I was like, Billy, these colors aren't good enough. And Billy's like, what? I just spent 48 hours.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
Ooh.
hello.
Hi.
And then he delivered gold.
What? Where's the
Speaking of
energy,
gold.
Irene?
You broke your mic.
I know you
Yeah.
broke.
Did I?
She like
What did I
she
do?
like froze like Max Headroom.
Well, no,
Oh.
it muffled itself out on purpose. Like,
Oh, I've done that a couple of times. Hi, everybody. What's up?
Hello.
What's up?
You
Yeah.
broke your
yeah,
mic
did
again.
it. Yeah,
It
your mic
Kelsey
is,
on
like,
here,
muted.
and I had a quiet minute at the house here, and I was like, maybe I could pop in real quick and do this. But it's getting loud again, so I might end up having to leave.
At your house, you mean?
Yeah, and the baby's actually cleaning up the room, which is unusual.
What?
Wow.
What?
Yeah,
Isn't that
yeah.
slave labor, child
That
labor?
never happens.
I don't know. He's putting all his things away. Like, it's very unusual. He's doing all kinds of weird things lately, like putting everything away, wanting to eat his diaper after I change it.
Ugh.
Well, that's probably pretty normal for a baby, though. To be fair.
Oh, now he's taking it all out again. He heard me say that. He's like, fine.
He's like, you told on me.
What do
I
you mean,
did.
my beautiful?
I don't like being yelled at and screamed at and angered when I'm got a dirty diaper and he's trying to get it from me. It's like the worst. I'm like, no, dude, you're not eating this.
Oh, God.
And he's like, if
Oh,
it's good enough for the dog, it's good enough for me.
No.
Yeah. So
You
many
must
times
train
I've
him
come
to be better.
and the dog has like cleaned that diaper out.
Oh!
Oof. Just like,
Chaz,
you're
my mic
disgusting.
is dropping out. Is it?
It is a little
I
bit.
think it
When
might be
you-
better now.
Only when you
And we
yell.
got some your fam in the background. That's
Oh, right. Let me turn
the
this
drama.
Only when you get loud, it drops out.
off. Okay. Like this?
Yep, just like
Okay.
that.
Is it doing that? Is it like programmed? Yeah.
It could be
That's
an option.
weird.
They did do an update.
It's like It's like now whenever you screech,
Oh.
it will automatically mute, so it won't hurt people's ears, and that Rini accidentally triggers it the entire time now.
StreamYard made this just to fight me. I'm personally offended. No, I turned off it's probably the cancel background noise thingy majig. I turned that off. I'm not
Emotional
background
damage.
noise. I'm just loud.
That's right. I'm
It was
proud.
confused. The AI that tries to listen to your voice.
Yeah.
Irene brings you emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Everybody did it at the same time. Emotional damage.
We got 128 people watching. Rini, you just missed Kelsey.
Sweet.
That was a good one.
Oh, I miss
So
Kelsey.
let's check your campaign now, Narwhal. Have we reached 100 backers?
Yeah, let's see.
We
I will update
bound.
it.
We're bound.
We
Earthbound.
get the
should
sweet,
do
sweet
it.
dopamine when it hits 100.
Ooh, 96.
4 to
Ooh.
go. 133.
More.
Who hasn't backed it? Anyone interested in getting a little sweet, sweet dopamine straight to my face? Let's do it.
Oh, sweet, sweet dopamine.
Give me that
No.
sweet, sweet dopamine.
I think there's also 4 more days on that Romulus Second
Hi.
Chance campaign as well.
Well.
They should back that
too.
as well.
If we get
Get
to 100 backers,
both of them.
I will drink. How about that?
Hey,
Oh.
Sure
Oh,
that-
that's some good incentive.
So let's go. Come on, anybody in the chat hasn't backed yet? Back
I'll
it
pop
out.
former
I'll pop pills.
former
with
backers.
coffee.
No, pop pills. I'll drink. I'll drink a lot. Come on, everybody. Everybody.
Yeah.
everybody in the house.
I just mailed out a bunch of books. That's why I was busy.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I drove to post office at like 10:30, and I just like they're gonna wake up to a pile of like a giant pile of books in their deposit area. Because
Are you fulfilling your own campaign, or this like special orders?
No. The store orders are fulfilled by me.
Oh, cool.
Like the RJ fulfills the campaign, I fulfill the store orders. It's like it's complicated. It's like the merch is direct from factory, but the books ordered on the store are from me, and then the campaign is fulfilled by RJ. I'm like, maybe I should do a chart explaining like where everything is fulfilled. For more importantly, I want to do a chart explaining like which covers are which edition from which campaign. I feel like that would be useful too, because people seem confused. Anyways, I just shipped out a bunch of books, so I'm done. I'm caught up. All store orders for Fiendish are shipped. Thank you.
That's until you get a bunch more. and
Yeah.
It happens again.
Yeah, now it's all pre-orders because I'm out of. Well, I might have a few more, but just to be safe, so I can have books for the Chapter 2 campaign. It's pre-orders. Yeah. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to make.
Oh, so on your story, you're not even selling any more books right now?
I'm taking pre-orders.
Gotcha. Oh
'Cause
yeah.
I'm like, let me be an actual business person and be like, I can take pre-orders. You're just gonna have to wait a few months.
Yeah,
You
because
know,
what I
we gotta
wouldn't want to do
tease.
is where it's like trickling in. So you get like 2 sales, and you go and ship them out. You get 2 more, you
Mhm.
ship it out, and you're like, oh dang, all I'm doing is driving back and forth to the post office. So I'm like, what would you do? take pre-orders and like do it all at once.
I tend to do it all at once just because it's like, I don't know, when I pack books, I need to like just be in the headspace. It's like when I'm in the headspace of drawing, it's really annoying for me to pack books. So it's like every couple weeks I'll go, okay, I've got a bunch of shit to ship. Let me go and like just cut tape for like 3 hours. And it takes forever because I'm really perfectionist about it. It has to be taped neatly and perfectly, so it takes forever.
Do you ever tape it up and then see that a bunch of your like hair and fingernails are under the tape?
Wait, how did you
I gotta do
know?
it again.
How did you know?
Cat hair, you know.
Yeah.
No cat hair. It's just my. Do you know how
Okay.
much of this gets around the house? It's like I don't know how I still have hair left.
You're like, do I have a dog? Oh no, that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
What do you have to clean like your shower? You get like a hook and send it down or whatever, pull up a bunch.
No, I have a drain cap. I already learned I learned that lesson a long time ago.
Yeah.
Shower squeegee.
Yeah. It's like a cap that goes over the drain. This is what long hair people have to learn. It's very annoying. No fingernails though. No.
Oh yeah, that's some cleanliness right there. That's good. Sometimes I'll do if I have like hair or whatever underneath the tape, I just mark it with a Sharpie so no one can see it.
Oh really? No, I have to like. Actually, I'm pretty neat. It's usually like dust or something, but I'll like. Oh no, I have to like do surgery and cut it up and.
Yeah. I don't really like it when you see your fingerprint, you know, it's like you touch the tape and then your fingerprint, you put that down and you're like,
well, if you like rub it, so I use like the back like edge of a scissor and just like extra smooth it out.
Oh,
not that kind of rub.
The tricks.
No. Yes,
so you have some experience with shipping then. It's good to keep just have a little bit of that to like humble us, because it is like kind of interesting work that we all have to do, because you did the first campaign yourself entirely and it was insane,
I did.
right?
It was hell. It was horrible.
Jet Jaguar has a question for Rini.
Oh, what's the question? Oh, well, I'm sure you've shipped more books than me though, like total, because you've done so many campaigns.
Yeah, I still do it. My parents help me, and sometimes friends will help me, so I get help. If it was just me, and you, I mean, you got help too, but I can't do it if it's just me. Then it's like insane. But.
Yeah, I got a little bit of help, but out of like the 4 friends that were gonna be here, only 1 came. That was the problem.
Yeah,
That's fine. It's fine. I'm not bitter.
yeah. See, we could even get like a
Prix.
flying system. Like you could fly in some people to help or whatever.
Oh yeah. I'll fry. The Asian accent came out, guys.
I will fried rice you. Would you like some chicken chowder?
But then, if I do it, then rumors will start. Irene's flying in people to her house. Anyway, it's the internet. Do you get more backers?
It's at 99.
Yes! One more. Hold on, I'm gonna
Oh my God.
That's the energy right there.
Let's go.
Get the good stuff with the absinthe in it, you know?
Right.
I haven't wound down yet.
I got a refund though. Oh.
No.
They're refunding
Damn
you
it.
back at a higher tier.
I think it is.
Right? That's
Oh,
exactly
look at
that's
that. It's crazy.
Woo!
You see that? That was the
Do you have a thing to
sweet
play?
dopamine.
Yeah.
It went from 99 to 100. I can't believe it.
Oh,
It's hitting
you need to
me hard.
play the cat video. Do you have the cat video?
Let me see. What kind of videos do I have?
You gotta play. If you don't have the cat video, I have it.
I have this one.
I almost died in the middle of nowhere in Florida. So I drove 7 hours from Atlanta, and I was like, I can make it. It's fine. I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait till the gas is at like 2 bars, and I'm gonna go get gas. So I pulled over to get gas, and I discovered Florida gas stations close at night. So I drove around to like 3 towns. I just went way off the highway, searching for a fucking open gas station for like almost an hour, and I was like, I'm gonna run out of gas and die because it wasn't just.
Hi, morning. Now single-handedly keeping the handheld camera business afloat.
Well,
right.
that was all just me complaining. So
Great celebration
Yeah,
video.
We didn't
That was-
finish
yeah.
the story.
I feel like that wasn't a celebration video. Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
got cut off because I was just being annoying. Look, do you want the cat video? I can share the cat video for you so you can have a proper celebration.
Yeah. How do we even do that through the live stream? You like
well-
email it to me and then I download it?
I
upload
think
it?
I think I can just share it. Give me un momento, por favor. Let me
Okay.
see if I got this. I think this is it. All right, there we go.
Oh.
Yay!
Is it cutting out for you?
Oh, it's cutting out. Oh, bummer. Whatever. A million
It's for their backers. The origin of the universe. Fist pump. I am that cat. Oh, that is me.
Oh, atomic cat.
Yay! Okay,
That
I
is
don't like
me.
cutting out. Anyways, it was janky, but it worked. Woo! All right, let me get my booze.
Okay.
You guys
Yeah,
want
when
me
it
to
gets
drink? You guys, I have a lot. I have wine. I have a
Powerful.
little whiskey.
You drink what you want to drink.
yeah, what do you
I drink
feel?
whiskey. It's more celebratory. I'll be back.
Nice.
All right.
Little wask.
I'm cutting down for a while.
Yeah.
After hanging out with Cecil and Biggins over the weekend, like just one night,
Yeah.
I need to like have a break.
Did you stay up till like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m.?
Easily.
Yeah, that always happens. It was a fun experience to do that.
Yeah.
I have just been I drank at Tampa, and I haven't been drinking the past 4 years. I'm like, I think I'm going to drink a little bit every time I fly to a convention because it's just a little funner to cut loose completely, kind of.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cutting myself off for about 3 weeks until the next get together.
Already,
Nice.
I went like a week without drinking after Tampa because I was like, let's try to not die.
Yep,
But now I'm back.
back and stronger than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drinking was like it. Tampa was a good argument for how great drinking can be too, because it like it's just fun. It makes you stay up all night with friends and stuff.
Heck yeah.
Look, corgi. It's my
Oh,
corgi.
cute.
And wait, look at the back. Look at the back.
It's
Hold
the
on.
only pets
I make you.
Rini has.
It's the corgi butt. And here's the front.
Nice.
It's so cute.
Cute.
I love it.
Splish splash.
So are you gonna
splish,
drink
splash.
out of the butt end? No.
Sippy sip.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nero Alexander Mabear, Narwhal, Irene, Dad, Dan, Chad, Joe, and Jason. Please read the manhwa Marshall Peak. I doubt any of you can, but if you did, it would be hilarious. It puts Tolkien, DBZ, Chuck Norris, Godzilla, and Berserk to shame,
What?
among others.
What is this blasphemy?
I will check it out. It's
That sounds really
Korean
strange.
manhwa.
Who put
Yeah.
Tolkien to shame? How dare you?
I'll look it up. I'll see.
Let's
Sure,
see.
check
Marshall
it out.
Peak.
I
Yep.
fucking doubt it.
I
I will check
spent-
it out though.
I spent 3 years working in Seoul off and on.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
It was a lot of
Do you,
fun.
do you drink any soju?
Lots of soju. In fact, it's not easy to get here so much unless you go to some specific Korean restaurants or grocery stores. But yeah, I love this stuff.
Nice. It's like they're 40, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I was like American homeless men, if they knew about soju, they would be drinking it. But they don't
Right?
even know. Yeah.
Yeah, you got me thinking. There's a famous Korean artist that I met, and I'm drawing a blank on his name, and I got a lot of his art books signed while I was there.
Yeah. Is it the guy who passed away? Who's like super
No,
famous?
no, I will come up with it. I might have to turn my camera off and take a look around here.
Yeah. Who was the one guy who passed away? It was
I can't remember. It was a fan. Dan was a fan of him. I mean,
Yeah, I
he's
have-
pretty amazing.
I have some original art by him. He was crazy good. I went
What-
with Dan Frega to a place in downtown LA where they did like it was him and this other sculptor guy named Simon Lee, and they both like did live performances of creating their art or whatever. Like Simon Lee does stuff with sculpture like he did with
Oh,
drawing, basically.
I just remembered the guy's name. I met Hyun
There it
Tae
is.
Kim.
oh cool.
Kim Hyun Tae. Yeah,
Yes.
Kim Jung Gi is the other. That's the one.
I went and hang
they're
out
best
and
friends.
had soju with him and dinner, and
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah, and I got a bunch of his art books signed, and I've got them somewhere around here.
Yeah, there's
But,
a lot of really really good artists in Korean comics.
Heck yeah.
It's crazy. Games and animation too. Like Korea is interesting. It's like the way I see it, China has a lot of really good artists, but they don't have like the creativity. I'm not being insulting. It's just because of the censorship. Japan has a lot of creativity, but like their industry is like, let's slam it out, right? And Korea is like in between.
Mm.
They're
For a
saying-
while,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say for a while, Korea was like making really good movies, and it was kind of because they were behind America, so they were influenced by like '90s film, and so then the Korea from like 2000, 2010, even 2015 was making like super amazing movies when America was kind of making kind of crappy movies.
There's a
Mhm.
reason too. The Korean government had a lot of incentives that they would pay 50% of the budget themselves. The government would give movie studios
cool.
that money. So it didn't matter if you're American, Korean, or whatever. If you made movies in Korea, they would pay 50% of your cost.
Yeah,
So-
that's a good idea. America should do that.
But Kim
You're up,
Jong
follow-
Gi was the guy, I believe.
Yeah. Irene, have you ever been to Korea?
No, I haven't. I've been to the airport technically, but you know.
Yeah.
Which airport?
Incheon?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
it's
where-
a stopover on the way to Taiwan all the time.
That's where MacArthur landed when America helped Korea during the war.
Oh, yeah. I do want to go. I just never really have a reason. Yeah, I guess I know people there, so that's the reason. See, I don't take vacations. Conventions are my vacations.
Mhm.
Right. I also met Makoto Shinkai at that time too, and got to hang out with him a little bit.
Oh man.
I had his actual hard drive for Voices of Distant Star with all his art files on it at
What
one
the
point.
What? How did
Because
you get that?
Because I was working for an American company, Japanese company that was doing sub and dub in the US. That's how I ended up in Houston. And they were doing a version of Voices of a Distant Star, and they wanted to pull off of the actual files. And yeah, so I actually had in my possession his hard drive with
Oh my
everything.
god. That's
Like,
crazy.
Yeah, it was really amazing to just sit and open up PSDs and study his paintings and stuff.
Oh wow.
That
Korea
guy's a-
must have sorry.
What? No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask, Korea has some conventions too, right? That could
Yep.
be a good excuse. Yeah, cool.
We'll do a CG meetup in Korea.
Yeah, let's go. I don't know. I would love to, but I don't know how many other people would fly halfway across.
Nobody
the world.
nobody there would show up for us, but you know.
You never
just-
know. You never know. Yo, if you guys want to do cons, so when I was living in Taiwan, I mean, I guess I knew there were cons in Korea, but I don't know as many people there. I know a lot of people in Japan, so I would go there, and I did Tokyo Comic Con and like a smaller convention that was for foreigners, organized locally, but it was like specific for foreigners. And Tokyo Comic Con is like Comic Con, but in Japan. So it's not like Comic-Con. You know how Japan has Japanese style conventions where there are essentially doujinshi and they're more like doujinshi cons. That's what Comic-Con and Fumi-Con is like, and they have a bunch of doujin cons everywhere. Oh,
Which
sorry.
is basically comics, fan-made comics of famous characters, doujinshi, right?
Right. Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
I should explain this. Yeah, they're fan-made. So Japan, it's weird. They have really strict copyright laws, except for doujinshi. They're very open to fans making their own comics of famous characters. So like, I went to Comic-Con once, and like the minute I walk in, it was like fan BL comics of like Deadpool and Spider-Man or something.
Wow.
So I mean, but they don't make that stuff official. They're like, this is fan stuff, and we're fine if you share it and make money off. Except in America, they make it mainstream, so that's a different story. But they also have all kinds of other stuff. Like they'll have fan comics. Like people will do, I don't know, like what if FMA took place in Asia or something like
Right.
that, and a fan makes their own comic of it. So that's what Japanese conventions are like. They're like ashcan shows.
Right.
But then Tokyo Comic Con, which takes place in Chiba, which is kind of a suburb of Tokyo. It's an American style show, and they invite American artists, and I went a couple of times. And so
Neat.
like the big companies would go. I don't know if they would still go, but they'll have like Marvel and DC. But they actually had a pretty decent artist out. They would treat artists really well because it's Japan, and they actually respect artists. And I would like do bangers there. I would the money was great, but more importantly, like it was genuinely really fun to be in this culture where people genuinely respected comics. It was so different than being in a show in America where, of course, the comic fans respect comics and they love what we do, but it's sort of like how shows here are keep on not being about comics. I think in Japan, it just felt like people really admired the craft, and I just love that so much. Also, everyone is so polite. Japan's awesome. So anyways, if you guys ever go to Japan, if you guys want to check out Tokyo Comic Con, which is like October, November, you should
So you're saying is
Yeah.
we have a chance.
Yeah.
I
they
think
read
we
English?
do.
Do it.
It's
Are there
really
enough
just
English readers there.
that's the problem. But we also honestly, if we wanted to break into Asia, it's either Japan or Korea. And what I have noticed is Twitter's, besides from the West, the most online user base on Twitter specifically is Japanese. Like Chinese people and Korean people. A lot of Korean people use Twitter, but mostly it's a lot of Japanese people and a lot of Japanese artists are on Twitter. So I think with that avenue, that's a great marketing tool because the rest of Asia uses different social media, like WeChat and Line. Line is really big in the rest of Asia. Like in Taiwan, nobody uses Twitter; they use Line. So and also Japanese Twitter is base as hell. I love it. So I do think we have inroad. It's just a language barrier. So yeah, we should try. I want CG to go international. I've been sitting on a translation of Fiendish. I just haven't had time to put it out. Well, more importantly, I haven't really figured out a way to publish it overseas.
What's it
I don't know.
translated to Japanese?
Japanese, yeah, Japanese. And
Nice.
I can do I've been working on a Chinese translation too, but it's more of, well, I don't really know what avenue to put it out on. Like, I don't think it's quite, they don't really have crowdfunding in Asia, and doing a whole print run on my own. I mean, I guess I can go to a publisher, but I also don't think my stuff fits their domestic publishing models. So it's like either I do a print run on my own and like directly sell to stores, or put it on a digital platform. But I'm also worried about that. So I don't really know how to present my work, which is very American style. But the people read comics all there, like regular people read comics. So I just
Shonen.
I think if we figure it out, it'll be great.
Shonen now has their version of oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. What's the big free manga, like Tapas and the other one? What's the other?
Shonen Jump.
Yeah, well, but Tapas and then
Webtoon or
Webtoons. But there's a Japanese one that Shonen started for people to upload their books to, and if you get a particular amount of views, they will actually give you a publishing deal through Shonen. You can actually compete. And it's been out for about a year now. And then in Europe has a crowdfunding site like Zoop that's been around way longer than Zoop, that called the Spaceman Project, and they will help you get funded, and they will translate into like 3-4 different languages, print and distribute, and get your stuff into comic shops there as well. So you get kind of like a publishing deal out of it, and you receive money and royalties off of your every copy that's ever sold. So if they keep it in print. So Spaceman Project.
How has that worked for other Americans breaking into manga? Has anyone done it and got success?
Yes.
Okay.
Really?
To compete with One Piece, even, like One Piece had 500 million sales or something.
Like you can, like some people have broken in and sold their own characters, but these guys, have you seen this one, Apple Black? They actually started publishing their own manga and broke into the Japanese market over there and the US. They're in all the Barnes and Noble right now.
Cool.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're called Saturday. Let's see. Their company is called Saturday AM. But yeah, this guy lives in Dallas, this artist.
Hell Dillard.
Cool. Hell Dillard. That's interesting. So I've heard I've considered, and I know some people who are considering going directly to a distributor, and instead of going to a manga company, just going to a book distributor and a book publisher, and going that could distribute overseas and going that route. So that's another route. But I do think, of course, after the crowdfunding, so the crowdfunding comes first. But I'm thinking of the books after they're already out.
Right.
Then I'd like to expand, and I think that's a great way to expand our market. Also, South America. We should be thinking about South America. That would be much easier for us. I don't know, feel like Yeah. There's actually, so I went to Colombia for a con last year, and it was great. Like, it was like people there seriously love comics, and there's a pretty. I wouldn't say big because it's not mainstream there. They don't have a domestic market, but there were tons of people self-publishing their comics, like full comic series that were self-published. People just print it themselves, and they had like I have one series from a friend. It's like 5-6 issues. Let me see. Let me pull it out. Here, this one that's for my friend Andres. Look, this whole thing, he published it himself. Oh, Elemental is another one, but this is Condenarum, and this is by another friend. There's another issue somewhere, but this is self-published, and it's all American style because people in South America read European and American. Well, they read everything. They read American, European comics, and manga, but they don't really have a domestic market. But there's kind of like a burgeoning indie scene there. And I think the thing that's a barrier between us is, again, a language market. Hold on, look at this art. It's fucking great.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah, and they're seriously good artists too. So it's just the market, the opportunities they have, and the language barrier. But I think if we made Spanish versions of our work, absolutely it would sell. Like, people drank up Fiendish, and I mean I only had an English version. People were still buying it. It was really cool.
I'm gonna have El Negro Fantismo. Or Fantismo Negro in South America.
Perfect.
Yep.
You'll sell out.
Yeah.
Like, perfect.
That's it. I'm ready.
That's it. Yeah.
What language do they speak in Colombia? Is it Espanol? Or
Spanish. It's Spanish everywhere but Brazil. Brazil speaks Portuguese.
Okay. Yeah, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mexico has a bunch of good comic artists too, but I don't read their comics. I just see them on Twitter. I follow a few. They're really good. So
yeah. Just also South America also has a lot of good artists. I think it's just they don't really have the same opportunities. But I mean, they're good artists all over the world. It's just, I don't know. I'm glad I'm American. I feel like all the entrepreneurship is here. That's why I moved back.
Yeah,
it's really different. It makes a huge difference. Yeah.
Mark Millar was tweeting about that and asking about it, and it seemed like, I think his conclusion was Italy is champion right now, the best artists.
I could see that. Artists. Yeah, Italy has always kind of just, I don't know what's up with the Italian brain. They're just really good at art.
Yeah, they've always been like that. They make good movies. They make really good, like, weird horror movies in the 70s even.
Mm-hmm.
And westerns.
I like how we're really diving in deep into comics right now.
That's what we're supposed to do.
I know, but this is like really good conversation.
Yeah,
I dig it.
Deep dive.
This is our living. We should be diving in deep and thinking about this stuff. Jose Garcia's in the chat. What's up? He says he's seen in Mexico as well. Yeah, come in, Jose.
Yeah, Jose, I sent the link if you're free. He's in similar time zones to us, apparently.
However, the Vox. I haven't heard about my sketch or my book. Hopefully, he's getting them soon.
Oh,
wait a minute. Are you?
Check my DMs to see if he's messaged me.
Who's sketching for who?
Publicly negging Jose?
I'm not negging at all. I just saw that he was fulfilling, and I was like, oh shit. Like, I don't know if I was supposed to tell him what I wanted him to draw or what. Because I backed a drawing here on his campaign. But I did the same thing for Art to Bear as well. I bought some original art and haven't heard about that either. But I know I think he's still working on the book. So
yeah,
I gotta tell you guys a quick Jose story. He drew one comic that I wrote. It was Matthew Fowler hired me, Baron, Clint Stoker, Vaughn, and maybe that's it. Sorry if I forgot someone. But we all wrote a single issue for Tiger Blue 2, and then they all get put together in the big book. Jose drew all of them.
Right.
So Jose drew mine. Yeah, and it was really fun working with Jose. He's like awesome, and he's so professional and fast and talented. And then Fowler was at a convention last weekend, and he was getting a signature from Frank Miller, and he was holding Tiger Blue 2. And Frank Miller's like, "What's that?" And Fowler's like, "Here, you can have this one." And so Frank Miller was like, "I look forward to reading it." And he took it, And so Fowler told us that, and I'm like, dude, Fowler, you gave Frank Miller something that I wrote, and he's like, yeah. He said he's gonna read it. I was like, oh, the fantasies, the brain explosion. I'm like,
Right.
of course, how it'll actually like he'll probably get home and throw it on a pile. And
What if?
forget it.
Yeah, that's all the worst scenarios going through your mind right now. It's like, what if he just throws it in trash and never thinks about it again, or
Oh my
it ends
God.
up in a pile, or
Or if he
Oh my
reads it and
gosh.
he's like, whatever, like the second or the third story was my least favorite. I'd be like, oh,
well,
but
yeah, it's awesome stuff. Dan, he's like you. He's fast.
Yeah, I think he's, well, yeah, it's probably faster than me, I think, at least from the stuff I'd seen, because
Yeah, he does
He
full
does a lot of-
color and everything.
yeah, he does a lot more stuff than I do.
yeah,
Did you see that, Dan?
Jose's working.
What do you say? Oh, put it back up. I didn't get to read it.
Sorry. He said he's sending an email.
Ah, sweet.
So don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I did a card. I think I did like a full-on like piece, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I figured he was probably going to be sending those out soon. So I was like, I need to keep track of my email. Like, I get so much stuff sent there. Like, stuff gets lost. So many Kickstarters that I never got because I never saw the backer kits and garbage like that. It just
I hate
annoys
that
me, but-
shit. Yeah,
So I
the
just
whole
kind of like,
follow up.
I hear
Exactly.
Andrew Huerta's getting busy on his book again. So
what?
yeah, good.
I'd give it
You
a
gotta be kidding me.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm hearing.
That's surprising.
Yep.
I have a couple
What's-
pages by him
what's-
actually.
Ooh,
I saw him.
Terrors and
Orange
Nocturnes.
County.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
But
This
in
is,
Spanish.
Oh, this is from South America. This is great.
Yeah, this is his name is Grande. He actually shows up on my chat sometimes, and he said he wants to publish in English. He speaks English. He just hasn't done a book in English. But
That book is beautiful.
book is, look at this. It's all black and white,
Yeah.
but look at this art, like
Rad.
beautiful cartooning.
Wait, it went in focus right at the end. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, here you
Yeah,
go.
it looks great. Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
like a little
super cool.
kid and her nightmares. I bought it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna learn to read Spanish, and I did like 2 pages and gave up. But I'm like, I'm gonna totally finish it. I swear.
Just like invent what they say by looking at the art.
Yeah, I know, but the
That's
art
like
is
what
so
kids do.
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here was the earlier pages. Yeah, he's really good. I don't know, like he has a channel. I don't know if he does any work on it, but his name is Grande. And yeah, there's a lot of seriously good artists, and he's based too. He's in my chat all the time. I wish we could connect more. It would be great to have some like international people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came up from Tampa. Is like we got to go to boxing. We got to go
you.
to like Midwest, whatever, like South,
Yeah.
Northwest.
Is everybody going to Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna try and make it to Vegas.
Yeah, because
I want
it's
Fun.
Leah said that like we'd probably drive out there because she used to live there for a while, and her friend still lives there, and so we could stay at her house, and I could go to the show while she hangs out with friends.
Mortal V says when you box, it looks like you're milking a cow.
It's just
Oh my god!
nice icon, Martel.
That means you were born to be on a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A milkmaid.
Yeah.
I was born to be a Chinese milkmaid. Yeah, I'm going to Vegas. Oh my god! After Tampa, I am so doing more conventions, and I want everybody there. Next time, like freaking Ethan needs to be there, freaking Billy needs to be there, John, everybody. We want everybody there because I
Hopefully.
think it's just cool to have like a whole CG lineup, and it's so different when you see people in person. It's just such a great feeling, and
Yeah.
it was like Twitter fell away and the internet fell away for a whole weekend, and we were just talking about comics, and that's all that mattered. And I fucking loved it. And and also it was cool because our tables, because there's so few other people actually doing comics. We were like 90% of the people, like the 4 CG tables at Tampa. We were the ones that are actually doing the new original comics, and like that was fucking cool because we stood out. and we had traffic because of that. So if we had like a whole row, like 10 tables of CG, like we would fucking dominate. And I want to see that. So I'm
It's
going to
like
do Vegas.
having-
I'm going to do Alamo City. Sorry, I hit the mic.
It's like having your favorite team show up. But yeah, Alamo City's ready to work with us. They want to give us a huge block. So
Wow.
Fuck
and
yeah.
and even do
I'd
our
go to Alamo
banners.
City.
Yep.
I had a good time last time I was in Texas. Leah will not go though.
I
Doesn't like
went to
Texas.
Alamo City once. I actually didn't have a very good experience, but it was also like almost 10 years ago, so I'm not gonna hold it against them. I'm like, it was a long time ago.
You
Is
lived
that
in
where you went?
Texas for a while.
I
Is
did.
Alamo
Dirty
City
fatty.
where you're going tubing and all that stuff?
I've been
This
tubing in
weekend.
Texas.
Yeah.
Oh,
Biggins is taking people tubing this weekend, I think.
Is
yeah,
it
I heard
this
about
weekend? I don't think it's this weekend
Oh,
because I'm going.
yeah.
I'll be. Hold on, let me
that.
check my
But
calendar.
Chad said that they were doing tubing and stuff.
Well, if
Yeah,
we go to
that's in,
Texas,
like-
we can go.
That's in
Okay.
like 3 weeks.
We got
Wait,
190 people watching, by the
separate
way.
affair.
We're stalled at 104 backers. So who wants
Yeah.
to back from the chat? Who lucky?
Back that book and
lucky
hit that like button, friends.
Yeah. And Chad's got a book. Malin's got a book that closes in 3 days.
Yes, 3 days, and you no longer can get that sweet Goblin Girl cover,
Yeah, get
friend.
that
You
Goblin
don't want to
Girl.
miss
that
out.
Goblin Girl, get the Visions cover.
Yeah. The Dale Keown.
Murray
Yeah.
says Labor Day week. I don't think that Alamo City is going to be this year for the thing we're trying to organize
No,
because it's kind
no,
of
it's
short notice.
next year. But
Yeah,
he's not
so
he's not announcing dates until mid to late October.
Okay, so Vegas will be, what is that, spring, and then Alamo City's fall, and
I
then
think Vegas
Sure.
is in April, everybody's saying. I thought it was sooner, but evidently the Aloha Con, the Hawaii one, is in February, which
I don't know.
we should all do that eventually as well.
Yeah, I've never been to
Aloha.
Hawaii. I'll fly out to Hawaii.
But I don't. The only thing is I know the Hawaii is. I don't know if there's a few of us out there, but I think it's a lot more. I think it's a lot like what's the here? Is it Heroes Con or whatever? The Atlanta one where you had problems training.
What?
I can't remember the convention.
Dragon
But
Con. No, Heroes is the good one. Heroes is the one that's all artists.
what's the one you went to though, where everybody hassled you?
Oh,
Where you had the
that
booth?
was no, not everybody hassled me. I had a couple weirdos. That's all. No,
Okay.
Heroes is a good show. I want people to go to Heroes, and this past year, Billy and a few people went, and it was they said it was like really good sales. It is still a really good show because the artist alley is huge and they have like an art stage and everything. So I recommend Heroes. It's like the people are different than the show. The show is really good. So if we got a bunch of CG people going there and we draw our crowd, then yeah, that would be great. I want to show them. That's
I just
what
know
I
Hawaii
want.
is not very
They take
based.
space
That's
back.
I guess what I was gonna say.
Represent.
Oh, okay, represent. That's right. So that's good. That's good. That means all these cons are because I don't want to like fly out every month, but if it's like 4 shows throughout the year, that's perfect. So there's Vegas earlier in the year. I want to do Garden State. That'll be great. Heroes, Tampa. I might not do every single one of these, but I'll pick one, and then Alamo City.
I've
Those
never
I've
never done Heroes.
Yeah, I'm in for
Heroes is
Vegas
good.
and then maybe one other on top of that.
I think I'll pick like 3. That's good for me.
Yeah.
Chris Stanley asks who can afford that. I will save up. I will save up for the travel. I'll do it because I want to see everybody.
Yeah, prioritizing the budgets, balancing the books.
Mm-hmm.
We can write it off with taxes a little bit. So
that too, it's a business expense for us, so that's great.
Von Stream is rating us, so there we go.
Hey!
Oh shit! Hey!
Nice. We're
Get in here, Vaughn.
190 people. Yeah,
I just got my Vaughn book today.
Is Vaughn in Wizard Sleeve?
I don't think so.
I posted it.
I don't think so. We should add him.
Cool. I'll post it to Vaughn then too.
Vaughn Raiders.
Hello. All right. How many backers are we at for Grand Prix? Let's see. Let's see this.
Grand Prix. Oh, we got some backers. I'm going to put it up so we can see the numbers go up. That's the funnest part.
Like Jerry's telethon.
I should have saved this for when we actually got backers. I've been undisciplined.
I know we got a reward. You guys back so
Yeah.
that Rini can take a shot or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll
How
pop some
drunk can
pills.
you get me tonight?
Yeah.
Wow, if that's the case.
I mean, if you guys keep back, okay, I will drink every
I have no booze.
every 5 backers. So we're 1 backer away from
Wow.
105. So 1 more backer and I'll drink again.
Hey!
Hey, that
106.
works. All right, let's get to 110. 110. Come on.
110.
I might regret this, but well, I'm here for my friends.
Rini will be the cat, the nuclear cat, looking at the nuclear bomb. If you get to 110, should be taking a shot of whiskey.
Yeah. Look out what I'm drinking too. I'm drinking. Actually, somebody left this. Remember when we were hanging out by the pool, and then like everybody just left a bunch of booze lying around. Viking Heart, Highland Park Viking Heart. It's like a cool ceramic bottle too, and I just took it. It's fucking
Nice.
great. This is like good fucking whiskey, but I'm drinking a Viking whiskey. Very.
Everybody's
appropriate.
drinking shots.
Yeah.
Joe
did
Joe
you
Ball.
promise-
Joe was there. Yeah.
Did you promise a lock of hair, Rini?
At 115.
Oh wait, wait. Someone wants a lock of hair.
Yep.
Wait. It depends on if voodoo magic is
Ghost
is
house.
involved. Oh, ghost house. I probably want.
Yeah,
to
that might have been Ghost House booze. Ghost House was
Oh
that
yeah,
year.
I think this was your booze. Or I just because everybody left and like we were the last people to leave, so I just took all the booze that people left. So I was like,
It's going to a good cause, Ghost House. It's going
Yeah,
to
right now.
It's going to Narwhal's Closed Out Stream. Thank you, Ghost House.
Well, Chris's comic says Narwhal promised a lock of his own hair at 100 backers and a toenail.
Maromi
did
said
I-
it was his booze. Thank you, Maromi.
I'm throwing that toenail in there because you forgot that part.
Yeah.
Ghost houses, yeah, it was Maromi's. So there you go.
Cool. It's very good.
Oh,
Thank you,
Maromi, nice. Maromi's here too. Nice. It's a
Maromi.
little bit of a Tampa reunion, except for Boob Dan. Sorry, Boob Dan.
Next time, Boob Dan.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm gonna go see Boob Dan soon.
She is.
It's gonna be
Come visit
great.
me.
Yay!
Oh, nice.
Because I'll
Yeah.
be flying through LA, and I realized, hey, I could just have a really long layover. So we're gonna meet up. It'll be great.
How
No,
early are you going to be here? Do you know?
Oh, I'll be there like 7. It'll be late. It'll be like 7 p.m.
Okay.
So it's
Because
not
we're
like
trying to figure out places we could take you. There's a place we. How long do you have for the layover?
Oh, my flight's the next day at noon. So it's like an overnight. I have all.
Oh,
like,
okay, sweet. Yeah, because
Is that
there's an
Wait,
awesome
wait,
place
wait,
we can
wait.
take you. So
Okay. I was just going to say, don't talk too much about your guys' plans.
no. I was just saying. I just wanted to know how much time she had because she mentioned about us having dinner, and I was.
Yeah, we're not
we were-
going to say exactly where we're going to
No.
go or anything.
Hell no.
That's really sweet of you, Narwhal.
Or
People
even
will find out later.
Or even the days. So
Yeah.
you guys won't know, but
Yeah,
we'll meet up
because
and I'll
Leah was
see
like,
Leia, I'll see the baby, and it'll be awesome.
maybe you'll see the baby.
I want to see the
Yes.
baby.
If we get to 110 backers, Rini will see the baby.
wait, I don't think that's how it works.
Me
I
and
don't
2
think-
babies.
I don't
The
think
baby's
so.
usually in bed by 7. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah,
we're
I
like-
feel like baby needs sleep, so I'm not going
Yeah.
to pressure him for a
yeah.
meal. But that would be cool. It'll be cool to meet you and Leah. Yeah, it's
Well-
LA. We'll figure it out. There's shit's gonna be open.
Rini, do you ever think that maybe the baby doesn't want to meet you? Got to
Oh.
think about what the
Oh
baby wants.
no! That
I
makes
don't
me
think that's the case.
mad.
I don't think that's the
He-
case.
Boob Dan, he's a modern parent. He always asks for the baby's permission and consent.
But
I'm sure.
I
I'm
bought
sure
but I bought him a dinosaur.
she did, and he loved that dinosaur. He still loves it. I was gonna say
Oh, I got
he.
a dino.
I'm sure he'll send along a hand signed used pee-pee diaper. You can take it with you on the plane.
That's
That's his main focus now. Is
Yeah.
everything is his gift is his diapers.
Yeah, he's like, sign his diaper to you. My biggest fan. Thank you.
you know, I wonder what the stats are. Like, I think every young boy, boy loves dinosaurs, jets, and cars and trucks. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Things like,
Oh,
and maybe
yeah.
in that order, even I don't know, but it's like
No.
no kid never didn't like those things. They all
That's
love
true.
them. Everyone I've ever met, every kid, they're just like dinosaurs, yeah, jets. I'm like,
Dinosaurs,
oh.
planes. Planes are awesome, though. Seriously, I don't get how anybody can not like planes. Hold
Yeah,
on,
he loves
book.
he loves watching Tom Cruise movies currently. Like, loves Top Gun, the Maverick movie. He loves the Mission Impossible movies. He'll sit and watch those like a zombie.
Wow.
Nice.
Um,
Tom Cruise has that effect on young
Yeah.
men.
Yeah.
There's really Scientology subliminal messages in it for little kids.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I randomly watched? I randomly watched a documentary on the biography of the Sham Wow guy. You guys remember that guy?
Yeah,
like-
he,
The guy that
Yeah,
passed away?
No, I
Yes.
don't. The other guy. It's this.
Oh, the
so-
crazy skinny guy.
Yeah, the crazy skinny guy is still alive, and then the other guy passed away. They were competitors, and I think the Sham Wow was the competitor, like this crazy skinny guy. He's like, "Yeah, Sham Wow, it's gonna get you out of prison, like me, whatever." He's like
Yeah.
making jokes. After a hard night with a hooker, the Sham Wow is how you clean it
Yeah.
up. And that guy,
That guy has got crazy looking eyes and stuff. He like looks like he
yeah,
looks like some sort of weird insect.
his life story. Oh, nice dinosaurs. Is that Dinotopia?
Ooh,
No, it's not. This is a new dinosaur book that Allie got me.
ultimate dinosaur.
Also, it's $2, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
cool.
quite $29.99. So
It's not, but it's a dinosaur book, and I love it. It's awesome.
yeah. The Sham Wow guy. So what was it? Why did I even bring him up? It was what you guys were talking about. There's a segue. Like, that happened to him. That guy, the same thing. He was like, whatever we were talking about, it applied, but I forget now.
that's crazy looking.
I have no idea.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting, but this drawing is just
Ooh.
fucking hilarious. Look, this guy is like a dinosaur matador.
Like punching.
Yeah, he's
He's
throwing
wearing
up
these
his
like
coat.
dad socks. I just really enjoyed it. He's great.
If you're ever facing off against a velociraptor, just hold out your coat. It will attack your coat instead of.
Yeah.
Now I know. Now I know.
They'll use that for the next Jurassic Park movie. Chris
Thank
Pratt
you,
will be
Henry.
like, "Toro,
Super
Toro."
clever.
They
Henry
won't.
Bemis put the link to my campaign in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, Bemis, thanks, man. Posting some links.
I've got 8 days left.
Nice. How is yours doing, Chad?
I am on the cusp of 13,000. If I could get to 15, I would be super happy. So,
Yeah, I bet you'll get there. You might get to 20 or whatever.
I think
you have a
so.
good close. Get a good close. We'll all do this again or whatever.
but I'm definitely gonna try to go to print or get the file off to printers in 2 weeks. That's the goal.
Josh, I think
Awesome.
I need to talk close to my mic. If I talk like this, then it sounds good. But then I'm
That's a little louder. It's fine. It's not that bad when you're far away, though. No worries.
okay. Good.
Are we at 110 yet? Can I take another shot yet?
Oh, wow, ready to go.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to entertain everybody.
Nice.
I'm gonna put it up. If it doesn't go up, hold on. Wait, it is up here.
He's
Looks like
faking.
I had 2 rum and cokes in San Diego. I wasn't supposed to have them, and the next day I woke up and all my health stuff was all really good, and I felt great.
Nice. Maybe it's like some mental. Kind of.
I don't know. It was crazy. Like, I was like, I should be all messed up today, but I felt awesome the next day.
Two's
Hey!
all you need.
That's
Yeah,
all you need.
and I had
Yeah.
some sushi the night before. It was like a really good night.
Thank you,
Alcohol's
Alex.
good for you.
It was
If
a
I
good day.
update this and it doesn't go up, that means the angel died somewhere in there.
No,
No!
Oh, how dare
an
you.
angel died! What have you
Narwhal.
done?
It fell from heaven. Chat, why'd you do that?
Why did you break that angel's neck? I'm very disappointed.
Love the bearded. Thank you. I do need to live stream more.
You should.
Nobody says he can't wait to get my books. So thank you.
Your background lights are very nice.
If I had as many
Thank
followers
you.
as Chad does on his YouTube channel, I'd be streaming once a week, even not filming.
Yeah,
well.
I need to. I'm really neglecting
I just like
it.
I don't even know what you have to do to get people to watch your show. But you know,
I need Rini to get on there and have that energy. Bring the energy.
Yeah, it helps if Reni's doing shots for backers.
Yeah.
I'll come on. Just let me know.
Listen,
Ahead of
guys,
time, 'cause I'm
get
busy.
yeah,
Rainy
Rini,
drunk.
can we do a follower-a-thon for my YouTube channel, Rini?
Sure.
Get
Yeah.
Rini
Sweet.
drunk on my behalf. Thank you.
Maybe we get Kelsey to come on. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Kelsey will actually get you the views. I'm just here to be an idiot. So
No, everybody knows you get all the people to come to the yard.
No.
That's
Not
true.
me. Hey, Hyper Wizard's up. Good morning. It's morning in England, I guess.
There he
time Hyper
is.
Wizard shows up in the middle of like a midnight stream, I know it's like the sun is rising in England.
That British
Good.
Kung Fu Panda.
This is the sound the angel makes when it falls from heaven.
No.
No, he's
Uh-oh.
still falling. We can save him.
The
You know
baby's
what's-
coming to me.
I know if we get to 110 backers by the next time Narwhal refreshes, we will catch the
Bye.
I'll refresh at 2020, so 4 minutes. Can we get like? I
4
think we
minutes.
might need a couple backers because we got a few since we've been talking. People see it. See, guilt works a little bit on the chat. If they know that,
Guilt?
yeah, they know that a poor angel died because of them, then they go
No. That
Or-
sounds
or they-
awful.
back. If they know that I'm like extremely embarrassed because I updated it and it didn't go up at all, then they're like, oh, I feel sorry for Noah.
If an
Like,
angel
yeah.
kicked its halo.
So it's like pity, guilt, cyberbullying. These things help. The chat will respond. Maybe some love. You can give them a little love too.
Just a little love.
I was
Mostly
talking with
terror.
someone. There's kind of a combo that one of my soccer coaches back in the day used to do, and he would yell at everyone, and you'd almost be crying, and then he would give you one compliment, and it would be like a diamond, and you would feel the greatest you've ever felt in your life. And I was like, and I loved him, but I was like, I don't know if that's like healthy. He like
It's
he was
probably not.
like, yeah, he was like kind of tricking the kids into like,
Yeah.
but I'm like, how do I do that with the chat? That's what I want to do.
Oh right. How do you let me? You have to be like Camel Moon, just like rub
Yeah.
your face in the dirt all the time.
Yeah.
And then
How
it's
do I
like
apply
when you
this
get
to
approval,
business?
it's like, oh, it's approval.
Yeah,
Interesting.
You'll get there. I believe in you.
yeah. Geek Bubba says that's hilarious. Narwhal thinks us Karma's Geek bigots have guilt.
You have a point.
You got
Oh,
they got
wait.
so not guilt that they come around full circle and they have tons of guilt.
Right, I figured it out. This is the problem. If we get to 110 backers, we'll kill more angels.
Thank you, Frankie.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so if you want to kill angels, then chug. Whatever.
Oh no, that doesn't. Even I feel bad for saying that. Wait, you know, I didn't grow up with like knowing anything about biblical mythology. I'm sorry, people who actually know about this stuff, and any Christians, no offense. But I was watching Wendigoon, and he had this video about angels, and I didn't know that angels had like a whole tier system. They have like different powers, and they have like different, like a whole gradient, different types of angels. And it's actually like really cool. Christian
Yeah.
mythology is cool.
I
didn't
saw
know
that
this.
video from Wendigoon. It was great. Yeah, it gets
It
you
was
into it.
I'm like,
He
oh,
did
this
one
is
on
actually
Paradise
really
Lost,
interesting.
and he talked
Yeah,
about
his
fandom.
video there.
He talks
Right,
about pandemonium. I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome.
Yes, I didn't even know that's where the word comes from. Pandemonium is from Paradise Lost. The word didn't exist before then. It was from the actual residence of Satan in Paradise Lost. It was super cool because I read Paradise Lost in high school, but I didn't really get it. I was like, this is epic and it's good writing, but I didn't get the cultural context. But having somebody who understands the cultural context explain it was really awesome. Anyways, angels are cool.
Thank
Watch
you.
the
Thank
Ten
you.
Commandments.
Kill them all. It's angel hunting season.
Yeah, I'm just
deeply offended.
I'm just here to offend
Some
everybody. Marumi says lots of ice. Yeah, that was actually really. That makes them cooler though. They're like these, like they're not even human. It's like they could take the shape of a human, but when they're in their real form, they're not. I mean, I've known this for a while, but it's also kind of a cool factor where their original form is like it's like a ball, this giant eye with like circling like discs around it, and then like wings with eyes growing out of it. I'm like, that's awesome.
The other thing is that it's that Bible quote where it's like, "For we wage not against the forces of man, but against the principalities and against the blah blah blah." Do you guys know that one? And chat might know. But Wendigoon translated, he's like, they're talking about demons. Is like the battle is actually against demons influencing the power structure on Earth, and because the principality is a type of angel, and so that he thinks it was a fallen angel or these like influencing demons. And I was like, dude, that fits onto like all the conspiracy theories and everything that everyone thinks is happening, including me right now too. So
yeah, like his theory is, well, I don't know if this is just how the Bible reads or is his interpretation, Wendigoon, but that the demons are basically all fallen angels because you have Satan, but then you have the other tiers of angels. So you can have the lesser demons, and they might also be fallen angels as well. Ghost House says, be not afraid. Right. There's a reason they say be not afraid, because their actual form is terrifying. That's actually interesting because there's I don't know, that makes sense because they're made to fight demons. So they should look intimidating and terrifying. They're not these like super soft celestial beings that are totally harmless. No, they're scary because they're there to fight evil. I like that.
Yeah. This is random, but I've read it and watched some YouTube on Joan of Arc, and there's some interesting stuff with her and angels because she was talking to angels and stuff. And one of the funny ones, there's a couple. One was that she met a woman on her campaign when she was saving France. She met this other woman who claimed to be talking to angels, and she said she needed money to raise for an army, and she was going to like help save France or whatever too. And so they kind of get jealous of each other. And Joan of Arc is like, when do you see the angels? And the lady's like, they come at night. And Joan of Arc's like, can I sleep over with you and see the angel too? And the lady's like, sure. And so they hang out at night and have a sleepover, these two women that can supposedly see angels. And this like really happened or whatever. And then Joan of Arc stayed up as late as she could, but eventually got tired, fell asleep. She woke up the next morning. She asked the lady, she's like, so when did the angel come? And the lady's like, oh yeah, he came right after you fell asleep.
Oh yeah. Oh, that sounds like bullshit.
Yeah. And Joan of Arc was like, please. But it does, even when you hear like that story, and I think she stays up again and then she does like disprove her, it sort of gives a fun contrast because you're like, no, Joan of Arc shit is a lot more legit or a lot more fun. And this other lady felt a lot more like a con artist. Like the stuff that Joan of Arc did is like miracle stuff. And then one last one is when Joan of Arc got captured by the people who captured her, she got like captured and then sold like multiple times and eventually got her way back to like the King of England or whatever. And they're the ones who like tried her and were going to whatever, do all that. But she was held in a tower while people were coming to get her to make the trade. So she just had to live in this tower. And she didn't want to get taken because she knew they were going to kill her. So she wanted to commit suicide, but she said her angels were telling her not to. And she debated her angels for a while over whether or not she could commit suicide. And they eventually told her, seriously, don't do it. And then she did it anyway, but then she didn't die. Another like sort of miracle that she didn't die from that fall. She like barely got hurt, and they bring her back up. So then she spent like a week just apologizing to the angels, and they didn't talk to her for a while after that. And so she was super bummed, but they eventually did talk to her again. Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know that much about Joan of Arc. That's interesting though.
She's awesome. She was in Bill and Ted.
Yeah, she's kind of cool.
People say this feels like the Allie and Rainey show. Yeah, this is what our show is like. We just talk about esoteric, nerdy, weird shit. But I love this kind of stuff. You know, another interesting theory that I heard of is how
only 2. We got 2 to go. And then
oh, 2 more! 2 more! We can still save the angels. This is also from Wendigo. I love Wendigo. He's so great. This is what I love about mythology. It's like I don't know, I find all mythologies interesting, and I feel like I just feel like it's so weird that I don't hear a lot of lore delving into Christian mythology, even though Christianity is so prominent in the West. It's like a lot of people are fascinated with, well, Japanese mythology. I know about all the yokai and Middle Eastern mythology, but I want to know more about European and Christian mythology, but I just don't know that much about it. Also Middle Eastern mythology, really all the different types of jinn. I've been looking into that. But there's this other theory that what if there's this idea in psychology. I'm a little too tipsy to describe this in an intelligent way. I apologize. But you know how in psychology there's the idea of the shadow, and how sometimes when people are pushed to the brink, when enough trauma happens, people will act in ways that you just become not yourself. There's this theory that, well, that's demons working. That's where the demons are, because like when you're pushed too far and when your humanity is stripped away, you know how like if all of us were put in some kind of horrible situation, we were all caged up and starved, well, even though right now we would be humane and we would never harm another person, we would never commit something like cannibalism or something. But if we were pushed to the brink, a lot of people would. That part of our psychology is actually a demon's influence or something. I find that fascinating.
Yeah.
Like the darkest parts of our psychology. That's almost like evolutionarily ingrained in us. You know what I mean? Like lizard brain.
Yeah. That's like MK Ultra style. Part of how they control people is by bringing them to the brink of like just breaking them, kind of just like torture to get you so your brain isn't even working. Then you're really free to weird types of association and then kind of start the mind control stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that stuff is freaky. How if they just drug people and break them the right way, they can get them to do certain things. It's like people are machines. I think. Hi, Jake. Good morning.
Speaking of the darkest parts of our psychology, hi.
How long were you there? Nice shirt, by the way. Look at that.
Did I wear it? Gotta wear it.
You wore it for like 3 streams in a row.
Look how high it is.
They're all Earthbound streams. That's why I've been wearing it. But look how high.
Look how high it is. It's a choker. It's like little...
Why is the logo so high?
Because he handmade them all, and this one was unusually high. So when
I don't know what I was doing.
My OCD brain really doesn't like this.
I know. I screen printed it by hand, and I was looking at a blank white shirt, and I was like, "Where does the Earthbound go?" I'm like, "What's the normal spot for a shirt to have the logo?" I was like, "Right here." I'm like,
definitely right up here.
Yeah,
it's even on the neck. Some of it went onto the neck bit. It's not even on the shirt anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's a great shirt.
Go on, carry on talking about European.
Irene, do you ever see Wendigoon's thing about Blood Meridian? That was awesome too.
No, but it was that another ARG he covered?
That's a book by what, McCarthy or whatever. What's his name? Cormac McCarthy. And Cormac McCarthy passed away this year, but he wrote No Country for Old Men and Blood Meridian are kind of the two most famous, maybe, and the Road. But No Country for Old Men is so good. The Coen brothers made that movie, and then nobody can make Blood Meridian into a movie. They keep trying and they can't figure it out. It's very not PC, very like violent. Lots of Indians get like murdered horribly.
I did actually see his video on it. I was like, I don't really get what he's talking about, but he just said it's awesome and bloody and like impossible to adapt, and I should fucking read it.
Yeah, and it has like the best bad guy ever. This guy called the Judge, and he's like he is like Satan or whatever, basically. Which when you hear that, I was like, oh, that's like cheesy. But then if you read it or they talk about it, then you're like, oh damn, that's cool what they do. And that stuff haunts me because I listened to the book on tape of the last chapter, and it's all like that's all the Satan guy doing crazy ass shit. And I was like, man, it like sticks with you. It's really good writing, kind of.
That's
cool. Hi, Chad, by the way. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Bella can carry on.
Hello, my teacher.
How long were you hanging out there before I let you in, Hype? Because you're
only a couple of minutes.
Okay, good.
is forever. He felt abandoned. I saw there's this I will definitely check out Blood Meridian. There's a one nigga's channel is so great for finding out about weird horror stuff. Also Nick Crowley's channel is also really good.
Yeah.
I like following his channel. There's a bunch of also Nexpo, but Nexpo doesn't post as often. But I found about this ARG called Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. And it's like the favorite thing that I've discovered on the internet these like past 4 months. It's fucking amazing. Okay, you guys ready?
Flesh pit.
Yeah, come on.
Pardon me. Okay, so the concept is there is a giant like small country-size organism buried underneath the ground somewhere in the middle of America, and its mouth is was discovered in Texas. So the whole ARG is this historical document. You can search, you can probably Google it and find a Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. So somewhere in Texas, they found this giant monster's mouth while they were mining for ore or something in the 50s, and they were like, this is organic matter. Oh my God, this goes on for miles and it's insane. It goes on for half the state and it goes out into other parts of different states. So they figure out it's a giant organism, and there's this really cool part where it ties into some, I think it's real as well, Native American mythologies of the area about how one of their gods defeated this evil spirit and buried it under the ground. So I think that ties into it as well. So of course, instead of telling people, hey, this is a giant monster that's buried underground, you shouldn't go near it, what the government does is make it a national park. And there's this whole detailed scheme of there's all these pathways that you can go in. And so this monster was put to sleep, but it's still alive. So it's kind of in a coma, but they made a national park out of it. So you could go in and explore its lungs and explores different biomes, and they make it sound like this is this cool thing where you're inside this living organism, but you have all these bacteria around you, but it's totally safe. And then you can bathe in this its amniotic sacs that come out of different parts of its organs because it has healing properties. But then so in the ARG, this alternate timeline, this Flesh Pit National Park operated from the 50s to the 80s when an accident happened where their water control during a rainstorm wasn't good, and a spoiler alert, they didn't because they opened up this giant hole, and they needed to control the water input into this organism, but they didn't do it well. So the organism started waking up and it coughed and it killed 500 people that were in the area, and because it just shifted the ground and exploded and everything inside was crushed, and then it was shut down forever. But there's a whole website dedicated to this with mock photographs and really interesting write-ups. You guys should check it out. I love this kind of stuff. It's gross.
Yeah, that's badass. Angela Curry. Narwhal, did you see the vid about Cherubim by the Bible Project? They do a whole series on angels. It's cool. I might have seen a little bit. I want to look more into it because all that angel stuff is awesome. And Angela, by the way, I send you the link, but I can't find you on Twitter. Are you off Twitter now?
I can send her the link if you want.
Yeah, send her the link. In case she wants to.
Tell us more about super angel powers. What all different forms do they take?
Yeah.
Well, when you get to 110 backers, they get super strong. And when you get to 115 backers, they can die.
Unlock angel mode.
What about 300?
We're one backer away from Irene taking another shot. So let's do
Yes.
it.
Come on. You guys want to get me even more drunk, so I'll talk more about weird horror stuff.
Right.
I don't know that much. Listen, I'm merely a new apprentice towards this. I'm a new initiate to this knowledge, but I just discovered, Jake, that angels have tier lists and they have different power ratings, and my fucking tabletop gaming nerd brain is this is cool.
They have their own trading card set.
My gaming nerd brain is this is cool. I didn't know angels were so awesome.
Well, how many tiers are there? Why are some of them better than others?
Yeah.
Well, you have the archangels, you have principalities. I forget all the different types, but there are a whole bunch of different types. Somebody who actually knows this shit, please save me, because I don't actually know. But I think
if Angela gets here. Wait, she says she's not on Twitter? Okay. Angela, I sent you the link, but never mind. She would know all about angels, maybe.
Tell me. Bankroft's in chat. Michael is the greatest of all the angels. You would say that, Michael Bancroft.
Nice. I think Narwhal is the greatest of all the angels.
It's just one random angel called Narwhal, and he's like the one that they don't really talk to or something.
Yeah, he's Nephilim.
Oh
If you-
yeah.
Good Omens is about angels. And it's
Yeah.
on
Anyone
Amazon
seen
Prime.
it? I
I
haven't
have.
seen it.
It was alright. It was entertaining. I don't know what
Yeah.
I'd think of it if I watched it now, but like, yeah, it was fun. I haven't watched
The
the second
second-
one.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
go
just came out, so I like the first season better than the second season.
It's always the way.
Chad
I read.
saying- oh, sorry.
We're gonna say I read the book of Job a few years ago, and
Mhm.
that's a kind of fun one in the Bible that you can eat a little bit easy access, I guess. And that one's fun because Satan is like a character in it. Still, he's still an angel, and he bets God that because it starts and he goes to meet God, and God's like, "Satan, my favorite angel, how you doing, buddy?" And that's like literal dialogue. and
How you
Satan's
doing,
like,
pal?
Yeah,
I'm God's
Satan's
top guy.
I'm doing good, and God's like, "What have you been up to?" And he goes, just going to and fro here and there on the earth, like literally again, like just the exact dialogue." And then God's like, "Sweet, did you see my boy Job? He's like my favorite of all the dudes. He really loves me." And Satan's like, "He only loves you because you gave him all that stuff. He's living a great life, but he wouldn't love you if you took it away." And God's like, "Yes, he would." And Satan's like,
That
he would.
takes place in the second season of Good Omens. That whole bit.
I want this stuff to be made.
God's like, this is my favorite guy. He'll do anything for me. And Satan's like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
I want this to be phrased this way. It would be so interesting. I would love it.
Yeah.
One episode has that whole scenario, and it's comical.
yeah. It is like a little bit funny. Satan's like kind of funny and a little bit like likable in that
That's
story.
perfect clip. Satan's
Well,
like
that's-
kind of funny.
That's how he's supposed to be, though, because he's there to trick you. Remember that.
Yeah. His
So
character
that's to
seems
deceive you,
really
not to scare
awesome.
you.
Deceive you, yeah. Chris Ramos said I should add some type of angelic creature in Fiendish. I have a lot of demonic creature. I don't have a lot of angelic ones. I feel like that's a problem because now I'm starting to worry that people think I just like demons. No, that it's not that. It's just, I think they look cool, but clearly they're the bad guys. Maybe I should add some angels in there.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. No, I think it's
Yeah.
cooler for like it's up to the humans and the mortals to fight the demons. It's a greater challenge, right?
Well, there's a point of view in Christianity where all the other religions are just demonic deceptions created like with demons in the past with future vision. They're like, so you're going to do all this Christianity stuff in the future? Well, how about I make up all these other religions? And then people will be like, I don't know, they're all so similar.
Huh? What?
Yeah, but that's also the theory behind like some people think about dinosaur bones. It's like they're not real. They were planted there by Satan.
Oh, that's silly. That's silly. Yeah.
Have you never heard of these?
Yes.
No, I'm very disjointed from a lot of Western stuff.
That's usually
So
the
it's-
evangelicals that will say it was planted there.
I have
Yeah, like
heard,
dinosaur bones are there to test us or something.
Yeah, I have heard of that, so I know it exists, but I've never actually encountered. I'm sure it exists, though. I believe you.
That's a funny argument to like use in life and other stuff. If you ever get caught in a lie, you're like, you're just testing me.
Right, you're just testing it. The objective proof isn't real, guys.
Yeah.
No, well, part of it
It's
is
just
it's like they're not actual bones. They're like rocks in the shape of bones. That's part of the
No,
argument too.
That's just
No, but
fossilized
they're not
bones.
actually bones, Rini. They're
Oh my
rocks
God.
in the shape of bone.
That's what happens when 1,000,000 years pass.
No, old dirty fatty. Narwhal really laughed when Job's children were killed. Well, see, that part is a little bit funny too, because at the end, Job kind of God gives him his family back, but it's a different family. God's like, yeah, sorry, I killed your family. Here's a new one. And
Here's
Job's
some
like,
new
"Okay,
kids.
yeah, and that's kind of funny. That's like a little bit of because one of the story of Job, it is kind of one that atheists like because it doesn't make God look the best, kind of. But it's cool outside of that too. I think that's like a little basic way to approach it. So
I'm reading.
Yeah, it does
chat.
make God seem deceivable, which is
we're still waiting for one more lucky backer to
One more.
Irene
Bankroll
chug some whiskey.
Yeah, I'm waiting for another whiskey shot. I'll be even more talkative and annoying with another shot. You guys
All
will
it
be-
takes is
Let's
one.
level it up. Yeah, Ghost
Yeah.
House. I always thought Satan is Slugworth to God's Willy Wonka. It really works. It looks when I tell people.
Oh, I saw a trailer for a new bloody Wonka film. It's like a Wonka prequel, and it looks cringe.
Yeah, it's Timothy Chalamet. He's got to deal with the devil going on. He's been like ordained and put up on a pedestal.
It's got that Harry Potter kind of feel to it.
Yeah, and the Paddington Bear movie-ish feel too.
Chalamet's dating one of the witches. What are the witches' names? The Kardashians. So he's on that system. He's playing the game.
Someone in chat says oil is dinosaurs. No, it's even older than that. It's like,
Well, oil isn't necessarily just old dinosaurs. Most of oil is plant matter and like krill from the sea and stuff. Like most of that stuff isn't actually like a T-Rex.
Yeah,
oh,
oil does.
like, isn't that stuff older than dinosaurs mostly?
Or you
That
can
should
say,
take a long time to form.
Oil does replenish itself.
yep.
It does just takes a long time.
It'd take about a week refill those oil wells.
Oh yeah. I
Half
bet
a
they could. Yeah, oil will be nothing but fungus. It's the same layer. No, it probably is. It's probably mostly like plankton and shit, though. Yeah. I need more to drink, guys. Please back this book so I can drink more.
She's
Yeah.
begging people.
Yeah,
Please.
do we need to accidentally kill another angel? If I
No.
everyone's feelings will be so hurt that it doesn't go up. But yeah.
Thank you, Frankie. Says aliens are Nephilim. That's an interesting. Are Nephilim like angels and humans mixed?
Yes.
Yeah, and
They
they're
are.
they're talked about in the book that's not in the Bible, but it's like a Bible deleted scene.
Deleted scene.
Yeah, the director's cut.
The accompanying book, the backup book.
Yeah, it's called the Book of Enoch, I think.
Yep.
And it has all the Nephilim stuff in it.
Oh yeah. You have those like side like Bible side stories that weren't included in the modern versions. I think that's interesting. Yeah, that's I don't. So aliens are interesting. It's one of those things where, well, are they whatever extra dimensional creatures everybody sees when they're on like ayahuasca and shit or DMT?
No.
Or are they actual aliens?
demons.
Or are they?
They're demons.
I don't know though, because I feel like it's not all the same type. I love it when science and mythology cross, because I think mythology is just an older way of interpreting the world. A lot of what they were saying is real, is just phrased in a different way. Because like I grew up Buddhist, and Buddhism has all these ideas about extra dimensional creatures, and there are creatures all around us. You just can't see them because they exist on a different plane of existence. And I don't know if that's in Christianity as well, but I think most religions understand this, and it's almost like there's a different way of understanding that, and science is coming back around to thinking, well, this could totally be real. Well, we knew all along, but you know.
Yeah. I'm reading American Jesus by Mark Millar, and that's coming out on Netflix like this month, I think. So I'm kind of catching up, and I'm going to try and check the show out too.
He's trying to
But
read the manga before he watches the anime.
I saw a UFO once when I was 18.
Oh, tell
Was it Nephilim style or what?
Well, no, it was a light object. I was out in the country at the bottom of this huge ravine where a creek that goes through it out in Round Rock, Texas, which is now city everywhere. But back when I was 18, it was country for miles. So you could see the stars and the sky perfectly at night. And while, all the teenagers are there making out and doing whatever they're doing, in their cars or getting drunk. But I was laying in the back of my pickup and looking up at the night sky, and I saw this light going across the sky, and I thought, okay, that's a satellite or an airplane or something. And it was about the third the size of a dime. It was that bright. And I'm watching it, and then it stopped in the middle of the sky, and I went, all right, it's a helicopter. It's not a plane, it's a helicopter. Ooh. And then it started to slowly move in a triangle pattern, and it got faster and faster and faster, and it got so fast doing this pattern that it shot off the direction it came from immediately. And I've never seen anything like it ever since. So now I'm the biggest skeptic. I am the biggest skeptic when I see UFO videos, they're all fake to me.
Yeah, because you saw the real shit.
Yeah, I saw a real live.
So it was
UFO.
making
A
those
lot of it
really
is.
fast angle turns where it's like it's not just going around. It's like and then suddenly.
No, like what everybody gets wrong in those fake videos. UFOs move like a pinball in a pinball machine. That's like how rapid and fast and the angles that they can move when they hit those bumpers or whatever. So I told my dad, and my dad was like, "Are you high?"
Boob Dan face reveal.
We never knew what he looked like until now.
Looking good, Dan.
My giant bag of nuts.
Boob
Yeah,
Dad
put those nuts in
munching
your
on nuts. Real quick for that American Jesus Mark Millar thing, there's a scene in it where people are like, well, because it's Jesus kind of coming back as this kid in this 12-year-old body, and the kid doesn't exactly know what's going on. And the people are like, well, what about all the other religions? You know, there's thousands of years, and they told the Jesus story before Christianity even, and blah, blah, blah. And the kid's like, it's not my fault they backed the wrong horse. I was like, that's funny. That no one would write that today. Today, people would be like, yeah, everyone's a little right, turns out, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I kind of like that Mark Millar was just like, in this story, Christianity is the right one.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Is it in Spanish, this show that's coming out? I keep seeing trailers in Spanish for some reason.
Yeah, or maybe it is. They're trying to do like that world audience thing, but they switched it so the kid, he's not like Idaho anymore or whatever. He's Mexican, which I actually do like that change, but we'll see. I don't think it's woke necessarily. We'll see. But I think we're waiting on one more backer still. We got 200 people watching. Has everyone backed Earthbound? Nobody wants to read my book.
Come on, everyone! It's one more backer! Come on! Give me my shot!
Thank Frankie, do you want to read my book?
Someone earlier
SBA,
asked how
do
many
you read my
Earthbound
book?
are
You're
there?
just gonna start picking through everybody in chat, be like, "I'd be back yet."
Oh, Dirty Fatty, do you want to read my book?
Yeah.
Romy says someone here works in aviation. I think that was a drone that Chad saw.
In
Awesome.
1991?
It's the breakneck turns that make it
Probably not.
crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
Yeah, a
mean,
lot of UFO stuff out there is bullshit, and it can't be explained. Like a lot of it is like lens distortions can cause weird shapes, like triangle shapes floating around the lens and stuff. But there are legit ones. There definitely are. They're just few and far between.
Really
They're all
knows she's-
legit.
There we go. It's all real.
It's all
Oh,
real. No, you have to. There's always there's
Damn
in any
heathens.
of these issues there's truth and there's lies, and you have to like parse it.
Splat bag, it couldn't have been a laser light because there was not a cloud in the sky that night. Not a single cloud.
Oh, has everyone on the panel backed Earthbound? I did. I backed on my comic though.
Well, someone was going to say how many Earthbounds are there, and so far there's like
Wow.
the 2 volumes which you can get, and then this is the next one that it has like a time jump. So there are these 2. Are these available on the campaign novel?
Yeah, that's the catch up tier.
So you can get the catch up, and then you can get this part, and like it's worth. Look, do you
That's
really
like
wanna-
one.
you
That's
wanna
like
wait
one
years and
movie.
years
That
and years
takes-
and
Yeah,
Fine.
that takes like 3 hours to read.
What
those
did you
2
put
books.
on your covers?
Oh, these are just like plastic things for all the stuff that I read, so I don't mess
Mm-hmm.
them up and I don't worry about marking them and shit. I just put these little plastic covers on so I can treat them like shit and
That's
not
so
break them.
neat and weird. Why would you? Wow, that's like neater than me. Weirdo.
Is Phil
I know
in the
it's weird. I
chat?
randomly need it's like this on some books, and then like what recording all my sessions at the gym on a sociopathic like spreadsheet. But yeah, you can get these, and they're great.
Yeah, nice.
If he likes your books, there'll be a plastic sleeve around it. The ones that doesn't have a sleeve are the ones he hates.
Send
Yeah.
the Diaz brothers a
I ain't
link.
saying nothing.
Oh no!
Show us your collection. Yeah, what ones don't have plastic?
Yeah. That's a good idea, though. Yeah, that's a good idea because sometimes covers get damaged. It's annoying.
Well, some of them don't fit. Some of the sleeves I've got don't fit. So this hasn't fitted. Tearing the trenches.
You got your copy already?
Everyone's been getting them, but yeah,
I haven't gotten mine yet.
And
I got my Tear in the Trenches today.
I'm a filthy
Nice.
farter.
I got
I
mine.
hate you
I read
guys.
it.
I was a day one backer. Why didn't I get mine so quickly?
And I got my Toxo vial like a month ago.
I
Nice.
wish I got Dr. MD with this, but
I
didn't.
probably have mine, but I haven't. Well, I went to my PO box, but they were closed.
Now I'm upset.
You'll
Spot
get it
back.
tomorrow or something.
I was a day one backer. I should have had it. Like
Doug
I was day
35.
one back too.
Oh, he probably if usually people fulfill by a tier though, so it's okay. It's shipping. You'll get it.
Oh,
these
yeah.
tears.
Okay,
These
forgive
tears
Vaughn,
are really
forgive Vaughn.
sad right here.
Forgive him. Forgive. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Back
Sad
these
tears.
tears.
Hey, check this out. We got one
No, we didn't. Did we?
person
We saved an
Did
angel?
we?
happily saving an angel, but there might have been look at
Yeah. You resurrected
Ding-a-ling-ling.
an angel that you previously killed.
Dang it.
Oh,
Saved.
that was perfect. That was perfect. You should play the end. No, the stupid audio. I'm gonna share the quiet place with you, Carl. It's fucking annoying.
I can only hear it every once in a while.
It keeps skipping. This is so annoying.
Why does it do that?
Because your internet sucks.
It's
Okay, that's
terrible.
enough of that.
Yeah,
Triggering
please
all of
put it
Irene's
into
mental
our
illnesses.
That's worse
all
than the
many
bonk.
mental illnesses. Yes.
Oh yeah, right. What's worse, that or the bunk?
That.
That.
But
yeah.
That's funnier though a little bit.
Okay,
That's
time to
funny.
make an edited version of the cat thing where it glitches out and skips back and forward and play that next time.
I will never forgive you.
That would be like, they do, speaking of, it's like creepy art, like when you're talking about the Nat Flesh National Park and stuff. I saw one video and they were showing art that is people trying to simulate what it's like to have a stroke. And it's like this Photoshop collage where nothing looks like what it should be, but it still looks normal. You don't know what's going on. And it's like panic inducing. And that's what that video is like when it's starting and stopping, and you can hear people sometimes talking in between, and you're like, what is going on? Yeah. You hear
Oh, that
Irene be
must
like,
Yeah,
cut off.
I'll lose my mind. All right, I sent you the link. Please download it so I don't have to suffer again.
Oh, okay, nice. I will do that.
I heard, I don't know. I heard someone say, well, strokes are weird because they essentially break different parts of your brain. And I heard this woman say when she had a stroke, she was just lying on the ground and she couldn't tell the difference between the barrier between when her body started and the rest of the room began. It was like this weird sensation, like reality was warped.
Sounds like she was in the flesh pit.
Sounds pretty. She was, sounds like she was in the flesh pit.
I witnessed my mother have one, and it switched her language around, like words flipped.
Really?
Yeah, like she says,
oh, that's weird.
he instead of she, or in reverse. So, boys are her and girls are him.
So she fits right in then?
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, there's a lot of words and communication she has issues with, and it was over 10 years ago it happened. But
Did she get it back? Like
she can talk and communicate and drive and do everything, but a lot of her language is backwards. Like for a while she used to say when something was wrong with her brain, she called it bread instead of brain, and
if she was in an animated series, they'd try and give her another stroke to fix it.
I'm just really glad that I was present when it happened and knew what to do and got her to the hospital quickly. So
what can they
I'm muting you just while you munch for a second. So unmute whenever you want.
There's a story about a Geordie woman in this country who like had a stroke, and her accent flipped to like a Jamaican accent.
Yep, that stuff can happen. So what they do is they give you what's called the clot shot, and it just like it breaks down all the clots in your system.
The real
clot,
not the redo.
I guess that's all they can do, because it's not like you can really fix the damage or stop it. Well, I guess other than the clot shot. I didn't know that was a thing. So I was like, if you're having a stroke, what can they do? You can't really.
Is it just blood thinners? Is it just, or is it special?
You know, I really couldn't tell you anything about that. But when it happened, here, you want to hear the spooky part of this story? So I'm working.
Always.
This would happen while I was traveling back and forth between Houston and Austin, and I was working at this Disney Austin video game studio. So I was commuting and then coming home weekends, and I'm upstairs just dead asleep, and I got shocked right out of my sleep with my mother yelling my dad's name, and I could hear it, like, and she was like saying, I'm right here. I could hear it. I woke up in a jolt and thought something's wrong, and I ran downstairs, and my dad is like asking my mom, was like, hey, Sylvia, are you all right, Sylvia? And she was not saying a word. She was just like stone cold, like dumbfounded looking. So somehow I feel like my mom, I could actually hear her yelling in her mind to my dad.
Ooh,
isn't that weird?
That is crazy.
That's like the aliens gave you that power from that UFO sighting. They're like, we're gonna make Chad be able to listen to his mom's thoughts.
That's like one of those pineal gland things where, well, we probably have ways of communicating and another level of understanding the world that's just being blocked off in our modern lives.
I definitely think there's a Wi-Fi element to human brains, and I definitely think there's got to be some group consciousness element going on. But
and so my dad in that moment, he's like, I don't know what to do. I was like, yeah, I immediately called 911. I said, hey, I think my mom just had a stroke, and can you get here? And sure enough, they got there and took care of her. But whew.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So that still haunts me to this day, thinking that my mom was yelling out and that I woke up like that.
Did she have any residual issues like the word flipping thing?
Oh yeah, it's still there, all of it.
Oh.
Like her language is kind of jumbled, and her communication is good enough, and sometimes she has to let people know, hey, I had a stroke. So yeah, this is why I talk so funny sometimes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. And I brought it all down.
No,
not at all. I find this stuff interesting.
Does anyone else have some stroke stories?
I just don't have any yet, you know, with the way my life is going. Jeto Jaga says studies have shown magic mushrooms can rebuild connections between brain synapses. Not saying that's what your mom should do, but you know.
No, that's interesting because I started microdosing this last year, and it's been really great. So I think if I'm not a doctor, so I can't sit here and go, yeah, this is what you should do. But what worked for me is I got some from somebody, and I ground it up into a powder, and I put it in my tea like once a week. Any issues I had mortality issues for a long time since my dad passed away, so I got really down in the dumps from it. But I started taking the microdoses, and it's eliminated all those fears. Like I feel calm and at peace now, and I don't let a lot of stuff bother me anymore. So it's really actually amazing. So
interesting.
That's just for me.
Yeah, that's what I don't know about mushrooms, but that's what I heard ayahuasca do if you do it right. It's right. Sort of like it helps you solve your problems, and it's sort of this. Well, people overcome their fear of death and they see their own problems clearly. It's like this clarifying thing where you're forced to like face reality but overcome it.
Yeah, I'm saving ayahuasca for when if I end up in a really bad place, then I'll do ayahuasca. But I'm
Michael,
saving.
I see your comment, Michael. But
also, hi Biggins. So we were talking about Nephilim.
Hi Biggins.
Yeah.
We didn't come to any conclusions. They might
no. I was just saying that I just discovered that angels have a tier list. They have like they have power rankings, and I think that's cool as shit. So I'm on like a journey of discovering more about this. But that's all. Everybody else here knows more about this than me.
We'll convert it to Christianity one day.
Listen,
I don't know. Nothing against Christianity. I don't know. I'm not like the belief type. You know, I'm just not the prayer and belief type. But I think. I don't know. I feel like I'm not here to offend everybody, but that's not my intent. I think all religions kind of are different aspects of the same truth deep underneath. Like there is a universal way that, because if you look at how the things that unify the different religions, they kind of get to the bottom of the same things about how the universe works in a certain way. So that's kind of how I see it. And that's why I love mythology, because I want to consume all of it. I come to my own conclusions.
Well, my faith is has always been, I wouldn't say it's always been there, but it's a lot stronger now than it was when I was younger.
Is it because the world is effed up a little bit? Or just...
No, I just know that anytime it sounds weird, but anytime I've ever had bad things happen in my life, just having faith, everything's always turned around and became positive. So that's just how I look at it.
I'm with you on that one.
I think with me,
Agreed.
the most of I haven't had that many supernatural experiences or anything beyond like just dreaming about stuff that I'm going through. But that's just normal. Everybody does that. But I grew up in Asia, and it's just so different there. It's not really about religion is also viewed differently there. But what I part of the reason why I think there's definitely more to reality than just what we see, or just the fact that reality, it's not even just what we see. Like if you're talking about cosmology, we are connected to the rest of the universe, and that's like all this stuff. Like, well, people make fun of astrology, but what if there is reality to it? Because waves do exist, and the cosmos does influence the Earth. And what I've always remembered is Chinese fortune telling, which is this whole entire science, has always been weirdly accurate for me. And that's because if you actually go to somebody who understands it, not just some fortune teller on the street, it's this entire like mathematical calculation. And it doesn't tell you the way Chinese fortune telling works. It doesn't tell you this is your path for the future set in stone. It tells you these are the points where you might have to make a choice, and these are the possible things that could happen. So you have to make the best out of this path that is murkily set for you. Anyways. I find that so fascinating. I think there has to be more to reality than just, there's nothing except the physical world and nothing else exists.
I think it's also the Jewish religion.
Just saying it's not astrology. It's not astrology. It's different.
Well, no, people are dissing on astrology. Astrology can literally just be the mapping of interstellar radiation. Like if you think solar flares and like just radiation from space and like beams from pulsars and stuff aren't going to affect you, then yeah, you can probably think astrology is bullshit.
Well, I think it's also the Jewish religion. Don't they have that whole thing with the number, like the pi thing and all that, where like there's things that like they believe based on like a sequence of numbers or something like that involves like I don't know, wellness and and direction in life or whatever. I can't remember what the whole thing was, but I saw something about that a while ago.
Sorry, some people try to say astrology. I'm not talking about astrology. I don't know anything about Western astrology. Chinese astrology, or whatever you call it, is totally different. It's this mathematical thing. It's nothing like Western hoity-toity. It's, you're a Libra, so this is your whole personality. I don't know anything about that, okay? I know people that are into that stuff. I'm not into it. That's not what I'm talking about. Look into Chinese fortune telling. I'm not even saying I believe in it, because again, I'm not 100%. I just believe in something type. I'm saying I find it fascinating because it's been weirdly accurate for me.
Noel, is there any religion or astrology stuff in Earthbound?
Oh,
Thank you, Jake. Sorry, we got distracted.
No, I was just kidding. He's like, no, but how do I make this interesting?
Is it time for another shot yet?
yeah. There's
I have way too much to drink.
there's reincarnation in Earthbound.
Ooh.
Oh.
And there's like
no.
godlike beings, and it might end with the dude meeting God and saying he wants to just have death stop, and that destroys everything.
Wow.
Or something, I don't know.
So you're just rewriting Space Dandy.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that's how that ends.
Oh, no.
It's only 2 seasons. You can watch Space Dandy. It's the best.
Is it?
It's good animation. I have the art books for it.
There's art books for it?
Hey, we got
Oh
one more.
yeah.
One more.
Wait, we
yeah.
got 4.
Wow.
We need to do a shot at 115. We need 4
I'll have
more.
to dig them out and show them on stream at some point.
Do it.
Yeah.
I'll also drink if you get to 115, and my foot hurts right now. So you guys
Give him gout. Let's give him gout.
Yeah, give him gout.
150?
Give him gout.
I'm drinking every 5 backers. Step your
Yeah.
game up.
115, not 150. Sorry, that's my
111 is a god
Frankenstein
number.
accent.
You ever look at the clock and it's 12:34? That happens to me every day, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I only look
Everyone
at the
has
clock
their
and it says
everyone
11,
has
11.
their own numbers. Yeah, 11, people do 11:11.
My birthday is 11/11. So that's definitely my number.
Ooh,
I
11.
know.
Yeah.
Dan Frega's number is 21.
Narwhal,
Or no,
is there
23,
astrology in Grand Prix because it takes place in space?
I was thinking maybe there should be. That would add culture. The characters like have that kind of stuff. The girl on the cover looks like 2010 Tan Rini. Heart.
No, it doesn't. I don't look like that.
Maybe if the hair was blacker.
I wasn't that tan. I was mildly tan. Apparently, I look Latina when I tan when I leave my house, which I haven't.
Your hair color makes your appearance different too.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, I was blonde.
It's whether you want to be
for a while.
Jewish or Chinese. Is just your
No, if I want to be
Asian hybrid.
Jewish, I would. You know, honestly, I'm so mad that I didn't get a Jew fro because my dad legit has a whole Jew fro, and I didn't get that hair. And I'm like, I want to be that Asian girl with a natural Jew fro, and I just didn't, like my hair is mildly curly, but that's it. That's it. I'm very angry. My genes betrayed me.
Were they Levi's?
Wait a minute, I got one for that.
That's
I
the sound of life without a Jew fro.
Bad dad joke.
Caleb has a
Bad dad joke.
Caleb has a good Jew fro. But yeah, we all wish we had a Jew fro.
I don't.
Me
Yeah,
neither.
Except for you.
I definitely.
As
I
soon as
have
I
a
said
few.
that, I was like, I have a Jew fro in my crotch.
We've all got a Jew
Oh.
fro somewhere.
There are so
Wow.
many things that I want to say, but I shouldn't because I'm not that drunk yet.
I know exactly what you want to say.
Oh yeah, I walked into that.
Exactly what you want to say.
Good
I
God.
Hey,
still have my
look.
filter on.
4 of us, I guess, have Jufros still.
So, well, you know that varies between ethnicities. I didn't know that. Like the straightness.
She has ponytails to grab. No,
What? No.
you can braid it.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
No, I'm just saying, some people who would have different types of hair, I guess you could braid it.
That's true. No, I'm just saying. Hold on. It legit. I was so confused over like different types of hair because I grew up in Asia, right? Where like men's beards grow totally straight, and like people's hair doesn't change color. I didn't understand why with white people, their head hair would be straight and their beards would be curly, or like why their hair changed color as they grew older.
I was bleached blonde as a kid.
This sounds
Complete
very
blonde.
ignorant of me, but I just grew up halfway across the world. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was pretty bright
Yeah, now I
blonde as a
know.
kid as well.
That's weird. I didn't know that.
The,
I didn't know
the
that could
toe
happen.
head.
That weird.
I was
Yeah.
like, people's hair changed colors? That's strange.
White people
That's
are
weird.
like ducks. They start out yellow.
It's kind of cool. You guys are so colorful.
Well,
You
some
guys
people's
get too much
eyes.
hate.
Well,
You guys are
with
really
it-
interesting.
Thanks, Project.
Irene's like, I love white people. You're so colorful. You have blue eyes and pink skin and blonde hair, and it's like you're
Oh
a
my
rainbow, but you're like a living rainbow.
You're like a fucking rainbow. It's weird. It's funny.
Eyes can change color too. I know some cats have like baby blue eyes when the kittens, and then they like
Yeah.
darken, but like that happens with humans too. I still have my blues though.
No, nice. I have heard of babies having like blue eyes, but it changes colors.
Yeah, I think that happens.
My
quite a bit.
my kids' eyes have like rim of like a greenish blue color and then brownish gold in the middle.
Green's the rarest one apparently.
Indeed.
These guys
No,
are
any
long,
green-eyed people in Earthbound.
Yeah, but there should be. I should make eye color a thing. Nope, because then it becomes all about genetics. What's that called on Earth?
Eugenics?
Nazism?
Eugenics.
Yeah, eugenics. I don't know. Eugenics, that's kind of a fun storytelling trope. They do that in Dune. You know, that's like
Yeah.
Dune. It's a sci-fi trope. But that's maybe a fun one to avoid because it's almost cliche at this point.
Oh, we have someone else. We have the guest. We have another guest.
Do we?
Ooh.
Let's see.
The boop didn't happen, so we never noticed. Sorry, Big.
Biggins, what's up?
It's Mr.
Oh.
Biggins.
I thought you
It's
were.
Biggins!
Oh my lord.
Well
This is
done.
so deep. It's so deep.
Hello.
Hey guys, what's up?
We meet for the first time.
I thought. Who said that?
Big boob. Dan.
Damn
That
play.
was me.
I haven't. I haven't been on stream with Dan. Everybody else I know in person.
There
Yeah.
you go.
And
Yeah.
Chad in two cities.
Yeah, within a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Are you
Had a
going
great
tubing?
time. Yeah, I think we are going to go tubing. That
Nice.
used to be a top secret mission, but I guess it's not anymore. Everybody's welcome to come to Austin the first weekend of September, and I guess we're going to have a big throwdown.
Nice.
Oh no, you can't keep things secret. Okay, so I discovered that after the first day in Tampa, I had like 4 people ask me. So I heard you're running a D&D campaign like in the hotel, and I never said anything remotely close to that. But what happened was on like a creative block show, I was like, I'm gonna bring some board games to the show in case people are lame and we don't want to go out, which totally didn't happen. We were partying the entire time, but I was like, I'm gonna bring Katana, let's play some board games, and that morphed into, hey everybody, Irene's running a D&D campaign, go find her after the show.
So people just guess. They're just throwing out a guess to see if your facial expression changes.
No, seriously, tubing in Texas is fun though. I went when I lived in Austin. I wish I could be there.
Which river?
I don't remember.
We have a lot of them.
The
There's a lot of
Texan
them.
River.
It was a very long Texas river, and it was great. Me and my friend went tubing, and it's how tubing goes. You meet you go in with your phones in a Ziploc bag, you bring a bunch of snacks and beer, and you meet a bunch of strangers, and you drift down a river for like 3 hours and get sunburned. It's great.
So it is. It's great fun. It's hard to describe how fun it is, but you just have to kind of do it. And I guess we're going to be doing it in a couple weekends, so everybody's welcome. You can make it down here. But y'all were talking about Nephilim earlier, and somebody in the chat said I'm the Mexican Thor. What is? Oh, because I speak Spanish. Is that because I speak Spanish?
Because you're close to the border, maybe.
Yes, he's Mexican. Everybody.
Yeah,
He's
no, I'm
kinda not.
Sounds highly Mexican.
I'm French, Dutch, and my wife thinks that I carry the Nephilim blood in my veins. So whenever Nephilim are brought up, I'm magically summoned.
Oh yeah. Well, that happened. It did happen.
That's amazing.
We mentioned
Yeah.
it and you showed up.
And I'm kind of a Nephilimologist. Like, if you have any
Tell
questions
me
about
more. Tell me more.
what would you like to know?
I don't know. I want
What's
to
the
know
like? Where
more.
did it
I don't know
start? So
anything about it.
they're fallen. Are they fallen angels, but they're not demons, and they're kind of nice, or are they bad? And then they mated with humans. I think that's the gist of it that I know, right? And then that's like giants, maybe.
Well, so they would be. Well, there's only two. There's either fallen or not fallen angels of that race or that species. There's only two kinds. There's fallen and not fallen. So if they're going against God's will, then they're fallen, right? So and a demon is a fallen angel, so they're demons.
Mm.
And I mean, do you know the context that they're brought up in the Bible?
Just from Book of Enoch is what I thought.
No, they're in Genesis 6.
Okay.
They're the reason, or one of the reasons given by God, that he flooded the earth or flooded the region. And some people think it's a regional flood. I believe it was a regional flood. That's a whole nother issue. But the reason that he killed everybody except the Noah's, Noah and his eight people on the ark, that was one of the justifications.
Was that Nephilim were mating with humans too much? And that's
No, Nephilim are the offspring of demons. It even says like the demons found the human women extremely hot, and so they bred with them, and the children are the Nephilim.
Oh, okay. So they are mixed.
So,
human and demon.
so does that
That's
mean
cool.
Noah's kids are pure blood and they don't have that?
Okay, so here's the problem. So this is one of the big mysteries. I mean, there's billions of mysteries in the Bible, but one of the big mysteries is that if God killed all living things, and including presumably Nephilim, how all of the mentions of Nephilim are in the post-Diluvian Old Testament. So there's multiple mentions of giants, and including Goliath, and when the Jews were spying on the Hebrews were spying on the Promised Land, and there's a couple kings that were Nephilim. So there's mentions of Nephilim in the post-Diluvian Old Testament.
Were they mentioned in pre-Diluvian texts?
Well, yeah, that only in the flood happens in Genesis 6, so there's not that much. But yeah, as I said, they were one of the justifications for the flood. So God was not happy about the demons mating with the humans and producing giant. And it also says they became some of the men of legend and things like this. That a lot of the legends and it implies like a lot of the legends and stories about heroes or men of renown, I think is how it said, were actually about Nephilim, because they were giants and they were strong and they were supernatural.
Like the guy who's friends with Babe, the big blue ox.
Exactly. Well, there are giants in all mythologies, which supports, some people think that contradicts the Bible. I think that supports the Bible. That supports the existence of giants.
Yeah. Real quick, Vic IP 199. Rini needs boobs, Mr. Biggins. Mini facelift too.
No, thanks, Vic.
I don't know what that means, but
need to lose weight.
no idea what that means. But so look, so there are different theories about how Nephilim got into the post-Diluvian world. And one of the theories is that one of the wives of the of Noah's sons carried Nephilim DNA in her blood.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so they weren't all killed because it was just Noah and his wife?
One of them snuck
Oh,
in.
so you're saying how did they survive if they're supposed to get wiped out? Because they did show up after the flood too.
Could it be the angels bred with more women and it just wasn't written down?
That's one of the theories. Like that God did not stop that practice immediately. That's one of the theories. It doesn't say. I mean, the Bible is silent on the issue, so nobody knows. We just know that giants appear after the flood. Another theory is that the flood didn't kill the giants.
Oh, I kind of like that one. That's cool.
Because they're so big, they could swim really well. They just swam to a mountain.
Or they don't need to breathe, and they just sat there for 40 days underwater and chilled out and ate fish and
Interesting.
Just grabbing them in front of their faces.
Yeah,
Travis.
It's a fascinating. The whole thing is a fascinating topic, and there's even debate as to whether Nephilim are even really giants. That they were. There's these weird theories about how people that sort of don't want there to be too much craziness in the Bible that are Christians, but they have these other kind of convoluted theories that Nephilim were just sons of warlords that became more powerful warlords. It depends on how you interpret the Hebrew, but when you read the Bible in other languages like Spanish, it says gigantes. It says giants. You know? So
Cool.
and clearly in the rest of the Bible, in the rest of the Old Testament, giants are mentioned many times.
Yeah, so they did survive the flood.
Or something. Or more were produced. They either survived or more were produced.
Yeah, I gotta read up more on this. I find this so fascinating. I love mythology.
Travis Perrick, the Book of Enoch goes into further
that's
detail of the giants.
That's a little bigoted there, Rini.
How is it bigoted?
Saying it's a myth.
Because it's not mythology, it's the truth.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Let me read this super chat real fast. Travis Perrick for $5. Thank you so much. The Book of Enoch goes into further detail of the giants. Make sure it's Enoch from Adam's lineage, not Cain. And then Vic IP, Nephilim subliminal, then whips it out on the giants.
What?
Another cryptic. But yes. Yeah. It is interesting. Do you think they announced whatever the government's saying there are aliens? Chad saw a little something at some point.
Yeah,
do you guys think that that's like a civilization over the ice wall, possibly Nephilim civilization or anything like that? Or?
Well, many there are definitely some apologists that I read that think that alien sightings are just demon sightings.
Yeah.
Wait, what makes them an apologist by saying that then? Like what?
Apologist is not apologist just means a person that's defending the faith. It doesn't mean apologizing like saying you're sorry. It's just a word for a defender of the faith. So in fact, there's one of my favorite apologists, Hugh Ross, who's an astrophysicist, who I recommend everybody read all of his books. Hugh Ross is the guy that correlated Genesis and all of the 7 creation stories with the actual history of the universe and Earth, and he shows that the Bible, the creation stories, all comport exactly with science. That's another story. He says that when these astrologers and people that have claimed to see aliens, they're actually involved in the occult, and what they're seeing is demons.
Whoa! So I saw a demon.
Yeah, take that, Chad. You even.
It could have been all my heavy metal music around that time.
Well,
Mhm.
what's weird, I've been talking a lot about this recently with people, with some Christian brothers and sisters, is that the thing about the demon angel race is that, you know, they interact with humans all through the Bible. You know, not just having sex with them, like talking to them and giving them warnings, and God sends them as his messengers all the time. Yeah, maybe Chad, did you have any intimate relations with
No.
With the aliens.
No, I'm just saying I saw a UFO, not an alien. So
Do you know what? I bet if they did go like, oh, all the aliens are real, I bet that would be a lot of people lining up to fuck them. And if they are demons, then you just have like a whole new race of Nephilim popping out because of all the people betting
making
the grays.
sweet love to those demons.
Yeah.
Now, many people independently believe that that woman on the that motherfucker is not real woman.
Mm-hmm.
That she, I mean, there's only 3 explanations, right? What are the 3 explanations for her behavior?
She was high, or she was mistaken. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Well, there's 3.
Or she actually saw something.
Yeah, she had a mental breakdown, or she saw a reptilian person, or something. I heard a rumor. Someone said that guy said something to her, and he said, "I'm taking this whole plane down," and that's when she like. But it's weird that she heard that and then said that motherfucker's not real. And then when she talked after the fact, she released a statement. It kind of didn't look like her. I was like,
No, it didn't.
They cloned her and got to her.
Well, so she said that motherfucker's not real, and she was freaking out. So, either one possibility is that she has the sight. Another possibility is, first possibility is drugs. I guess, or drugs and or schizophrenia. Second possibility is she has the sight. Third possibility, it was a fallen one or a possessed that revealed itself inadvertently or on purpose. Can you think of a fourth possibility?
No.
Someone whipped out a costume super quick and like put a face mask on and went ha 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 ha, and then she's like fuck, and then he took it off.
With your third possibility, did you say it was like a demon that revealed itself? Is that what you said? A demon?
Yeah, a fallen one or a demon or whatever. But it also could have been a possessed.
What's the difference between demon and possessed? Like just a possessed human.
Yeah.
Of a demon. Gotcha. Real quick, Vic says Mr. Biggin's probably going to say he boned a hot alien.
I've had no alien or demonic encounters that I'm aware of.
But maybe one of your ancestors did. That's the thing.
Oh,
for the Nephilim DNA.
Well,
no.
If you ask my wife if she were awake right now, she would tell you that is absolutely true.
she has the sight.
Maybe she has the sight. Hey, wait a minute now.
Whenever she says that, you're like, don't say that. I don't want to be demon spawn. Come on.
Oh, man.
She's like, you're my little demon spawn.
Adorable little demon spawn.
Yeah. According Angela Curry for $5, thank you, Angela. According to the news, supposedly the guy took her AirPods. No joke. And that got her to say, that motherfucker is not real.
Yeah, she could just be overacting. Could just be overacting, I guess.
Judy Kirby, I am the fourth possibility. That would be a good comic.
Playing it up for the meme or something.
The fourth possibility. That is a great comic or band name.
Yeah.
It could be legit schizo issues. Because remember that guy in Florida or something who was who had a schizophrenic break on top of roid rage and saw demons and started chewing off his neighbor's face.
Yeah, he was on bath salts, I think.
I was gonna say bath salts.
It was bath salts, or he was also taking roids because he was into bodybuilding, and at the same time he had a psychotic break and he just started seeing things, and he literally beat his neighbor, like beat the woman to death, and like he killed both of them, but then the man, he like beat him up, stabbed him, and like chewed his face off. It was crazy.
Yeah,
These things do happen.
Vic, so you're against aliens. Alpha demon to you? Is Alf an alien? And that I didn't know that. The Alf,
Yeah.
the lore of Alf is that he's an alien.
I thought he was supposed to be Cerebus.
Yeah, he kind of
Alf?
looks like that.
Alf?
Is Cerebus.
Yeah. Look, I'm just telling you some theories.
Um,
That I do a lot of reading about this stuff and a lot.
Is
of
there
research.
such a thing as a demon that's not a bad guy? Like a demon that's like kind of nice? Or are they all bad?
They're all against God's will, so like
Yeah.
otherwise it would be an angel. You have angels and demons, and like demons are fallen angels that are going against God's will. So
Yeah,
I
'cause,
don't
like,
know if
Alf-
you can have a good.
Alf could be a nice demon.
What's more interesting is, are all angels good? Because okay, I think this idea of objective good and evil is really Western to me. It's very Abrahamic religion. I don't know how else to say that. But so are all angels good by default, or are they just messengers of God's will? Or well, messengers of God's will means they have to be good, right? Because that's
Well, it means they chose to be with God instead of, and it's a third. We know actually how many. It said a third. A third of the angels rebelled against God, and and 2/3 chose to stay with Him.
Right. So the angels that rebelled against God became the demons, all the different kinds of demons.
Or the fallen ones, or yeah. very
Did
sad.
God create the angels and the demons then?
Of course,
Was that, yeah.
the first race. Yeah, so it's funny when people say, so Christianity is the biggest, religion on earth, and so it's very much, so the largest religion absolutely believes in angels and demons. I mean, it's all through the Bible. So if it sounds preposterous to your ears, just know that the largest religion on earth, absolutely, it's an intrinsic part of the religion.
Yeah.
I think every religion has something like angels and demons, so that makes you think, right? It's probably because there's reality to it. I like looking for those connections.
But I don't know. Tell us what you mean about good and evil.
Well, again, it's not like I never studied it, so it's not like I can explain, I don't know, like Buddhist cosmology or animist Chinese cosmology or anything. But my impression is it's not so much about good and evil. It's more about well, how much you've learned, and how much it's not about how much you believe, because in Buddhism it's not about, well, if you believe then you're on the side of good. It's more about, did you actually do any good, and did you learn anything as well on top of it? It's really hard to explain, and also I've had a few drinks, so I'm really bad at explaining it. But it's a different view on morality, and I'm not saying which one is good or bad. I appreciate a lot. I see a lot of the individualism in Western culture that comes from Christianity. That's entirely from that religion. But I just find it fascinating how the view on morality is so different in different parts of the world. And there's not really one strict way to view morality in religion.
Well, did they codify laws in China?
No, religion and state were really separate in China.
Okay, but did they have laws? Like if you murdered somebody, did the state or the king or the samurai come in and, discipline you?
I suppose so.
Okay, so that's a moral position.
Yeah, there definitely was morality, but I feel like morality changes through time because, well, in different cultures, if you murder a slave, for example, then the laws apply differently than if you murder, like a free person or a full citizen. You know what I mean?
In Japan, they kill themselves for honor.
Right, like morality varies so much. And I do think at some level there is objective morality, objective good and evil, but also there's so much variation across the world. It's weird.
Well, oh my goodness, we're getting very deep here. So there has to be, if there's not an objective morality, if you have a materialist viewpoint that the universe sprang into existence randomly.
No, I think there is objective morality. That's not my stance. I'm saying like different cultures have different takes on like it's like there is objective morality, but there is a stretch and pull that different cultures interpret it differently. But there is like
okay,
I'm not an atheist.
How do you know? But if you were a materialist would ask you, how do you know there's an objective morality, and what are the defining qualities of that objective morality? You know what I mean by materialist?
Not really.
So materialist is somebody who thinks there's nothing supernatural. There's nothing outside the universe. The universe formed, Big Bang, hydrogen molecules, 13.8 billion years ago. Hydrogen molecules accreted into stars. The stars went supernova. All the heavier elements were formed. They magically turned into more stars and planets and asteroids and moons. One of those planets happened to have all of the exact perfect qualities for life. Life sprang into being from rocks and water, and et cetera, and all this is random. So that's a materialist thing. So if you think that everything's random, how could a materialist say that there's objective morality?
I think okay. I don't know. I don't think I'm a materialist. I think there's more to life than the physical world. I do think there's something beyond. But if I were to guess, I would say that perhaps the answer would be what objective morality as far as humans go for humans would be what's objectively and rationally been proven to be good for society, because that can be objectively proven. Certain behaviors are good for all societies across all time.
I think one argument would be there's a truth to how to be based on just like how humans evolved. So there is the fundamental truth is like the laws of the universe or something, and then like whatever humans evolved is like a best way to live as that creature. That's not me, by the way. I'm positing what a materialist.
No, they can't say that, because the best way to evolve is I kill all of you, and
yeah, sure.
the strongest person kills all of you, kills all of your children, and rapes all of your women, and spreads his seed, because that's what evolution is.
Not necessarily, though, because if that was the best way to evolve, we wouldn't end up here, because it's this whole push and pull of that's originally how humans were, but at one point humans realized as a society that if we didn't prioritize just power, might makes right, and we valued people who didn't have so much physical might but had intellectual might, and also all of that physical might is at balance with surplus. And humans can't really have time for things like science and philosophy and intellectual pursuits unless we have a surplus. So it's kind of this balancing act. That's why it took us so long to evolve from tribal societies into an actual civilization, because we had to build up to that exponential growth of having a surplus.
Well, yeah.
But at some point we did evolve to realize that not just might makes right, there's more to our societies, and if we valued people that had intellectual pursuits and had understood more, had more to contribute other than just beating people up, then we would grow as a whole. That was good for society.
Well, when chimps who are very close to us go on monkey hunts and eat and grab monkeys to eat and eat them alive while they're screaming, is that immoral?
If they're an animal and not as like a sentient human being, is there a question of morality in Christianity about that, or are they just animals doing what they do?
But that's my point. Why do we apply if we are just barely, a few DNA strands away from chimps? Why do we apply such complicated? I mean, we could. Here's the problem. If you say, well, what's the best for humans? We could talk about a subject like divorce law and say, what is the best way to set up divorce law in a society? And you could say, well, what's the proven way to do that? Well, there's no proven way to do that. Every society does it differently, and there's very hot debate over how to set up divorce law and how to set up marriage and how to set up stepkids and paternity and all of these just things that seem kind of minor. We're not even talking about murder and theft, something as seemingly low stakes as divorce law. There's no set morality that you could come up with looking at evolution.
I think part of the argument could be that cultural evolution is like the next step on top of physical evolution, and that's like evolution of the mind or the experience or whatever. And like, there's nothing. Those people might even say it's never settled. It's just a constant experiment all the time to figure it out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, except how's that going?
I know. Yeah.
How's that working out for you?
The point we're at is like just wild progress, quote unquote, without really thinking about, are we progressing in the right direction? Your point about the divorce laws, that is interesting, but also I think that's also divorce laws and things like specific laws that apply to, every society that varies. It's because every society has a different context. For example, in Asia, people prize being part of your community. They don't prize individualism as much. And that's why laws and social views are completely different than they are in the West, and why we have completely differing moral views, and even though we're all humans. But I think underneath all that, there's a deeper core beneath that, you know what I mean? Where we all agree murder is bad. And those few moral truths it's like, it's very bare bones. Like all the stuff that builds on top of it starts varying because humans have variation. I think that's part of our success. But at the core, like the bones of our morality as a species, there is a baseline truth. Does that make sense? Or am I too drunk?
Glitch says, what the fuck happened to this stream? It took an interesting turn.
Sorry about that.
No. I'm enjoying it.
But I really liked Earthbound 1. I haven't read Earthbound 2. I kind of got sidetracked on my ordering stuff, but I ordered the full meal deal for the new campaign.
Thanks. You're going to get Cerberus too. Then. I want Miss Biggins.
Cerberus is great.
I really enjoyed. I think Earthbound 1 is one of the best CG comics that's been made, and again, Mrs. Biggins has read more than I have because I'm a little behind in my stack. But I do recommend Narwhal's work.
Isn't Mrs. Biggins the true comic geek? Like, she has an extensive knowledge, I hear.
She, I would say for the past few years, she has been reading a lot more comics than I have. But
I got to tell you a funny story about Miss Biggins, because she asked me about Foreign Agent, and she's like, I am confused about the story. And I was like, well, it's about the question of whether, after talking a little bit, I'm like, it's about the question whether it's an old man staying with a younger woman and a young boy, and they're not sure if the young woman is like an underage child bride or his daughter. And so there's a little morality between that switch, so they don't know which one. And she's like, I know that, but which one is it that you never said in the book? And I was like, oh yeah. So she did get it. It was funny.
But you didn't answer the question.
Well, then I was like, I mean, I won't say it here, I guess, but there's something that I do think it is one, but I was like, oh, you're right. It's not super obvious, I think. So.
Do you think with a careful reading of the book that it answers the question?
I think so. Yeah, I'm trying to remember now if there's everything there. I wonder what other people's experience with it is if everyone had to guess. I bet if everyone had to guess, they would all guess right. You know what I mean?
Is the answer in the nuance of the character's interaction visually, or is it within the wording?
It's sort of just within by the end of the story, the way shit hits the fan kind of implies the way things are going, kind of.
So, can you summarize the Earthbound kind of story for everybody, maybe that hasn't backed it, and get people stoked about it a little bit? Do you have an elevator pitch?
Yeah, for this one, for Grand Prix, it's like inspired by a news story when I read about the Olympics in the Middle East. I think maybe they said all these elite athletes come over and stay in these huge hotels, and they hand out like bags or baskets and baskets of condoms to all the athletes because they know they're all just going to bang. And that like kind of made me laugh. And so I was like, that would be like a fighting tournament in outer space too. All the fighters would like just one giant party. And then I was thinking about like why in Hollywood, if you have the chance to go to like an exclusive Hollywood party, why do people even want to do that? Because parties are not even like, there's nothing super special about it. If you've been to one, you've been to 1,000, and then you're partying with your friends, that can be greater than partying randomly with like whatever. But I do think there's some kind of weird thing about where people always wonder who else is going to be at the party. And so there can be like a ultimate version of that where everybody, basically we're like the most elite warriors in the galaxy, they're all going to be there. So everyone wants to go. And so it's super exclusive. And you can only get there through a portal that's only one way. So once you go, you can never come back, but people still go. And so there's a whole culture on the other end of the portal that no one really knows about, and they have trouble communicating through and stuff. But this is where the Grand Prix takes place. So it's very mysterious. And that's kind of like, I don't know how good of a pitch that is, but that's like a lot what's going on with this story.
But set up the world. Do a few sentences on the world building. What's the world that they're in?
Yeah, that like even going back to the original Earthbound, it's like, you know, these 13 sponsors, they're like corporations or just these entities that have people working for them, but however big they are, it's not exactly clear. They're almost like nations or even planets. And they go out and recruit warriors. So there's this huge business of hunting and convincing via mind control or blackmail, any means possible, of bringing in these warriors to basically become slaves. So there's this huge slave trade of elite warriors, and that is like in the backdrop of the entire of Earthbound. And Earthbound 1 and 2 are like it all takes place on Earth in a high school, and so it's like a high school sex comedy from the 80s, but it's sci-fi. And that one specifically has a gimmick that kind of is fun to play with the story, and it's these guns that if you shoot someone, they join your team. So they're non-lethal mind control guns, you could say. There's two of them. So two aliens come down to Earth opposed to each other, and they start recruiting their teams to kind of get what they need, get what they want. You could hypothetically shoot the president of the United States, or you could shoot like his aide and then give them your gun, tell them to shoot him. And there's a lot of ways like you could conquer the world. But so all that stuff is kind of fun with how the guns work, but there are little ways that it plays out with that. Almost like what's it called? The video game where you can steal cars and stuff. It's like, you need a car, just shoot the driver. And that happens in Earthbound. They shoot a soccer mom on the way back from a soccer practice. So she's part of their team for the rest of the movie just because they needed the van. And then she's like with them.
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. And so all the Earthbound stories have this like gimmick that hangs on it where it's like a magic system, but it's like a simple one kind of. So the guns are like a magic system. You play with it. All the iterations of ways that it could be kind of fun, how it could play out, happen in that story. And then Earthbound 2, Grand Prix, its huge magic system is the reincarnation system with the rings and kind of how that works. And that's a big part of what this book is kind of like explaining that and setting it all up. So I might not go into too much of it here, but it's actually kind of fun. It's like I hope that it's kind of expositional, and I don't particularly mind. Like I kind of like, it's like exposition can be pretty fun if you're like excited to explain it, and the character's excited to explain it, and the dude's excited to listen. Like then you're like, let's get down and dirty. Let's like explain how this world works. Let's explain how these rings and this reincarnation works, because that's the only way you can get out of the portal once you go through, is by reincarnating back to the other side. And so these rings are worth a ton of value to them. And then there's like some balance of how much the rings are worth, and some like debate and some like philosophical discussion of even like a ring will save one life. It reincarnates you back across the portal. So you would think, what's it worth? It's worth one life. But then you're like, wait, no, because these rings are so rare. Hundreds of people have died just to possess one ring. So then you're like, well, the value is actually way more than one life. But then it only pays for one life. So then it's like maybe lives are of different value and blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff.
Complicated.
Yeah. Oh, guess what? Vaughn's here. Hold on.
Vaughn, sorry, I was muted. Hi,
The
Vaughn.
best stories are.
Hello.
One question:
Vaughn.
Are the rings one used? Are they destroyed when they're used?
Yeah,
otherwise
they
the value would be different.
disintegrate. Yeah, they disintegrate. once they're
Okay,
used.
that's different. Oh no, here's trouble. Hi.
Yep.
There's only 50 minutes left in the campaign, so we're winding down. We're close enough. I'm like, let's just go to midnight if you guys.
Let's pump this shit up,
Oh
guys.
my
Come on.
God.
So
We've been streaming forever.
I didn't realize I would have never streamed over you. I just started a stream and then sent the link, and then people were like, "Why would you stream over Narwhal?" And I was like, "I would never, willingly."
Nice. Another Tampa bud here. We got the whole reunion.
Oh yeah, we got a reunion going.
Yay!
Except for Boob Dan.
Oh,
Yeah, and the
Aw.
Diaz brothers. The Diaz brothers.
I
Who's
definitely.
in chat?
I won't.
Get them-
I won't lie, man. I had serious FOMO. I felt like all these people
yeah.
now are super tight. And now I'm like an outsider.
Yeah, now
That's
we're
not
not
true
letting
at
anyone else
all.
in at all.
Yeah, that's how I
No,
felt.
but
we
why
spent
didn't
the whole
why didn't
weekend
you go,
wishing
Boob Dan?
everyone else
I got-
was there.
I got cancer, Viggins. I'm going through treatment right now.
All right, I guess we'll let you slide on that.
It's.
We might make it to Vegas though.
I'm doing.
so-
Yeah, well, Vegas is next year, so we're hoping that I'll be in remission and that we'll have killed it all by December. So, but I'm like,
Sweet.
I'm right in the middle of chemo right now, so it's like I don't really travel too far. I went to San Diego for 2 days, and like I felt like I was gonna die. It was like awful.
All right. Well, those of you
So,
that
Aaron Lepresti saved me.
that pray, say one for Dan.
I really appreciate that. I prayed with Aaron at his booth at Comic-Con, and I definitely felt a boost. So I'm
Hope you feel
I'm-
better.
We hope you feel
Yeah,
better.
Make it to
I'm
Vegas.
definitely fighting hard, guys. Like I want to deliver a book and
Good.
be back to fighting. Doing. My plan is to come back and basically I want to put out a book every 2 months. Like, I mean, I can draw it quick. It just, man, everything just kind of came to a halt once I got sick. I was like even working on a second book, and
Hey,
yeah,
Bancroft, stop stealing Big Boob Dan's thunder when he's talking about his cancer.
that's
Really?
no.
Yeah.
There's no thunder to be stolen.
I'm
It's
just kidding.
I'm praying for you.
He's joking.
I love everybody on this panel. I love everybody in Comicsgate. Like everybody's amazing. The fans have been so freaking supportive. Like I have people that bought commissions that like I haven't been able to ship out yet because it's at my dad's house, which I haven't been to in months. I went there today, but I was with the baby and I couldn't get anything done because he was draining me. And man, it was like my space I used to live in there is like full of cobwebs now, and it
Yeah.
was crazy.
Real quick, we got Aldion. Aldion's a big guy on Twitter all the time, big supporter of Comicsgate. Aldion, don't you have the huge spinner rack? With all the
Yes,
books?
I've got my spin rack. See, everything's in reverse here. Got my spin rack right here, full of Comicsgate books. My
Ooh.
spin rack is Comicsgate only, so Every book I
Wow.
have. Well, I have a King Diamond book on there, but I'm a heavy metal fan. But everything else is Comicscape.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, and there's Earthbound 1 and 2 there. That's rad.
Ooh, Battle Brick Road right there. Some quality.
Oh yeah, Battle Brick Road. I'm a Narwhal completionist, so I mean,
oh boy.
you
Yeah,
search
got
this
'em.
rack, you're going to find everything that Narwhal has fulfilled so far. And I have backed what is it? Grand Prix, Earthbound Grand Prix.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. But yeah, I mean, you guys were touching on some topics that I am supremely interested in. Talking about Nephilim, the giants, the Gabriel. See, Rini, look, the giants. There are categories of those too. They're not just.
Tell me more.
There are the Anakims. There are the Raphaim. They're the different types. So the bulk, a lot of the flood of Genesis 6 was designed to destroy a lot of the genetic manipulations that the angels, the Bnei Ha-Elohim, the fallen angels, were doing. And not so much to take out the giants. The nation of Israel was designed to take out the giants because God fashioned them into a fighting force. And then they swept into the promised land and wiped out most of the giants. And so you read about that in the Torah.
In the Torah.
Yeah.
We're sorry, real quick, guys. Vic with another $4.99. Thanks so much, Vic. Ooh, Biggins, you see that Dr. Greer interview? He named 70 races of aliens. All this BS. I think that guy's full of shit. Biggins, did you comment on that?
Yeah, I think all the alien stuff is complete shit, and from the government, it's a psyop. There's no physical. I mean, anybody that understands physics, there's no way to get here from any neighboring systems. It's not possible.
Oh yeah, we live in a test tube or whatever. I don't know.
No,
Albion, did you say?
Rini, are we on the same page with the aliens, just based on the facial expression? I believe in them.
What? Oh, aliens. I think most of it is government secret weapons or secret technology from the government. Either that, most of it is bullshit. It's all fake, or either it's government technology or it's alternate dimensions. I don't think there's actual aliens from other planets that have come here, because just like Biggin said, that doesn't work with physics. That's impossible. The distances in space are too large.
Yeah,
right.
real quick, Vic with $1.99. I heard Chokeout is looking for Vaughn. JK, he don't care.
Are we going
to look for me?
So and I have to say, some of what I don't know this fellow, Aldion. Hi, Biggins here.
Pleased to meet you, Biggins.
Pleased to meet you. Some of what you said is not from the Bible. So
the Anakims are. And the Raphaim. So you may have to look at the Masoretic text.
All right. Not for this show. That's a debate for another time. But
more.
See, I've got my
So I want to know from the people that went to Tampa but didn't go to Houston, did y'all have FOMO?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, a little bit. I've seen some stuff. My friend was there, and it seems like it was really fun. Like I wanted to meet, especially Vic Mignon. I would have loved to have met him. I love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So
I didn't have it as bad because I was just relaxing and recovering, so I didn't really.
I feel like this time it really hit me like, oh, girl, you old bitch, because I took like 2 weeks to like wind down from Tampa. I just didn't want to leave the house at all. But you guys look like you had fun.
If it had been spaced out a little bit more, you might have increased the FOMO.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like fun. I want to meet Mignona too.
Angela Curry, Biggins reading the Bible audiobook when? Maybe soon. We'll do Sunday school on this channel with Biggins anytime.
That'd be cool. That'd be really cool.
They would have to. They I don't know who they is, but they can't afford me. But I did find on Audible Johnny Cash reading the New Testament. That doesn't.
Oh my Lord!
No, the best one is James Earl Jones reading the New Testament.
Ooh,
that's
I heard. I didn't buy it, but I heard he sounds pretty disinterested, and but I don't know that for sure. But
is it old James Earl Jones? Because at a certain point, he's like AI generated James Earl.
I remember when Val Kilmer was reading it on TV for a good period of time.
Well, Johnny Cash ain't disinterested. He like half his songs are about Jesus, you know.
Yeah.
You could
Nice.
feel it. You could feel it in his bones.
Nice. We're getting some backers, guys. We're close to Rini taking another shot.
Ooh.
And then,
Come on, two more.
Whoa! Look at that. That blew my mind. I got the cat. The cat is making
Whoa.
me crazy. What is it?
You could also download the video.
I almost died in the middle of.
That's not the cat.
No.
Where is it?
Really, you almost died? Oh yeah. No.
What's the shot
middle of nowhere.
criteria?
Oh my god.
Every 5, I believe.
There's no audio.
Boomer.
Oh, oops.
You should download it and then play. Okay, never mind.
I'm scared to download while I'm streaming. I think.
Oh, okay.
Kick me off.
Well, yeah, you guys were talking a bunch of. Oh, you're going to play video? Okay.
Well, it can interrupt you because that's funny sometimes, but it's just going to be
There we go.
This is what we're talking about. This is 115 backers on Indiegogo.
That was piercing.
The mind is blown. Megan's talking about Nephilim.
I know. This has been this whole conversation.
Can someone audio clip that from Irene, please?
Wait, no. Stop, no.
It's already out there. We got it.
Damn it. I should know better at this point.
No, it's good though.
Well, another interesting aspect about the Nephilim is, and the fallen angels, they're spoken about in the book of Jude. There's a prediction that they're coming back.
Oh.
And when?
It just says end times. And then Jesus himself said that in the end times will be like it was in the days of Noah. Well, what was going on in the days of Noah? Well, there were giants and fallen angels on the earth at that time. So, hello, it's going to happen again.
Well,
hey, we got Hollywood Square.
Speaking of the Nephilim.
Panel now. Join us in our Nephilim.
Nephilim just showed up.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I figured you guys had another spot, and I was listening. So,
Biggins, I just
speak about your ancestors, Phil. The Nephilim. Tell us.
Oh, that's Biggins.
Yeah, we got Biggins. We got some Nephilim here. Phil could be a little bit. Him and his brother.
Phil's got
Wolfman blood. That's a little Nephilim.
Biggins got 2 inches on me.
Whoa.
Probably more than that. What at him? In height, guys. In height.
In height, yeah.
No comment.
Yeah.
You like my thumbnail, Narwhal?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't see it's the book. What is I don't know what the video is or the book, but is that Miss Biggins?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the whole thing was when that was back when she used to post, when she had the largest CG fan account. She would respond to these various people calling CG Nazis by posting all the shit that we had bought from them, and like just saying, hey, you're calling your fans Nazis, fuck you, Right. And that was when Frank Cho called us Nazis. And at the same time, there was a lot of debate whether
I didn't know he did that. Holy shit.
There was a lot of debate whether somebody could actually do that Spider-Woman Manara thing in real life. And I was like, I'm pretty sure you can do that. Let's go see. And then she put one of his How to Draw Hot Women book in front of her head.
Nice.
They always,
Vic, Maserati texts don't exist. Car manual, maybe.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into that, but
so there is no Maserati text then.
Yeah, Vic knows some weird shit, I guess. Speaking in tongues, Vic is with these super chats. Keep them coming.
Keep them coming.
Or use it to back the book.
Yeah, what do we got? It's at 115. So now it's like, is it insurmountable to get 5 more backers and then Reedy takes another shot? Should be officially hung over tomorrow.
I owe you a shot, so I've been putting that off.
Wasn't Earthbound Grand Prix originally written in ancient Greek and it was translated into English just for this campaign?
Yeah, I think so. I think he told me
Yeah.
that in Tampa, actually.
The ancient text discovered in Antarctica.
Yep.
And
Admiral
I just
Byrd's
translated
expedition.
it. Yeah.
What are you drinking, Irene?
I'm drinking that Viking whiskey that was left over in Tampa. This Highland Park 15 Viking Heart. Very appropriate for me, I suppose.
Highland Park.
What does that taste like? Is it a liqueur or is it
No, it's malt scotch. It's not technically whiskey. Malt scotch.
single malt?
I drank I don't know. 15-year-old is a single malt.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It probably is. Yeah.
Is it 40 or more percent
Oh.
alcohol?
It's 44%. Yep.
Oof.
Oh, it's made in the Orkney Islands. Damn. Cool.
That's where I discovered the texts for Earthbound.
Ah, okay. It's all coming together now. It's so awesome. It's so cool.
They were sitting with that bottle.
Yeah. Yeah. I just took it from some guy, nice drunk guy. It was his idea. Oh,
Cheers,
yeah.
everybody.
All Dion's got a little something.
Dimple
It was
Pinch.
a pinch.
Dimple pinch.
That's a blended whiskey, but it tastes really good. There's a spider on it.
The dip pinch. What are you drinking, Vaughn?
Drinking Rolling Rock.
Oh,
Rock
sick.
and roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can get
Pretty
something
much.
heavier though. I can get.
Irene, I was like, you're drinking beer now? You're just holding the shot glass really close.
No, I'm just holding up the corgi butt because I think it's
I'll get a
hilarious.
shot.
Cheers.
I'm drinking
Actually,
mezcal
my drink.
palomas.
Wow.
Nice.
Let me grab my shot glass. I'll be back.
Me, I'm drinking coffee, but it's ill-advised.
Oh, look
Oh.
at that.
Narwhal is
Is it alcohol time?
Is the same person here who's actually not a drunk. Sorry, I have to show this off because I've been gazing at this lovingly. It's been sitting on my table. It looks so good.
Boobs.
What?
Big
When is
boob.
Ryan gonna get here?
Came out good.
It came out awesome.
Not gonna
Is it-
lie.
For those who don't know, this is Boob Dan's cover with Billy Basco's colors for Fiendish.
Nice.
The
Billy.
boobiest.
Big boob and Billy.
It's very nice. I'm very proud of it. We're shipping now. People are getting their books already.
Sweet.
Hopefully mine comes
So
soon.
happy. It'll come soon.
John Bez just parachuted some Valium. Cheers to that.
No,
You know
so
what?
fiendish.
I worked one winter
Water.
many years ago in a metal shop just doing a sculpture, a giant sculpture for the guy who commissioned it. So I worked after the shop closed, but it kept getting robbed. It had been robbed like 3 times in the previous several months by crackheads because they're trying to steal the good metal. There's a lot
Sell
of
the
metal.
scrap iron.
Yeah, but the one they always go for copper. But it's funny because they have in that metal shop, they have like tungsten and shit or whatever. They have like shit that's super weird and they have like really valuable stuff. But the crackheads always go for copper. But I'd be working, it's in the winter, so it gets dark at like 3 p.m. and I'm working till like 3 to 7. So I'm working. And then like I swear that one time I was working and the crackheads were around, but I scared them off because I had my the metal or the welding like shit was going like sparking and shit, so they ran away. Because
Threaten them with a welding torch. Like, get
yeah,
back.
I was like, and I was like, I should just stay the night here with a shotgun.
See, I work in security. Those crackheads are not nice. They are
Yeah.
vicious.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. It's no
They're
joke.
zombies. Frank Darish with $5. Thank you. He says,
Oh, but Rennie with the Fiendish, I am so stoked about that map. That is so cool. I love
Thank you.
fantasy
Ooh,
fiction.
you want
map.
to see something? Oh, hold on. Oh.
And then
You
Phil,
get your better off now.
this reminds me of Magic Cop here. You see that? I got this out of a mixed pack today.
Oh,
of
yeah, look at
IPA
that.
beers. It's got the Magic Cop on it.
The voodoo.
Yeah, New Belgium. It's the same. Voodoo Vice is what this is called. So it's a
oh,
very
cool.
Badass. Love it.
Yeah, so I'm going to be trying that out. This is it. So this is going to be my first taste. We'll see what it
Down
is.
in one. Down
I
in
like-
one. Down
Oh,
in
yeah.
I
How is
just
it?
realized something. I may have Goblin Girl wine come Vegas.
Goblin
Oh,
Girl.
Goblin
yeah.
Girl
Oh,
River.
Oh,
sweet.
that'll be
Is it all ready?
awesome.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that just now. I was like, holy shit, because I think we're bottling the wine in January or whatever, and it's being bottled in Vegas, so I could probably bring a couple bottles to the show.
Perfect.
Nice.
Look at the map. Look.
Oh, you got it in a frame?
Oh yeah. Oh, look at it framed. Wow, that's
Wow.
nice.
That-
It makes me want to buy a flat screen
There,
TV.
you can see
Wow.
my table. There's my photo.
That does look amazing.
Rennie, I want to frame mine too. Where did you get that frame?
Just Amazon.
Amazon. Okay.
Is it
Hold
supposed
on.
to look
There's
like a bird?
Yeah, that's
This
what I
one-
was gonna ask.
Oh, look at that.
it is.
Yeah.
It's a This is called the beak, and this area is
Oh.
called the feathers. The continent is supposed to look like a bird. Good
Nice.
eye.
Oh, did you guys see that giant dragon that looks like it's dead on the continent of Africa? It's from Mud Fossil University. You go on Google Maps and you look, you zoom out and you look. It looks just like a dead dragon laying there in the sand in the Sahara. It's crazy.
No, there's
that
the Eye of
leftover-
Africa, though. Have you guys seen the Eye of
Wait.
Africa?
Sounds like a
Yeah.
You're there.
Wait, isn't that a leftover from Star Wars? Like they just left the remains of that
The crate dragon.
From the set.
Yes.
No, the crate dragon bones are still there
Yeah.
in Tunisia, which is in
Yeah.
Africa.
So are the Kong bones on the Big Island, Hawaii.
Hey, what's going on?
There's 30 minutes left in the campaign. If we get to 120, then Aldion's gonna chug his beer. Reenie's gonna take a shot. Hype Wizard's gonna take his shirt off.
I
Chad-
missed the shot before.
I'm gonna take my shirt
Wait,
off.
what? Everybody takes their
Jane.
shirt off. Everybody takes their shirt off if this hits. I know.
Yeah.
You're offering.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
right.
hang on.
I
You're
want a
offering.
hero. How about that?
Wait,
I already have my
except
shirt
me.
Hold on.
Frank Naris for $2. Thank you, sir.
Hey,
Wait,
so
wait.
Hyper Wizard's got an Earthbound shirt. How do I get an Earthbound shirt?
You have to be close personal.
Yeah,
friends.
you're not a true completionist. I can try and get you something. That was a few years ago. I screen printed all those by hand.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I
Okay.
messed up Hype Wizards because I put it way too high, close to the neck.
Dude, I actually like that though, because if you're wearing a vest or something like that, it shows up. That is, I like the positioning on it. That
Yeah, it
works.
actually does look okay if you wear it with a vest.
If
That's
you wear
what
a
I
shirt
I
over
really
the
like
top,
that.
it looks
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
You know, next time you can have the Earthbound up top like that and have some image from the comic book or something. You know, that would be really cool.
Yeah, I do want to. The problem was it gave me PTSD because I had to get everyone's size and then order the
Oh,
correct
my
amount of
God.
shirts and then ship the correct size to the correct person. And I was like, it's too much. It's too much. I can't handle it.
Too
And
complicated.
so, yeah, never
Well,
again. But
you've
maybe-
seen it. You go to the mall, they have an Earthbound store. Just have them deal with it.
Yeah. Oh
Biggins,
yeah. That's what I want to do. You're right.
I have a question for Mr. Biggins.
Yeah.
What was more enjoyable, Matsuri or Tampa?
Oh,
Putting him on the spot. Damn.
starting. Well, I would never say that I backed the wrong horse or that I went to a flea market. I'll tell you that. But which was more enjoyable? I would say I'm gonna go get a beverage and think about that. All right? I'm
Gonna
hit
drink on it for a minute.
You
can-
yeah, ponder
Forget about
that.
the question.
Ponder it.
That was so good. I was at Garden State and Tampa. That was both great. I think the only ones that went to both were me and Cecil. I think everyone else either was
Oh
like one or the
yeah, I wish I went to Garden State, but it was a last minute
It
thing.
was
What
a
about Graham?
smaller con, but I think if enough people ask.
Did
Oh, Graham,
Graham-
that's right. Me,
Oh.
Graham, and Cecil were the ones that went to both cons.
Is
Garden State, and I went to because the year before that it was Garden State, and I remember we were drinking at the bar because Ethan wasn't at that con, but he showed up after. But it was Billy and Graham were there, and that's actually where I first met my friends like Bobby and Zach because we were talking to Billy and Graham, and then Billy goes, hey, I hear that I had already known Graham at this point and Billy, and they were like, hey, we're gonna meet after with Ethan. And Cecil is showing up. So we showed up after, and it was at that bar that the head of Garden State was like, Ethan, you should have a table next year. And then Ethan asked him, he's like, but you're going to get so much backlash. He's like, I don't care.
So,
Yeah,
which one was better, Vaughn?
All right, Tampa was bigger. I would say Tampa because in some ways because the convention itself was the convention. In terms of the guest list, like the convention itself, I would say the convention center at Tampa was better, but the convention itself, I like Garden State just because it was more my interests. But if we're talking the overall hangout, there was more to do in Tampa. You know, we really kind of explored the city. In Morristown, we just kind of had we basically just stayed. It was like we'd occasionally venture at most like a mile or two out to eat, and then we just drink at the bars, which were at the hotels. Not even at the bars, yeah. So we
you're
really,
at a con. You're there to have fun, right?
Yeah.
What fun? What are you talking about, Rainey? It
I
should be
don't
old
know.
business. It should be old business, right? You can't just like have fun and meet people and build connections.
I don't know. Apparently, I was mistaken.
Yeah.
But,
no, we. I would say we didn't go.
TLDR is sex dungeons win.
Yep, exactly.
Did you guys go to the pleasure prison of the Bethuvian Demon Whore with was it PT Pusher?
we totally did.
That's right.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it wasn't just like a mostly normal club or anything.
It was totally
like I've been to clubs in college. It was like for the most part, it was.
We all got whipped. It was totally degenerate. It was really fun though. I wish everyone was there. Like seriously, the whole weekend. I think everyone was like, we wish.
You know, the people that didn't go
were there.
They just didn't go, and they were just like, "Oh, how was last night?" You know. That was fun.
It was great. I want every con to be like Tampa, but with even more people, like
comics,
a whole row. Even Ethan and even all the other people that weren't there, making a whole row and. Really like booking out a show, making a presence. I think that makes a difference because we kind of got the YouTube comics crowd down more or less, and we have the crowdfunding part down. But if we make a presence in a comic convention and show ourselves to people who don't give a crap about politics or YouTube, like there were people that were coming up to our booth who didn't know anything about comics day who were just like, you guys are the only fucking people that are making original comics here. Can I buy your book? That was awesome, and I want more of that.
You got to invade all the smaller cons so you make a presence.
My goal is like because I'm gonna get my comic out by Garden State. I'm gonna make it happen. Move heaven and earth if I have to, but like I'm gonna make sure, and I'm trying to. Like get a bunch of people I know doing it, and my goal is to bring a bunch of people who are like kind of like in because with the movies and stuff, there's a lot of people that are like kind of looking at comics but not quite getting in. But if I'm like, hey, I'm tabling there, and I'm like, you guys should come. If I get even X amount of people to show up, and they're in New Jersey, and it's like a 40-minute drive,
every little bit counts.
Customers, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, every little bit counts.
Is anyone else preparing anything for a con like Vegas? I'm going to try my best to get
I was looking at a mini
20-page comic.
Does that count?
I'm going to try and get my first comic out for Vegas so I can take that, and I'll do like a campaign at the same time.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
When is Vegas?
At the same
April.
time.
April? Shit. I'll get something out by Vegas. By the way, you guys, we have to go to Machine Guns Vegas. I sent Jake my videos of me shooting machine guns in Vegas.
I want to go to a shooting range. I really do.
Yeah, dude, they have everything there.
Yeah,
I was telling
I shot
wanted to do that
AK-47. My friend shot an Uzi. I shot an M4. I shot like an MG.
Get some videos of us driving tanks and blowing shit up.
That's what I was just gonna say. I was telling Bancroft he came out. We'll go to the place and drive some Abramses and some Shermans.
Yeah, we did that.
Machine Guns Vegas.
Years ago.
Awesome.
Like Moromi said, there's not a firm date for Vegas.
Oh, okay, cool.
The reason we were saying April, it was April it was April this year, but we don't know 24, and that con moves around, and I'm sure they get in where they can fit in because Vegas is obviously probably the biggest convention town in the world. So we hope it's in April, but we don't know.
I'm going to try and get a book out for it and run a campaign at the same time over the course of the weekend so people who couldn't come can also get the book. And it's going to be based on this guy, this little dude.
Oh, yeah, nice.
He's called Drake Bristle. He's going to have his first story.
Yeah, I mean, my comic is written. I'm in the process of I'm debating. I think I'm going to launch my campaign in November. But yeah, I'm already like starting on art. and all that. Scripts
That'll be
written, so
perfect
it
for
should be done.
April. Yeah, I have way too much shit, and you guys saw. I don't need more stuff.
Yeah, I ran, and honestly, no pressure with it. Like, just focus on your own stuff.
I really had so much because I've been doing conventions for years. Though I would have Fiendish 2 and 2.5 if it's April, because 2.5 will be a short campaign because all the inks are already done. So that'll be cool.
That's good. Yeah.
Yay! Oh my gosh! Wait, it's 25 minutes. Okay. Is that right?
We
25
still got
minutes.
some stuff.
Back this
That-
man.
Yes.
118. If we get 2 more backers, that means Irene's chugging whisk, Hype Wizard's getting naked,
Whisk.
Chad is gonna do a bunch of
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Irene said,
Wait,
and I'm
wait.
gonna quote her. She said, "We all take our shirts off." She did say that.
Oh yeah.
We all take our shirts off if we get to one. I said 150.
We all. We.
I said
we,
150.
Define we. That includes I.
I thought you
Okay,
said
I
115.
said no. I said 150. So if we get to
115.
150, come on, everybody! You want to back it once, back it twice, back it 3 times. Get this to 150.
Lady.
Everybody's shirts comes
The
off.
only time I'm going to take my shirt off on a stream and have in the past is when I'm completely plastered on my birthday stream.
Do it.
Donald
You can
DeLay
get
used
blasted
to
right
do it.
now.
Wait, jokes aside, like on my in Tampa spent because it was my birthday was the Thursday I arrived, and it was, don't get me wrong, I love hanging out with my friends at home, but like spending my birthday with you guys was fucking great. Like,
You have friends at home?
Yes, actually. I saw them the other night, actually.
No, I was saying because I don't. It's a foreign concept to me.
No, I do. No, but yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Like at Tampa, I felt the one thing I still feel bad about was, so because I was one of the
When you spilled the drink on Irene's shirt.
that I feel bad about. I feel horrible.
You did
about
do
that.
that.
Don't feel
You
horrible
cannot,
at
you
all.
have to, like Irene jokes and stuff. I feel so fucking bad.
You have zero regret.
How
You'll do it
dare
again.
No.
you.
I
Go
literally,
first.
all right, you can find video evidence of me on my live
Turned
stream.
around and it just spilled his drink all over my nice
You
dress.
can find
Oh
video
wait, there was
evidence.
another. There was
the
another time he
unmedicated-
doused you with alcohol. Vaughn,
That's not true. There
You
was
tried to
one time.
push a whole wine glass down her neck as well when we were at
That's
the
not true.
steak place. You're like,
That was what I was talking
That's what
about.
you're talking about. You
It was
added
at the
another
Brazilian
incident.
steakhouse, and it was him
I
and
felt-
Kelsey,
I
and he
felt
turned around and just
so
splashed
bad.
wine all over my nice
I
dress.
felt so fucking bad. I still feel, I was literally thinking about that earlier today. I'm like, oh
I'll
my
never
god.
forgive you.
That was the other part that scared me. I was like, she's gonna hold this over my head for the next however many years.
Well, I guess
But I
I
said
was
that-
forgetting about it, but I guess now I can't.
Yeah, well, no, because I mentioned it on my stream with Phil because we were walking for like 10 minutes because I drunkenly was streaming. And I was like, Phil, do you think she'll be mad at me? And Phil's like, no, she's not going to care. I'm like, I don't know, man. Also, if you
No, I
watch
don't
that stream,
care.
you'll notice the way I angled the camera. I have to go like all the way up to Phil because it's like me, Phil, me. Like I have to angle it upwards at it because he's just.
Oh, was
So
that
you
the
what?
stream where you were searching for your wallet?
No, it's the stream where I lost my wallet live on stream, probably.
Okay.
Well, but the thing is, it was facing me. But I remember when I got back to my room and I couldn't find my wallet, I was literally analyzing my own stream for where I could have placed it. I was like, okay, I went to this part of my room, this part of my
I
room.
have a question. Who found the wallet?
Irene.
How?
No,
She didn't give
I
it-
didn't.
It was just on
No,
the sofa.
Oh, who
and
I
found it?
didn't find the wallet. Someone gave it to me. I don't
Who's
remember
someone?
who. I
A
don't
homeless guy.
remember.
All right, that fucker. They should have told me.
Do you
Who
remember
gave me that?
gave it?
Because everybody was like, Vaughn left his wallet and people were passing it the fuck around. I'm like, oh, I have a purse because everybody else was a guy. And I'm like, I'm just putting it in my purse.
Oh yeah,
and
that's
then
how I got that $50
That's-
bill.
Yeah, Irene didn't give it to me until after by the way, I will say, love Graham Nolan. But Graham said this egregious statement. He goes, I gave Irene her first cigar. Absolutely ridiculous. I gave Irene her first cigar.
You did. Those were these,
Fake
like,
news
chocolate
media,
mint-
aka
chocolate
Graham
mint
Nolan.
cigars. Yeah.
They
But
were
it
chocolate
was
flavored.
Graham's cigar party.
No,
so
I know.
he also
Graham
gets
gave me my
credit.
first, actually. It was at MegaCon.
Okay, you need to not phrase it that way.
Billy said that to me, actually. He said, I said that in front of Billy, and he said,
Sounds like a pain in the ass.
no, I said that in
You
front of
say it
Billy
like that.
at Garden State, and Billy goes, that sounds really gay.
This is the internet. You need to learn how to phrase things correct. Oh, Maromi said he found it. Okay.
Romy, you're a great man. I'll
Funny
get
guy.
you a next time. Next time, I'll owe you a drink.
Well done.
Yeah.
Maromi.
Here's the thing, though. Anyone could have said that, and I
Took
trust
the
Maromi.
50.
He's a good man.
Well, Maromi was just kind of quiet. He's so quiet. He's quietly hanging out with us, and I'm like, earlier I was just like, who brought this alcohol to the pool party? And he was like, oh, it was Maromi's like, it was me. And then now Maromi's like, oh, he is also the one who found the wallet. And
he's a good man.
It's like, yeah, he's great, but he's just really quiet. I'm sorry.
Hey, you can come hang with me anytime, Marumi.
Yeah.
Free alcohol.
You know it.
Aldion, you got to get to one of these meetups. Get to Vegas or something.
Oh, Bancroft,
Man,
it
I'm
would
done.
have been nice to hear your voice actually at Tampa. That's one thing I will say. It would have been nice to hear you talk.
Oh,
and
you're
not
interrupting people.
Yeah, Bancroft says, don't listen to it. Embrace the innuendo.
Aldion, what were you saying? Though?
Well, they've got the For the Fans Fest coming up, right? And I'm really going to try to make that because that's going to be a Comicsgate, not so much a Comic Con, but it's going to be a for fun hangout for the fans. Fantastic. Meet some of the creators, maybe get some exclusive books being offered by Comicsgate creators, and meet other fellow, not just comic book creators, but some of the people you see in the chat room and hang out with them. It just doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Aldion, I hate to tell you this, but that is on hold right now.
Oh, man.
So in lieu of that, just come to one of these meetups. They're going to be announced on everybody's channel that's going. Everybody, I mean, why didn't you come to Tampa?
Well, logistics, not quite so easy right now for me.
All right. Well, we're going to try to do 3 in 24. And
now, if I was still living in Orlando, I would be there in Tampa in a heartbeat because I used to go to shows out there all the time. A lot of the best acts would come through Tampa. So,
oh, yeah.
What general area are you in?
I'm in Fort Worth, Texas right now.
Oh,
No,
go
there's
to
a
Alamo
chance-
City then.
there's
We're
a
gonna
chance
do
we're
Alamo
going to
City.
do. Sorry.
Sorry.
When is Alamo City?
Oh, I was gonna say.
Next year, I think.
Yeah,
Towards the
it's
end.
over a year from now, but yeah, there we have some people in CChat plan to do Alamo City. That's all I was gonna say.
I think it's a great idea to, like Wiggins was saying, like do 3 or 4 a year in different parts of the country, so backers and readers and creators could go to one that's closest to them. So I think like Vegas is awesome for West Coast people to go to, because I don't know if I can even get into California. But,
What?
but yeah, Texas. I just went to Fan Expo in Chicago, which is at Rosemont. It used to be the old Wizard World. It was a great convention. All kinds of comic creators. Had Frank Miller, Jay Lee,
Nice.
freaking Chris Claremont, bunch
My
of
man.
top guys. Awesome selection of back issue comics. Lots to do, and it's right across the street from a big outdoor like pavilion mall area that has a Fogo de Chao Brazilian steakhouse at it. It has a dueling piano bar. It's got a skydiving iFlight thing, indoor skydiving. If people wanted to do that,
I've never done that before. I want to do that.
never done that either. There's an
done it.
actual even bigger indoor mall across from that as well. So there'd be a lot to do, and you wouldn't even have to like Uber anywhere if people wanted to do like a Central Midwest convention. And that's right in the middle of the U.S. And then I think Tampa is great for Southeast, and then Garden State I think would be the good East Coast one. So it's a lot to
The
talk
hard
about.
part is going to be spacing them out in time and in space.
Yeah, I agree.
So we're going to have a list, and some will be eliminated due to just them being too close in time to another one.
But the thing is, we also, in general, like there's smaller ones that people can just go to, and it's like the fans generally show up, like even if it's just one person that's there. Like I've been to 9 cons with Billy, and there's always people that show up. There's at every con. even like
Yeah,
tiny
but,
ones.
yeah, but we're not telling people where they can't go. We're telling
Where they focus.
we
Yeah. No, I get it.
we want 3 or 4 where everybody
Oh
goes.
no, I agree. And that's what was so great about Tampa and Garden State too, but Tampa especially is like just I would say the thing I liked about Tampa is, I mean, there were people from the chat in New Jersey too, like absolutely, and people who I like, but Tampa was just the concentration of people was higher. I will say more. Well, not even just that, more so just people from all over, like literally international.
Hey.
Garden State, it was like, look,
Check that out.
Hey!
120.
Woo! 120. All
Everyone
right.
take their shirts off, right? That's what we're doing. The cat.
He got bored of it already.
Come on, man.
He got bored of his own celebration. That's it. You get half of it, guys. Thanks.
I got
for 120.
self-conscious. I was like,
Got less than
No,
an hour,
you gotta
right?
embrace it. You gotta indulge in your ego.
Come on.
Anyway, we got a
Okay.
drink, right? We're drinking.
yeah, everyone chug. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Chugging now.
Water.
Solo in on people is they are forced to drink.
I have a shot glass shaped like a human skull.
I wish
I
you could
want
Nice.
one like that. Okay, no, I sent another link to another celebration thing that's shorter. Also, Aldion, I sent the link to the frame that on Amazon that fits them. I should just post this
Awesome.
on Twitter because I know people will be looking
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah. Good thinking.
Let's see.
Yeah, thank you.
A 20 by 22 inch frame fits.
Nice. Because that
This-
map is hip. I like it.
This
Thank
item cannot be shipped to your selected delivery location. Thanks, Amazon.
Oh well.
Hey!
Hey!
That makes everyone do the fake A. That's
Hey!
Hey.
Hey.
Cheers, everybody! Cheers.
Woo.
Man,
Yeah, I agree with the conventions. I think if I want to do more cons, but I don't want to do more like 4 because they're really exhausting. But if we can focus on about 3, I think we're narrowing down the good conventions to like 5 or 6. But every year, let's focus on about 3 that are spread out across time and make that a CG thing. I think that'll be really good for our presence.
Yep.
And then the rest, you can do it if you want to, or
They're
choose not
growing,
to.
they're growing every time as well. Each time it seems like they're getting bigger. So like, who knows where it could grow to by like the next 3. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
And I'll tell you this,
Mhm.
I went to Garden State the year before Ethan showed up, and then the year Ethan showed up, and then the presence, the size, how many people were at. It was the same convention space. The amount of people there, it was a visible difference. Because and it's not like because there was all in one alley. It was like Ethan, Graham, Billy, they Andy, they were all one alley. Frega. But then it's like they go to other places because they're at a con. So everyone would benefits from those guys showing because these people are genuine comic fans. Like I'm sure they go to Ethan and them, they go to like the Simonsons, they go to other people that are there who they're also fans of. So everyone benefits.
Yeah, you don't want to kind of like cordon yourself off.
No, you don't. And the thing is, it's not what it was at all. Like people, across the industry were like, talking to each other, but it was you saw the presence was felt throughout the con. Yeah, it was concentrated in this area, but even the head of the con even said this was his biggest year yet. The year he had Ethan. You think that's not a coincidence? I can tell you.
No. It's like, well, part of it, I do think part of it is, well, the conventions are opening up again, but seriously, we bring the customers, and we're the only major people doing independent comics, really, or one of the most major networking groups, if not the largest
biggest,
one.
yeah.
So having that presence will help. I want to reach more customers. I think it'll be good. And honestly, also another thing I remember from doing cons, and especially from a few cons I've been to, things are so different in real life. Like all the Twitter drama with the people that work in the industry, it's totally different. Like they don't say this. It's not just, they don't say this stuff to your face. Like once you're face to face with someone, it's cool, or it's just.
No.
I think I am so convinced. I've never been more convinced than after I actually met some comic pros I knew in real life at a convention, that a lot of the stuff online is just because they're scared of the blue-haired crazy SJWs.
Yep.
In real life, they're not like that. A lot of them don't give a fuck about politics. They just want to support good comics, or there are people that are secretly on our side, or they just want good comics, but they're scared. So I think that's another reason why I think we should make a presence at conventions. We need to show them we're doing something that's successful. This works. This isn't some crazy toxic fringe group like they're saying we are, which is obvious to anybody did any amount of research. And also our books are damn good and the fans love us. So hey, look, here's another path. Come be with us.
What if it's like West Side Story with Mark? Like,
you know what? No, I don't know if I should listen. All I'm saying, Mark Brooks talks a lot of shit. And then in person, he seems very close with some people that he shits on online. That's all I'll say.
Well, what Rennie's saying is a non-violent way of fighting back that's going to be very effective, and it's really good.
Yep.
But the bottom line is that Comics Big Gate is in fact a hat group, not a hate group.
It wins us new fans.
Biggins, do you have a belly full of rum?
Tonight I have a belly full of mezcal.
There you go.
Wait, Biggins, you know how I'm an evil doer by drinking Jägermeister? What's your opinion on Black Sambuca?
The fuck is that?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's delicious aniseed. It's aniseed liqueur. I thought I would get just as much hate for liking.
Yes, anything aniseed needs to go. Needs to become extinct.
There we go. I'm
along with bell
down.
pepper, anise. Well, we call it anise here, I think. Anise, no. Anyway.
I played at a band with a guy. His favorite drink was Michelob Ultra Light. Tastes like dish soap. I don't get that, but hey, you like what you like. Whatever floats your boat.
For the people,
9 minutes. Anyone
for some people in the chat, and I've kind of addressed this already on a couple streams. This thing about which cons have comic books and which cons don't. First of all, there were definitely comic book vendors at Tampa.
Yes.
So I don't know why people are saying there were.
They were all to the front of the convention center too.
They were in the front row. I don't know why people are saying that.
It's also. No, sorry, you go.
And we're limited by several things. We're going to be limited by time. We're going to be limited by space, meaning we want to spread out over the country, and we're also limited by like the friendliness of the con owner to our group. So everybody needs to keep that in mind, because people keep suggesting cons like Heroes Con, and the general thought is they're not going to be friendly to us. So when we're choosing these cons and you're suggesting your local, everybody wants us to go to their local con, to have this thing at their local con. There's several factors. It's not just that they have a lot of comic, but that they have 100% tables with all mint copies of Amazing Spider-Man runs.
Right.
And by the way, whoever, I would love to know about this Garden State. Y'all talk about it like it's a paradise. People have told me behind the scenes it's in a goddamn hockey rink.
No, that's one thing. I'm very open. It's a small con. That's why I think Tampa is the better venue. I've said that out the gate. It's in a small place for 100%, and I don't think it's one that like. If you all show up across the world, and again, I love the con, but if you show up, don't expect anything more than a hockey rink. It's a great hockey rink, but it's a hockey rink.
It was good because
this idea that
better
that
hockey rink.
That it needs to be, Frank Miller needs to be there. Needs to have 60%, comic book, hardcore panels. Needs to have 80% long boxes on the floor. Like, these are not realistic criteria. We have more important criteria than.
Yeah, the best thing is just how many cool people are.
We need
that is definitely
it's gotta be a good location, venue, and we got to be able to have fun too at the same time. This
The
is
good
Yeah,
and the more, if you want to bring people that aren't, most of the people at Tampa, the fans were local fans. They were North Florida, Central Florida fans, and very few fans flew in. So if we want to get, Aldion and all these people there, we got to have a good airport where the flights, they don't have to take a connected flight. There's a major airport that has direct flights from all over the country.
that's why I think Vegas and Houston will be really good. And so I keep on wanting to shout out Heroes Con, because the thing
Heroes
with
Con's
Tampa
great.
was it wasn't, there were comic vendors, like there were a lot of long walls booths up front, like you said. But I think what I have heard, I walked around a bit, and Artist Alley was more the part where I was really annoyed that Artist Alley, instead of actual comics people, was all like trinket stuff. But that doesn't distract me, or this doesn't make me not want to go to a show. That just makes me want to go again, because it was a ton of fun, and I want to go and change that. I wanted to take over Artist Alley, or just make a whole row of CG in the dealers area and actually make it more about comics again. That's not really an issue. But if you are looking for a show that is really about artists and has a lot of comics people and has a large artist alley and an art stage, Heroes Con is really good for that. Unfortunately, it's not close to a major airport like Tampa or Houston or Vegas, but I am a fan of it. I've been going for a long time. Maybe?
Yeah.
Isn't that in Charlotte?
Yeah, it's in Charlotte. Yeah,
Well,
it's a legit good show.
I think Charlotte is a pretty major airport. But
or something?
But
It
that
wasn't that
falls.
far from the convention too, Charlotte. It was only
Hey.
it wasn't a huge commute.
But then that falls into,
But
will
does-
they welcome us?
does somebody know the owner?
Well, I know. Here's what I know. When I was there,
That's an issue.
Billy, Graham, Frega, and Andy, or not Graham. Billy, Frega, and Andy were there. I would ask them. They're much more qualified to answer that question than I am.
Yeah, my impression, I know that Heroes Con is sponsored by an actual comic shop. I don't think they're CG friendly per se, but Billy and Graham and Andy have all been going with no problem. So that's a good sign. Yeah.
And you, I don't think I can't imagine they turn you down.
No, they didn't turn me down. No,
Yeah.
that was never an issue. It was just
People
I
were
got
asking.
something
Actually, a few people were like, "Oh, she was here last year." People were like, artists there.
Guys, there's 3 minutes left on
Yeah.
Earthbound.
This is your last chance. It's not going in demand, right, Noel?
No in demand. So
This is your last chance to get it.
it's gonna actually close, I think, which is kind of nice. We get real. What's it called?
3 minutes to get it up on screen. Come on,
Yeah.
StreamYard.
No, if you're playing in a band, you're doing a live show, you want Irene in your audience. I mean, that would.
I will finish
Yes.
this entire junk. Actually, there's not much left anyways. But sorry, everybody. Shit, we can't see it. What happened?
There it goes.
There we go.
It's a pastel black.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's it?
no,
If
guys,
I
you're not- Can we get to 666? that would be a little unfortunate.
Yeah,
No.
maybe that's a deterrent.
Don't do it.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Let's just round up. Let's get to 6599, and then it'll be fine. Or 6900. Let's get $300 for Narwhal. And
Someone ruined the number 120. We got a nice rounded 120 there. Someone can just come in right now and ruin it, or make it into a palindrome by doing 121. How about
Even
that?
better.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
you can back it like 9 or 10 times. I get it to 130, so I can finish this entire
So
bottle.
Chrissy
of
can take his
scotch.
shirt off.
Yeah.
Mm.
You drink that much, you probably would take your shirt off.
I'm not that drunk yet. That was 150. So, or we get it to 150. Then everybody takes their shirts off on this stream. You know you want
That's
it.
right,
Everybody
friend.
back it now.
My shirt's been off the whole
Do
time,
it.
honey.
Let's
Yeah,
get blackout.
1
Day.
minute and counting.
1 minute later.
1 minute. Crisis Comics is 69
Everyone said it,
seconds left.
Yeah.
So, Narwa, do you have a really quick elevator pitch for Earthbound as a general series?
Yeah, it's just like slavery in space.
What?
Maybe a little-
Yes, my favorite.
Slavery.
Hooray!
If you like
but
slavery,
kind of
you'll like this
glorified
book.
slavery in space, like it's kind of pro-slavery.
Oh boy.
Just
No,
about.
no, this is helping.
Earthbound,
Great
the new
elevator
human
pitch.
trafficking.
Oh.
There's like a little bit of fucking maybe here and there. I don't know.
No, that's the most. That's a very interesting pick. There's slavery and a bit of fucking in there. Now, for the record, I say this as someone who doesn't. I don't know what Earthbound is about. The first impression I have is that there's slavery and fucking. That's all I know about Earthbound.
That might
in
that
high
might have
school.
a lot of people. What? Almost
It
right
ended-
on the dot.
Oh,
we got it.
once-
121. Someone did
One
it.
sneaker, thanks to the last sneaker whoever did it.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank
look at that. I think it went up
Congrats.
today. It went up.
Congrats,
almost
man.
$3
You
grand.
earned it.
So that was a great last day. Everyone, thanks. That the streams. Thank you everyone for being here. It exceeded my expectations.
Thank you for
I
inviting me, man.
appreciate the support.
This has been
Greedy,
really
love
especially,
you,
thank
man.
you for sponsoring by drinking a little bit. That was
Of course,
something.
you know what? I will take a shot just as thanks
I'll do it.
as a special thanks to everybody and to chat. You guys are awesome. All our backers. None of this is possible without you. And cheers. Okay. Well, drink it. This drinking
One
straight
up.
from a bottle.
Glug,
I
glug,
feel
glug,
like I
glug,
need to
glug.
one up this. Wait, this isn't fair. No.
He's fake chugging slightly. Well, she's real
I'm
chugging.
actually not. I am not fake chugging, you motherfucker. I'm not fake chugging that.
That wasn't a Liam chug.
What is that girly shit? What is that?
Nice. You just took it all down, but there's
This
no
is
proof.
fucking
Oh,
malt
you emptied
Scotch
it?
whiskey. What are you drinking?
Me?
He's drinking college
What do you-
girl swill. is
What do you
he's
think
drinking.
I'm drinking? I'm the trademark.
It looks like Jägermeister. I hate that.
It is.
shit.
Yeah, that's because it is Jägermeister, Irene.
Oh, okay, fine.
College girl
Chug
it,
swill.
chug
There we
it,
go. There we go,
chug it.
Chad.
Chug, 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 chug.
Oh, my foot's gonna hurt later.
Responsible, live above the influence.
Chad, is the lighting in your room, is it good for your eyes? Like giving it a screen? Or is it
No,
just
only
mild?
well when I'm drawing and that I do not keep this lighting on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Chad, I wanted to because you were talking about the stroke that your mother had.
Yep.
Same thing happened to me, except I wasn't able to get the message and save my mother.
Oh yeah. It.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't explain it. It was a weird thing that happened. I don't know if it was God letting me listen in on my mom. You know, I don't know what it was.
Yeah, sometimes things like that happen, and
Yep.
you know, fortunate you were able to get that.
It's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Come on, no, you
understand
gotta be like, no.
The
Yeah.
Hype Wizard's
You
chugging
don't
was a
understand.
little
Our-
theatrical. That's
Our
all.
channel lore is that I'm a man and Jake is a woman. I mean, he's
We've
actually
switched
Very
our cards.
progressive.
Jake is in fact a straight man, and I am also a straight woman, but nobody
And
believes
Irene is also a straight man.
nobody
Never push you
believes
around like
us.
that, Dave.
So we might as well run with
You
it.
need to give your bottle to him, and he needs to give his bottle to you.
Yeah, she wouldn't drink it. She'd be like,
I don't like Jägermeister.
Oh, no, as soon as it ends, now everyone's wasted, so we should keep going. But
We should.
In demand.
The after party stream.
So
No,
Phil,
it's close.
Tampa was better than Matsuri. I'll tell you that.
You thought about it.
I thought about it. I was trying to come up with in one way that Matsuri was better, and I can't think of one way that Matsuri was better.
Wow.
So Tampa was a hit, man. It was a
Success. Wild.
Did they go to a Brazilian steakhouse in Matsuri?
We had a group dinner, but it was at a kind of a country bar. It was all right. It wasn't as many people. It just wasn't as good. I mean, but we had a great time. I mean, make no mistake. I mean, we had a fucking fantastic time.
It's
I
the
got to
people,
meet,
man, that make the cons.
if anyone
Yeah.
feels like still
It
backing
really is.
tonight,
That's true. It's the
Black
people.
Phantom.
"Oh, nice."
Yes.
Back at
The narwhal
think
nudge, double nudge tonight. We're nudging.
Let's
Like
nudge it over.
I've gone to 9 cons with Billy Tucci. Often it'll be a con where
Thanks,
there's
Vaughn.
like barely.
So I got 2 books for $25 and the standee.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So I'll tell you, we went to karaoke, and Ricada did a Matchbox 20 song, and fucking Chrissy Meyer did a
I love Chrissy.
Black Velvet and was like writhing all over the floor and having sex with the pole. That was pretty good.
I wish I got to meet Ricada and Chrissy. That's cool.
Oh yeah, Chrissy's great. Chrissy was like convinced.
Dang.
We have a
Chrissy thinks she's my mother.
I don't
Weird.
Thank you.
We have a secret friend that's in the chat that can sing Iron Maiden note for note, and he did Run to the Hills.
Up the irons.
Oh,
Hard,
I know
yeah,
who that
man.
is.
So
Run to the
So that was okay. So that I would say that event was pretty good. That event probably topped the golf club.
A Black Phantom looks pretty hip. This is the first time seen of it.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, see that narwhal bringing people together.
Yes, 2 books, The Black Phantom and Kid Squid, both 24-page stories. They're complete, ready to go to print, and there's additional material in the books as well. And you got a sketch card perk and a sketch cover perk if you want it. So
now, is Kid Squid related to Black Phantom in any way? Is it some sort of backstory?
It will be in the same universe.
Okay.
But yeah, eventually at some point. Look, Irene has a copy of my ash can.
Oh wait, I have it somewhere too. I forget. Thank you for giving those out. By the way.
You're welcome.
It looks so good. Look.
Where did I?
Oh my
put it
goodness.
somewhere?
No, seriously, it looks amazing, guys. Check it out. Look at this.
And the Black
I
Phantom
have
in the back.
it. It's real. Back this right now. I
Yep.
have a preview of it.
It's completed,
Yeah, you
ready to
gave that
go.
out. What was that
And
burger place?
It's
that he
signed
gave it
too.
Butters
Look, I have
Burgers.
signature.
Butters.
Wait, I didn't get mine signed.
I don't think I got mine signed because
She-
you know what?
she
I
wanted
was
mine.
so in the moment. That was the burger place you gave those out, right, Chad?
I'm not everywhere. I gave them out here and there, but yeah.
Dude, that burger place was so fucking good. Like
We're going back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I
Well,
can't wait to
well,
go back.
Phil, I don't know if you know this, man. You know what? I'll do this. Phil left his comb behind at the burger place, and I will auction off Phil's stupid ass comb.
Oh my god.
If
It's
you
all right.
want-
Phil,
if anyone
Phil
wants
bought
to
that
pay
comb
for
with the
it.
money you stole from your wallet anyway. So
That's true.
Yeah, I probably did.
I
Honestly,
thought you said it.
I've still got you a comb. I'm gonna
it
auction off
has
Phil's
some
comb.
original. Is this some original Phil Diaz
lost
dandruff
pages.
on this?
Speaking
Speaking
of
of
Phil's
Phil's
comb.
comb,
that you could get.
Oh God.
These are
Look
my,
at that,
this is
and
my
even
baby. It's kind of like
$39.
my fluids. Look at this. The Lost
Waitress-
Pages 3, everybody. We are on the
Wow.
dot. $39,000. Who will save me from the evil that is 39?
Yeah, come on, guys.
I think you
Zero.
cooked this.
Back it. Come on. If you haven't
Thank you
backed
guys
it,
for backing
39.
this. Thank you, Aldion, for having the previous books, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to show. There's gold. I don't even know how you accomplish this, but there's
Yes.
gold print on it. Look at that,
Yes.
Oh, cool.
dude, I
love.
love that cover. So I genuinely, when I was reading, because before I interview someone on my channel, I read their work, and I was like looking at that cover. And I'm like I keep doing the moving it back and forth. It's
Yeah.
so fucking
Oh,
good.
yeah. The foil is awesome. I think
Gold
so
foil
well
and
pretty.
boss.
So I was definitely all in with Lost Pages 3 because I gotta keep the collection going.
Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, I think we have some in the add-ons. You can grab a copy of issue 2. We still have some of those, but we're doing a collected edition as well. The tome, which has all of the. There's the people.
The
ash can.
people.
the original peephole with the white
Nice.
ink.
Yes,
I think
that
we were
is the first
about
one with the
a
white
comic
ink.
about a peephole, but
Oh my
We're
God.
doing reprints
looks
of that
great.
because we're sold out of that one. So the reprint will have a different cover with no white ink because it's crazy expensive to put on there. But that's if you guys love like classic kind of Daredevil, Frank Millery type stuff, the people.
Mhm.
It's kind of the vibe we're going for.
Do I
there.
like it?
And
I
yeah, I
love
hope
it.
you guys grab this. And our next stretch goal, I think it's gonna be our last stretch goal, is if we get to 40K. Kenneth Rocafort did an awesome trading card for the campaign. Everyone's gonna get
When you
free-
get to 40K, don't give me that fucking if out of
When you
it.
get- we need $1,000 more dollars. So
Yeah,
hopefully
let's
we can get there.
this bitch boy money. You're Phil Diaz. You'll get it.
Well, I got to say, to potential backers out there, Zaid Comics puts out quality products, thick papers. Not only is the art done very well, but the printing and the finished product is, as you saw from the gold emboss on that Lost Pages Part 2
Thank you,
cover.
man.
It's fantastic stuff. So you're definitely getting a quality product when you buy from Zaid Comics.
Thank you so much.
Listen, Phil, I look, I fuck with you all the time, but like your stuff's great, man. Like
Thank you, brother.
and everyone, even people that like stream with me all the time, they're like, dude, I love Phil. I still gotta give Bobby his stuff.
Is
by the
Vaughn
way.
drunk?
Yes. You saw me. I took shots.
He's been drunk for like an hour.
No, I
Okay,
did. I
alright.
took shots on air.
Hey,
working
man,
right now.
I rip on you a lot, but I just gotta say, I love you, man.
Well, listen, I'm also
Bro.
happy,
Oh my
but like,
God.
listen, when I'm drunk, what I say, I'll stand by when I'm sober. You know what I mean?
So Connell the Barbarian is my book I'm working on. It's a comedic fantasy that's trying to be both very fan servicey, but at the same time as well written as I can. It's trying to be comedic. This is the sign up right now. You can go to connellcomic.com, shove your email in there, and if you sign up and back the book, you can get one of these.
Shove your email.
I'm turning this into a trading card, which is like a cute little hedgehog that Irene drew.
Nice.
And like I'm gonna color this up. She's gonna stat it out for like whatever that game is you play. What's
I'm
that?
gonna make it an eldritch monster with crazy stats and Pathfinder, which is
Awesome.
better than D&D. That's right, I said it.
Also, I finally did like some artwork of the logo, of how the logo is going to look for Connell the Barbarian. And here's the thing, because I'm working on a little comic featuring this guy, hold on, this guy right here that I'm going to try and get done for the next convention I go to. If you sign up, you'll also hear about that campaign too. So you might get a sign-up bonus. Wait, should I just use this trading card for the sign-up bonus for the Hedgehog book? Irene, instead of Connell? Yeah, that fits, right?
No. Yes.
No. Yes. No. So anyway,
Maybe.
sign up and you'll hear about those projects. It's going to be great.
What?
It's gonna be,
Don't
it's gonna be-
replace the Hedgie.
So the Connell the Barbarian, is that the same universe as the that I don't know what that other character was, the fox or
the ugly rat fox thing. It is a hedgehog, but
okay.
I don't know. That could be an interesting guess.
That's
Okay.
the
Yeah.
big question tonight.
Yeah.
Are they the same universe?
That could be. That's an interesting thread you're pulling on, old Bjorn.
It's all part of the Hyper Wizardiverse.
Oh my lord.
My God, the strenuousness of the universe. But yeah, who knows? Like, yeah, you could be on the ball there. Who knows?
Vaughn, do you got anything you want to promote?
Yes, I do. I have two things I want to promote. Well,
So anyway, guys,
Yeah. So
listen,
this
Yeah.
convention I went to.
So
I
hey
met all
everybody,
these
you
cool
can
people.
also sign up for Fiend. Oh, by the way,
Science Fiendish and the Black
Hey.
Phantom.
Hey Elliot, tell me more about Nephilim, please.
Oh yeah, I could talk about Nephilim all day long.
Oh, I want to hear about it all day long. It's really fascinating.
I stopped
All right.
when I
Give
was
Vaughn-
told I was
all right,
wrong.
now give on the con.
Not only the God damn.
What is it you want to promote, though? I'm confused.
Still, despite the pain, I still want to promote my comic book, Living Legends. It's my story I've had since I came up with the initial idea when I was in second grade.
Last year.
So it's old news.
Why is done? Original joke. All right. Anyway, fuck.
About a boy and his
I wasn't
PB&J.
joking.
All right. Second grade was a long time ago, man. All right, and I've matured.
Really? What's that?
And I've matured. Advanced as a writer. I went to this thing called college. Look. So, Living Legends is my I wanted my superhero story that I want to write for the rest of my life. That's going to be on there. That I'd love to work on. And then I also am writing my good friend Bobby. He has a book, and he brought me on to write it. It's basically that book as well. So I have 2 books. I don't know if should I send you the links. I could send you the links if you want to post them in chat, or I don't know how you want me to go about
or you could share your screen.
People usually share their own screen for me.
Okay. Well, no, some people don't actually. Some people don't. They say, "Hey, can you share my screen?"
Wait,
and then you know what I do as a host?
screens. Narwhal will pull up the screens for everybody he likes, and the people he doesn't like, he's making a share.
Narwhal fucking loves me. So
Right.
He didn't share my campaign either. So.
Yeah, well, what does that say? You know what I mean?
I know.
I thought Irene's is done. I gotta ask.
Oh, sure.
So, Living Legends. This is in the process of being colored. It will be a fully colored comic book, but it's set 20 years after World War III. It's like this superhero. This kid, he finds this crystal and he gets struck by lightning while holding this crystal, and he gets these powers. And it's gonna be a team book.
That's false.
And you know, and so like it's basically just everything. It's a love letter to superheroes. You know, there's all these current comics lately that are just these deconstructions, and I wanted to reconstruct the genre that has meant so much to me since I was a kid. And still as an adult. And I also, not even just that, outside of superheroes, even people who don't give a shit about superheroes, I wanted to make sure that I just tell an objectively great story. And so I send the script to people, whether they care about comic books or superheroes or not, who just want to see good stories and just listen to feedback. And so this is just like a live stream. And so I put everything I can into it.
He seems pretty chill for someone being struck by lightning.
No, okay, so that was the thing, right? So it was like in the actual book, he's going to be like freaking the hell out. And I did a bunch of cover layouts, but my artist and we talked about how we wanted to do the cover, and we decided. And I looked at layouts like that, and it looked fucking great. Like everything this guy does is great.
Well, being struck by lightning must have come as quite a shock.
Oh my god!
No, listen, I avow that was a great joke. No, but I disavow the horn though. That was a joke.
Like,
it was a fantastic.
He looks like he skips arm day.
Oof.
Well, he's a kid, and he's gonna. One of the things I wanted to drill home with this is that this kid is gonna realize, oh, you don't just get powers and instantly get everything you want. You have to work your ass off. And so that's one of the things. This kid's gonna get swole. He's gonna get big. He's gonna work his ass off.
Does he receive the muscle memory from that transplanted arm he's got on the left? I mean,
it's not a transplanted arm. No,
it looks like it came from a different person.
Yeah, that's his African arm.
Is this a self?
See, these are the questions the PR firm doesn't prep you for.
Crispy from too many lightning bolts.
Yeah, that's the one that got struck last time.
Yeah.
Is he holding a conch cell? That's kind of cool.
No, I was the crystal. I had a more generic idea, and then he came up with a design. And at first, I was like, it's too complex. And then I was like, you know what?
Which one gets more reparations?
His writer is left.
His writer is left. Guess.
Oh
you know
God,
what I mean?
babe.
Like, I think it's pretty clear. What the fuck, man?
Irene,
like, I don't even know where I'm going with this anymore. But yeah, man, that one.
Come on, Irene.
I'm writing my friend's book.
Is your campaign still alive, Irene?
I don't know. Vaughn's still talking, so.
I was ready to stop. No, Irene, you go ahead.
Easy.
I'm kidding.
No, you know what? It's okay. And then I'll be quicker with this one because I thought you guys kept asking about his arm color. And I was like, I don't want to answer this question.
Vaughn, can you give us 1 hour on his arm color?
No, I can't because it's not colored. You know what I mean?
It looked very colored.
And then my buddy Bobby, who's in the chat and loves you, Narwhal, has this book, Brutal.
Bobby.
It's basically everything. Like he wanted to do everything that they're not allowed to do in comics. So if you look in this, these are a bunch of dead commies on the ground, right? So it's like.
Perfect.
So it's like basically Hulk meets Mad Max meets Demolition Man and a bunch of we spent hours on the phone talking about this, but it was an idea Bobby's had since like I first met him. It's like it's just basically all the stuff from the 90s that he loved, like tribute to heavy metal and all that. So very different, but it's
Is it a love letter to heavy metal?
I would say, Bobby, you answer that in the chat. Type it up. But I would say yes. No, I'm
What
talking
isn't
about
it a love letter to?
Really?
What isn't it a love letter to? I guess like soy boys.
Is
They
it
probably
retarded?
wouldn't like it. Communists probably wouldn't like it.
It's a breakup letter to soy boys.
Yeah,
But
well, I don't think it's a
communism-
breakup. He was never in a relationship.
It's a
with
Dear
him.
John letter to soy boys.
It's more of like a one of these to soy boys, I would say. Yeah. So check out Brew Tour as well.
Chad, have you done your a elevator pitch this stream?
No, I haven't. That was my first.
Let's hear
Yeah,
it.
we'll circle back around. We checked out
man.
his campaign. I think he's got a few backers, hopefully.
Oh, nice.
Give
I
him
got
a
I got
nudge.
one. Thank you.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah.
I got that bump.
Get the bump. Get the nudge.
Narwhal nudge.
We'll circle
Narwhal
back.
nudge.
We'll check more with it in a second. What's up with Fiendish, Rini?
We're gonna be up the rest of the night promoting jazz books. Nobody's sleeping.
Yes.
I will be
We're
happy.
going
to.
for 8
I'd be
days.
happy to. Chad is a good man.
8
Thank you.
straight days.
That is indeed. Well, I
Appreciate
have this thing here that doesn't really matter.
No.
Everybody go check out
Oh my
Fiendish
god, this
at
self-deprecation.
fiendishcomic.com. Please go take a look at the website. This is a website for my fantasy mystery comic that the chapter 2 campaign just closed, and actually we are fulfilling already. I was super nervous about I need to do everything on schedule, but actually everybody was really surprised that we fulfilled so quickly. So that's I'm glad that everyone was actually surprised that we're already fulfilling, but I was freaking out because I wanted to fulfill even sooner. Anyways, so chapter 2 is fulfilling right now. RJ from Critical Blast, which is my fulfillment agency, is shipping the books out right now. But if you missed out on the campaign, fear not, you can sign up for the email right here, because I will be launching chapter 2.5 in September, and that'll be a bonus chapter. That's right, it'll be a bonus chapter that's in between chapter 2 and 3, and I think I'll be doing it on Fund My Comic as well. I'm really supportive of what they're doing over there on Fund My Comic, so that'll be a whole thing on that platform, and all the art is actually already done. I'm working on the cover, so we'll be launching that in September. So don't forget to sign up. I'll have some secret items, probably an extra trading card, just like I did for chapter 2 for people who sign up early and who show some early support for the book. But in the meantime, you could take a look at the website because I have a free preview. I have a shop with a bunch of extra goodies and stuff. I have like merch, and I have the chapter 1 book for pre-orders. I ran out of stock. I'm sorry, but the book is up for pre-orders. If you want to put your name down to be shipped a copy of chapter 1 in a few months when I do a reprint, and chapter 2 will be up soon as well. So thank you, and thanks for letting me pull it up.
No problemo. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for hanging out and
Yeah.
promoting and taking shots and everything.
I forgot what mine was all about.
Yeah, what is yours?
No, you can remember.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it's about this Walking Dead guy who can regenerate or slap body parts back on himself. He's got worms throughout his body. This key that's around his neck is like his kryptonite. He fights Nazi vampires and this guy named Horned Toad. You'll get kicked in the face with the artwork because it's like so action packed. And yeah, he basically is on a mission to find V2 rockets during World War II and find light up the location for the bombers to come in and blow the place up and
Kill those Nazis.
So die, Nazi.
I thought this was
die.
a pro-Nazi group.
Look,
What the
see,
heck?
see the vampire get stabbed in the head, and the other one, like, no, go scroll out. There you go. Gets stabbed in the skull, and then another. I had to black it out for Indiegogo, but you know.
We have a lot of Nazi fighting for a
yeah.
Nazi group.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's pretty. It's almost like it's inconsistent.
There's no Nazis in this book, but there are Cthulhu
What the
monsters.
heck? That's what I was promised.
I heard that we're a pro Cthulhu monster group. Is this true?
Oh well, that's true.
I'm fine with that.
So there's my standee. Get it. Get like
Yeah, that's awesome. Look at that.
That's
Nice
so
pool.
cool,
yeah.
man.
So $25, you get the 2 books and that standee right there, not the swimming pool. It's not
I
coming
think
with
the collection of CG standees is going to end up being like one of the prized things. When you can have a
Hell
shelf
yeah.
where you have all like CG characters in standees on a shelf together, like one big crossover. I think
Yeah.
that's going to be
Yeah, and
a
they're
cool
always
thing.
watching over
So-
you.
Irene's got hers in her campaign,
I do.
and I've got mine, and we're gonna start getting people interested in collecting these.
I'm gonna make
Nice.
one.
We did a powers combined picture in
We
Tampa.
did.
Our standees met
Oh,
in real
that's
life. It was awesome.
If I was
yeah.
a kid, I'd want to mush them together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, put them on like a gaming board and have them fight each other.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah.
Har.
Oh, you want to play the trailer and then
Yeah, let's do it.
The
Josh
trailer.
says I has the best standee. Thank you.
Can you guys hear this?
No.
Nah.
Oh shit. Okay, I gotta reach.
Negative.
I'll do the
Share
music.
with-
Oh, I'm sorry, Maromi. Camel Moon has been doing standees for a while too.
Yeah. He's got a lot of them. We should do creative block standees.
Oh, our characters?
Yeah.
Yeah, Creative Box been getting good. There's the real head stab.
Yeah.
Those who have seen your face drop back in fear. I am the mask you wear. It's me they hear. Your spirit and my voice in one combined. The phantom of the opera is there inside my mind.
Yeah. Back it. Help
Nice.
get me to 15. Let's go.
Yeah, awesome. The art looks really, really good on this dude.
Thank you.
Watch, I'm gonna update it, and then an angel dies if it doesn't go up.
Oh
No.
Guns.
No.
Chat, come on, we got
Go, go, go.
154 people watching. Somebody wants
154.
to get on some Black Phantom
What's
action.
happened? Don't know.
Big Boob, are you here? Is Big-
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, what's up, dude? Do you got anything you want to promote? The mail-in cover?
Let's see. I've got the we got the Godlike Romulus Second Chance
Pull it up.
variant cover Dale Keown page, which you
Nice.
can get that Dale Keown variant cover, which is gorgeous, and then you can also get the supplement book. And if you get that,
I'll pull it up.
and if you get the featured tier, you also get the Visions 2 book with my Goblin Girl cover, which is exclusive to that book. And I think
No, we'll
I
do
don't
it.
know how long he's going to have it up. I think maybe in 3 days it's done. So you know how his stuff goes. He doesn't reprint that stuff. So
Yep,
Yeah,
3 days
I-
left. John, when
Good.
these campaigns that John does close, they are closed for good. So yeah,
Mhm.
Dan did the cover to Visions 2, which looks absolutely
Yes.
freaking amazing. Here, look at this. Look at this. So you can get both this
Yeah.
book and the Dale Keown cover for,
the Dale
for
Keown
Godlike.
one stuff too.
Chef's
Mm.
kiss. Mwah.
Yeah.
So you got 3 days left, and,
And
then that's
then-
it.
And then if you haven't gotten my book is The Goblin Girl, which is also on Indiegogo. It's still in demand. There's
I'm definitely
various
getting that. I've already
options
ordered
there.
my copy.
Oh,
Nice.
thank you, friend. Thank you. I'm probably going to rescan all the black and white line art, so the black and white book will probably look even better.
Look, guys, you want to
Uh,
get Goblin Girl because there's crossover with Fiendish. There's a whole bunch
Yeah.
of crossover, and so if you
There
miss
will be.
out on Goblin Girl,
Whoa.
you're missing out on a lot. So you
Yeah.
do well
Whoa.
to make sure you back this one.
Best
Is it,
hype
like,
man. Yes.
Same
I was
continuity?
gonna, I was
or
gonna
is it
say
like-
people are vying for best hype man of my book. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Game
Yeah. There is a crossover in the works, so you
There is.
definitely should
And
back it so you'll know what happens when that crossover comes out.
There's a major character in my book that comes out of that crossover. So
Yes.
Don't
Awesome.
miss out on the
Oh,
original
shit.
Goblin Girl.
who may or may not be possibly inspired by another famous artist that may
Me?
have done it. A
Yeah,
cover
Phil Diaz.
for the Godlike campaign.
Click the link and go and gobble that up.
Yeah.
Gobble it.
But there it is,
Nice.
and that cover is getting recolored too because Billy did the Visions cover afterwards, and after doing that, he's like, I need to redo the actual book cover. So, should be interesting to see what he comes up with.
It will be.
Sweet. Biggins, do you have anything you want to announce or shout out Twitter handle or YouTube or anything?
No. Just here to have fun and support everybody and entertain the chat.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
You
Super
the
glad
man,
you joined.
Biggins.
It was fun talking with you.
What did that? Okay.
Yeah. Aldion, how about you? Everyone follow Aldion on Twitter. He's a great Comicsgate guy.
Yeah,
I have a YouTube channel too.
You, man. I didn't know.
Oh yeah,
It's nice to meet you.
You know, my stuff's simple. It's all Aldion. There's no funny letters or anything like that. You can find me on YouTube also and on Twitter. But one thing I wanted to bring up was Accent and Level Up. This is by Mr. Shane Davis, right? So here's the importance of this book, right? So Shane Davis made Accent. He poured himself into it. But this is before he joined Comicsgate. And so he got a lot of people to help, you know, because it's about going into a video game world and there's different games. And so he got different artists to draw different games. So when Shane went Comicsgate, these artists that he paid to draw art for the different games backstabbed him. They pulled out the long knives and they just let him have it. And so they said, "Oh, you can't use my stuff." And so Shane said, "All right, you know, that's fine. I'll withdraw this book." So now he's redone it. That's what Level Up is, this new campaign he's doing, and he's hired Comicsgate artists to do it. I can't remember off the top of my head who they are, but they're first-rate artists. And he's refined the story.
There's Chelsea and there's Monica. That's the two that I do remember. Sorry.
Right. So I mean, it's just you definitely want to get in on Accent Level Up. It's on Indiegogo and 9 Lives Comics. You can back it on either place. I don't know which Shane prefers, but either one's fine. But don't miss out.
Yeah, I backed the top secret tier yesterday of Accent on Shane's own website, so he gets more of the money.
Yeah, there was a little hiccup with the launch, but apparently it has launched now. So you can go to 9 Lives, you can go to Indiegogo, you can back that book, you can get in on it. And basically, you're not just backing the book, you're getting revenge on these people that stabbed Shane in the back. And you know, so this time it's going to be a proper release for Accent, and he's doing the story justice. It's a cool story, and
it's probably better art.
Yeah, way better art.
Aldion, I need to have you on as a hype man.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, you gotta get on some more streams. You're good.
Sell my book for me, please.
Well, see, I'll be more educated because once you fulfill Fiendish, because I ordered, I went with the all-in package that had the deluxe box, the map. I got everything.
Thank you. You'll be getting a nice box as well. It's all coming your way real soon. I hope you like it. Thank you so much.
Yep. So I'm gonna read it. So when you launch Fiendish 3, I'll be educated and I'll be able to speak intelligently on it.
Muchas gracias.
You speak intelligently already, friend.
What happened?
Cool. Now
I
we just
said
sit.
speak
I want to sit
intelligently already.
awkwardly for like a minute, and then we'll just see how we feel.
Let's all sit in complete awkward silence.
Yes, awkward silence.
We got
Basking
9
in
people.
the glow
Hollywood
that is
Squares.
us and
Oh no! It needs to be silent, but let's all chug booze for a minute straight, and then let's just
Did
fall
Phil?
over. And
Did
then,
Phil
and
pitch
then-
anything?
Who's the coolest musician you've ever met in real life?
Second
Right,
one.
Phil.
Yeah, we did Phil's.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Okay.
Weird Al, that is cool. That's hard to top.
Cool meaning cool musician or cool in person?
In person.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Because Lars Ulrich hit on the girl I was with at the time backstage. And he's done that to some other people.
Oh.
James Hetfield was a dick.
I believe it.
Damn.
The
Beautiful.
but
Is that what you're working on right now, Irene?
Yeah, I'm almost done. Not quite
That
done
looks
yet.
great, Irene.
How many have you got left? How many have you got left to do?
A lot. I've got like 10 left to do. They do actually take a while. Oh, that's right. What
So
is
yeah,
it?
Mr. Biggins, Metallica, they're a bunch of douche canoes.
Well, no, they're all, Jason Newsted was totally cool.
Okay, but he's not in the band anymore.
He sure isn't, and I wonder why.
Wonder why.
And Megadeth, they were kind of. I met Megadeth. I met
I mean,
Adam Jones,
Dave Ellefson,
cool.
the bass player that just got fired. He was nice.
Kirk
I
Hammett's
met
nice.
Mastodon twice. They were probably the coolest in person. Who else? I got to think about it for a minute. Oh, the years flow by. And I was in a titty bar in Vegas, and Matt Sorum walked in with the guitar player for Ministry, and we talked to him for quite a while. And the guitar player for Ministry was trying to get him to like, let's go, like stop talking to these guys. And Matt Sorum just kept telling us all these fucked up stories about Axl Rose. Matt Sorum was the second drummer for Guns N' Roses, for those who don't know.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to reach back into the memory banks. I've met a lot of guys. I have even more stories about comic book pros.
It comes to you when you pee. We need like a notepad while we're peeing. Or
right.
Phil Anselmo was a pretty nice guy too when I met him.
That's cool.
Who's that?
Phil Anselmo, the lead singer for Pantera.
Really?
Yeah, he was really nice to me. But I mean, I did a lot of horror convention shows that I put on with my friends, and he was always a pretty regular guest, so he's always really nice to me. And
met
Kirk
Danzig.
Hammett
He was
was
pretty
nice.
reserved.
Yeah, Danzig's.
I've met him.
He depends on his mood.
I have
I
not
met-
had a bad experience with him, and then he invited me to a party one time, and it was pretty fun. So, anyway,
It's San Diego Comic-Con, maybe, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago. We were up at the Marriott rooftop bar, and I walked in with Mrs. Biggins and some friends, and Gene Simmons was walking in at the same time.
Mm.
I talked to him for quite a while, and it was so
He was
weird
friendly?
because he was really friendly, but he was talking to me,
Mhm.
but he was staring at Mrs. Biggins
Yeah.
the whole time.
Sounds accurate.
He's a hornball. And he sued King Diamond, for God's sakes. I can't forgive Gene Simmons for that. God, that's sacrilege.
And Dave Grohl was really nice to me too.
Oh,
Dave
nice.
Grohl. Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy.
He's super nice.
all
Also,
right.
Shelby Roberts.
I'm moving
Shelby
towards
Roberts.
wrapping this up here.
Sorry, Narwhal.
You'll get there.
We'll talk about music later.
There's so much to talk about in so little time. We so appreciate you, Narwhal. Thank you, sir.
Irene.
the eyes have it.
Narwhal, congrats. Well,
Congrats.
I looked up for us.
Way to
Narwhal,
go.
Congrats, man.
Narwhal.
You deserve it. You're the man.
Congrats.
Thanks,
Good
Vaughn.
show. Good
Yeah, thanks,
show.
everyone.
I'm just stating facts, Narwhal.
You scared it by the horn again.
You are the man.
Mhm.
He randomly ends these streams surprisingly. So bye, chat. It's great to have you
Hi,
here.
everybody.
Yeah.
Check all the books
Nice
on
seeing you all.
here.
And I have to
Sign
say,
up for
lift heavy and save your
Paranormal.
money.
Sign up for
Yeah.
Fiendish.
Lift heavy.